your permission, we are going to commence the second day of the centenary celebration of the Chemical Engineering Department of Jadavpur University. As we all know that something extraordinary happened in 1921 when this particular department was established by Acharya Prafullo Chandra Roy and Hiralal Roy. We have been talking about it through the day yesterday, and everyone agreed that the legacy, the tradition of excellence continues, and of course, the future holds enormous promises. With these few words, may I call upon the dais our Pro Vice Chancellor, the head of the Department of Chemical Engineering, and of course, the one and only Dr. Professor Mashalkar onto the dais. As we all know that Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharjee, our Pro Vice Chancellor, also has very strong ties to this department. And of course, at the helm of affairs of Chemorescence is the head of the department, Professor Rajat Chakraborty. And what can one say about Dr. Mashalkar? He has been invested with the highest civilian awards, many of the highest civilian awards of our country, the Padma Shri, the Padma Bhushan, and of course, the Padma Vibhushan. He had studied at the University of Bombay's Department of Chemical Technology, and later on, he has gone from strength to strength. He currently serves as the Chancellor of the Institute of Chemical Technology. Before that, he had been the Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. We all know about the great work that CSIR is doing. And he has been visiting professor in universities such as Harvard, Delaware, and many other. So it is indeed our privilege that Dr. Professor Padma Vibhushan R.A. Mashalkar has come here today. So we would start proceedings by requesting our head of the department to present a memento and uttorio to Dr. Mashalkar and welcoming him to the second day's program. The memento and the uttorio. And of course, the flower bouquet. And may I also request our head of the department, Professor Chakraborty, to present our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharjee, with an uttorio. He's not actually missing out on the memento. We had given it to him yesterday. And of course, the flower bouquet for our Pro Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much. And now may I request Professor Chakraborty for the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the department, as the convener of the Centenary Celebration Program Committee and the head of the department, and also as a alumnus of this department. I welcome you all to this second day program of this Centenary Celebration program, popularly known as Gamervations. So I welcome you all present here. And as you know, this is the second day of this Centenary Celebration program, in which we have with us distinguished Padma Vibhushan respected Dr. R.A. Mashelkar with us for the Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai Memorial Lecture titled Synergizing Scientific Excellence and Industrial Relevance, Lessons from Personal Journey. I also welcome our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, who is also our alumnus 1989 batch. In the auditorium today, we have many of our distinguished alumni, ex-head of the departments, and many other students and colleagues. And I welcome everyone. We are running late due to some reasons. And so I don't want to also, Professor M.M. Sharma, Padma Vibhushan Professor, respected M.M. Sharma is present with us. And he has presented a very nice lecture yesterday in the Vivekananda Hall auditorium. And we are very much delighted that he is also present with us today. And so I hope, let me tell you that this is the Industry Academia program today we are holding throughout this day in this particular auditorium. Along with this, we are also inaugurating the conference, international conference, that is called ICIS 2023, and that is called Chemical Engineering Innovations and Sustainability. So that conference, 2 days conference starting today, and the conference is going to start within a short while with the lecture of Professor Cedar from Pennsylvania State University at 10:15 online at the H.L. Roy Auditorium, and simultaneously the program will be held at the K.P. Basu Memorial Hall today. Tomorrow also the conference will be held at this auditorium, Trigunasen Auditorium, along with K.P. Basu Memorial Hall and also our departmental seminar room. So there are 78 papers submitted for the international conference. Many dignitaries will be present, internationally reputed university professors from UK, USA, and other countries, and also our professors from IITs. Most of the IIT professors have participated. They are participating in the conference. So I also welcome all the participants of the conference through this forum, as requested by the joint conveners of the international conveners, Professor Ranjana Chaudhary, Professor Kajori Korgupta, and Professor Papita Das. So with these few words, I now request, I think this is once again to thank you all, and that's all from my end at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Chakraborty. May we now request Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, our Pro-Vice Chancellor, and also our alumnus, to kindly say a few words.
So at first, a very warm good morning to all of you. It's definitely my privilege to share the stage with the Padma Bhushan awardee, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, and also another Padma Bhushan awardee, Dr. M.M. Sharma is also present. So it's really a privilege for all of us that two Padma Vibhushan awardee is present right at this moment at the Trigunasen Auditorium. So it's a great privilege for all of us. So a great applause goes to both of them. And on the dais, Professor Rajat Chakraborty is here, the head of the department. He is managing this particular centenary celebration very well. So I must congratulate our head of the department also. You know that we have started, the chemical engineering department have started our journey in 1921, much before the independence, under the aegis of National Council of Education, Bengal. And we have completed the 100 years in 2021. But due to the COVID-19, we just couldn't celebrate the centenary at that time. So in 2023, now we are now celebrating the centenary of the Chemical Engineering Department, which is the oldest not only in India but also in Asia. So it's a great privilege to be a part of the centenary celebration of the Chemical Engineering Department, and I welcome all the delegates, particularly the alumni of the Chemical Engineering Department, my dear students. Unfortunately, I am not in touch with the students so much of the Chemical Engineering Department, though I am the faculty in the Chemical Engineering Department from the decade of 90s, near or just over 30 years. But since I'm in the administration right now, so I'm not being able to take class, so I am not very much acquainted with the students, particularly the UG students, more specifically so, of the Chemical Engineering Department. And that's also my agony also, that I am not so much in touch with the UG students. So I welcome all the students, delegates, the teachers who are present here on this particular auspicious occasion of the centenary celebration, the second day of the centenary celebration. Here I am supposed to talk a little bit about the recent research trend of the Chemical Engineering Department, Jadavpur University. You all know that in the NIRF ranking, the Jadavpur University has secured fourth rank under the university category. That is the first among all the state-aided university in 2022 ranking. So basically, we are having lot of negative points, lot of fund crisis compared to the central universities or the central institutes. But still, we have secured, in the university category, we have secured the fourth rank on the national basis, and which is the first among all the state-aided university, and that is particularly because of our research strength. So though we are missing a little bit of cosmopolitan nature, we are having some problem in the inclusivity or some other matrices of the NIRF ranking, but particularly we have got a very good marks under the research component. And Chemical Engineering Department has also contributed a lot in the research components to the university itself. So from the very moment when I joined the Chemical Engineering Department in the decade of 90, I found that all the teachers, the senior teachers who were my teachers, because I was a student in the Chemical Engineering Department in the decade of 80s. So in that ways, I am an alumnus of the department also. So I found, when I joined, I got that particular sense that everybody is doing research and they are giving a lot of importance, particularly on the academics. The teaching and research was the prime component in the decade of 90s. So still that particular research environment is going on, though we are having definitely lack of fund. The fund is a very big issue, but still I must admit that all our faculty members are doing a very good research. So I want to just highlight some of the areas, particularly on which our faculty members are doing research without naming anybody. And one very important component is the non-conventional, renewable, or the green energy. Quite a few number of faculty members are doing research on that particular aspects. Another very important area of the research is definitely the membrane separation. The way quite a few number of faculties are doing research on the membrane separation. And coincidentally, that is my research specialization also. So basically, we are working on the process development related to membrane technology. We are working on the advanced module development, as well as we are working on the new membrane developments. So quite a few number of faculties are doing research on nanotechnology, particularly the advanced material development with the added functionalities. So here the nanoparticle synthesis, the green synthesis is one of the very important component. Targeted drug delivery using the nanoparticle, particularly, it is also a very important component where quite a few number of faculties are working. And nanoparticle impregnated drug delivery, that is also another subject where that particular drug component has been impregnated or encapsulated in the nanoparticle itself. And ultimately, we are working in the research direction towards that targeted drug delivery, which is very, very important, particularly for the treatment of cancer. You know that for the cancer, the targeted drug delivery, particularly with the objective to attack the cancer cell, that is very, very important. And in that particular direction also, some of our faculty members are working in that particular, or with that particular objective. Another very important area where our faculty members are working is the process intensification. Process intensification is a particular terminology where we can basically increase the efficiency of the equipment, and we can reduce the size, and simultaneously we can increase the capacity also. So basically we are quite a few number of faculties are working on process intensification. It may be absorption, it may be distillation, the conventional, the core chemical engineering process, it may be the membrane separation, because the membrane separation process is supposed to be a slow process, and sometimes it is limited by the concentration polarization, that is the deposition of the solute on the membrane surface. So in those particular aspects, the different modern tools or the technology for the process intensification is very, very important. Quite a few faculty members are working on surface modification. It may be any surface modification or the membrane surface modification, whatever it may be, with some particular objective to impart some added functionality or to just increase the strength of that particular material. So that is also very important. The coating. So a surface coating is also another aspect that to prevent the corrosion, how we can particular impart the coating on a particular metal surface so that the corrosion can be prevented. So anti-corrosion, so that is a particular subject area on which some of our faculty members are working. And there are some faculty members, particularly who are working on hydrogen energy, different types of the fuel cell, and with the more specific emphasis on heterogeneous catalysis, photo and electrocatalyst. So these are some of the subjects where some of the faculty members are working, bioreactor design or the advanced bioreactor design. So these are some of the areas where quite a few number of faculty members are working. Thin film composite development, it is under the advanced material. So there also quite a few number of faculty members are working. Electropolymer is another subject where quite a few number of faculty members are working. And modeling of the chemistry of tropospheric trace gas. There is one faculty member who is working on that particular aspects. She is having the ISRO projects also for that particular purpose. And obviously, quite a few number of faculty members are working on biodiesel, fuel additives, value-added specialty chemicals, engine performance, exhaust gas emission quality assessment, and advanced drying technology. So these are the freeze drying. So these are some of the areas, particularly where some of our faculty members are working, and our head of the department is also having specialization in that particular area. Though I don't want to name anybody, but since the head of the department is always the head of the department, so in that particular sense, it is always better to mention his field of specialization also. And obviously a very common topic where quite a few number of faculty members, or at least 7 to 8 faculty members are working, that is the waste valorization, effluent treatment plant, environmental remediation, environmental management, solid waste management. So these are some of the topics where quite a few number of faculty members are working, and on different approach. Particularly zero discharge concept is one of the very important area where some faculty members are working. Basically circular economy, that is known as nowadays a very particular common term which is being used, where there would not be any discharge. Nothing will come out from that particular industry, and everything, whatever it is being produced as a waste or byproduct, that will be used. Basically it is wealth from the West. So that is the concept based on which quite a few faculty members are using, are doing research on that particular area. 3R concept is a very important concept in the solid waste management, that is reduce, reuse and recycle. And these are the areas where quite a few number of faculties are working, particularly on the solid waste management, because there is a need for the solid waste disposal. So there is a lot of research, those are going on, how to utilize the solid waste, those are being generated, particularly in a city or metropolitan city. The tons of waste are being generated, and what to do with that particular waste apart from the landfilling or apart from the dumping. So here in the East Kolkata, you know that we are dumping that particular solid waste, and it is the day-to-day. The tons of the solid waste are being dumped there. So what to do with that particular solid waste? If we can produce some value-added components or some byproduct, that would be really beneficial, and quite a few number of faculty members are working on those particular subjects. So this is a very brief idea about the different topics on which our faculty members are working. And presently we are having 18 faculty members. I think I'm correct. 18 faculty members, including me. Obviously, I am also officially a faculty member of Chemical Engineering Department, but officially I'm on Lien because now I am at the post of Pro Vice Chancellor, as well as I am having a dual responsibility as the chairman or the president of West Bengal Council for Higher Secondary Education, which conducts the 12th level examination. So because of that, I am on lien from the Chemical Engineering Department, but I am part and parcel of the Chemical Engineering Department, and I feel somewhat bad that I am not being able to physically associate it too much with the arrangements of the centenary celebration because of my busy schedule, but I'm always mentally attached to the Chemical Engineering Department. I wish that the Chemical Engineering Department will go ahead in a very nice way in the future days also. So I wish a great success of this particular centenary celebration, and I wish all the best for the students, my dear students, and particularly I welcome all the delegates, and there are some batchmates of me also who has come here to deliver the lecture. So I welcome, and some students are also there who will deliver lectures here on their specialization particularly. So I welcome all of you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. And now it is over to Padma Bhushan, Dr. Mashalkar, and he will deliver the Acharya Prafullo Chandra Rai Memorial Lecture.
Thank you. Please support, yeah. Professor Charanjit Bhattacharya, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Rajat Chakrabarti, Head of the Chemical Engineering Department, Professor M.M. Sharma, my guru, guide, whatever I am is because of him. He's not only my guru, he's guru and Mahaguru for all of us. Very proud alumni that I see in the audience, distinguished faculty, students, and all of you who are joining in this grand celebration, the centenary celebration of a pioneering chemical engineering department that the nation is proud of, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my heartiest congratulations on this tremendous journey of a century. And what a remarkable journey it has been. And Professor Bhattacharya, you talked about the research that is being done, contemporary research, cutting-edge research that continues to be done in this department. Nation has great expectations from Jadavpur University. because we hold you in the highest esteem. I must begin by apologizing for my absence yesterday. And there was a reason for that. There is what is called as the Pune International Center. Like we have India International Center in Delhi. I happen to be its president. And we had this Asia Economic Dialogue. People have started calling it Davos of the East. So we had a large number of people from all around the world participating, and there was a valedictory function where Minister of Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal, gave the valedictory, and by virtue of my being the president, I had to preside over that function. So my deepest apologies that I could not come, but I was virtually present in terms of the recorded lecture that was given. But I had promised Professor Chakravarti that I'll make up for it by being here. In fact, I wanted to join you for dinner yesterday, but God proposes and Spice Jet disposes. So they delayed the flight by 2.5 hours and just couldn't meet you. My apologies. But fortunately, this morning I was able to greet you. So thank you very much for having me. I feel extremely privileged to give the Acharya P.C. Ray Memorial Lecture and paying my personal tribute to a great legend. He's of course known as Father of Chemistry, a luminary, was a scientist par excellence, a great teacher, a great educator, a great historian, a great philanthropist, and a great nationalist. We know that he was the founder of Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals, India's first pharmaceutical industry. And I would say in that sense, he was the father of Indian chemical industry. I mean, the incredible sort of a legend. There is one statement, I was just thinking about what should be my address. And I thought I must actually pick up something which was very close to his heart and speak on that. So I read a lot and I found a very interesting statement that was made by him. And he said, in Europe, industry and scientific pursuits have gone hand in hand, one helpful to the other. And the gigantic progress in industry achieved in Europe and US is the history of triumph of such partnership. I thought that is something that has been also close to my heart, because CSIR, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, actually typifies that. But more importantly, the statement that he makes about industry and scientific pursuits going hand in hand was the theme I thought I will pick it up. And therefore, the theme is synergizing scientific excellence and industrial relevance. Normally we say excellence is separate, relevance is separate. It's not necessary. And that's something I learned in UDCT, University Department of Chemical Technology, my alma mater. My Guruji is here. He has practiced it all his life. And that was my learning, which I carried forward. What I'm also going to do is talk about my personal journey. I like to refer to things based on what I learned from or what I failed and learned from my own sort of life, because that is more relatable, so as to say. So therefore, you will find that all that I'm going to say is just about my own journey, and it has been a long journey. There are 5 Mashelkar lessons, I would say, or lessons that Mashelkar has learned by his both success and failure, on which I am going to talk about. The first is, I have a strong belief that there is nothing like basic science and applied science. Only science and its application. The second is, don't just go for publish or perish. Patent, publish and prosper through industrial licensing is a way of a very purposeful and very profitable way of both industry as well as the institution. The third thing I've learned is deep diving into an industry challenge can lead to breakthroughs in basic science if you just observe very carefully. The fourth is deep science only can lead to globally competitive technology, all right? Because we have to stop reverse engineering, copying. We have to have science-led innovation, science-led startups, deep science-led startups. That's extremely important. And industry which is based on the foundation of breakthrough science. And the other one is students must solve problems that need to be solved rather than those that can be solved. And I will explain each one of these in the 45 minutes that have been given to me. My journey begins with NCL, National Chemical Laboratory. I remember in 1975, Dr. Naduma, who was then the Director General of CSIR, and I had a meeting in Savoy Hotel in London. I just had a telex message from Dr. Tilak, the then Director of NCL, go and meet him. He had not said why I should meet him. I was teaching in England, doing well. I went and met him, and he portrayed the dream of New India. I was barely 32, and he said, come back. You know, this is the time to help India establish, and I was working in polymer science, sort of a base, etc. And my challenge is that I don't think from here, I think from here. And I instantly said, yes, I'll come. And I remember coming back on a princely salary of 2,100 rupees at that time, and joined this great laboratory as a scientist. Now, as you enter this great laboratory, it says the purpose of this laboratory is to advance knowledge and to apply chemical science for the good of the people. I've never seen a more profound statement in my life. And actually, that drove the rest of the pursuit. The conditions in 1976 were very difficult, and particularly because there is a young students here. I want to tell you what the condition was. You can't believe it. Today, each one of you have a mobile, right? It used to take 6 years to get a telephone. And there used to be a puja and a party, by the way, when you got one. You can't believe that. I remember you had to register a scooter and to take some 5-6 years before you go. It was a different country altogether. Not $2,000 GDP per capita, but $100 GDP per capita. And then doing research under those conditions. This is Dr. Tilak. So I returned in 1976 and I was trained in rheology and non-Newtonian fluid mechanics. And I needed a Weisenberg rheogoniometer, model R18, I remember, to do sort of research in rheology. But I had to wait for 2 years because there was no foreign exchange, so digitally clearance, not manufactured in India certificate. So somehow or the other, that door was not opening. And I always tell students that you can keep on knocking on the doors. When they don't open, create your own door. So when I was not getting that equipment, I said, what is the only equipment God has given me? This. So I went into mathematical modeling and simulation. I changed the field. I opened a new door for myself. And the interesting part about that was that I was a consultant for Indian Organic Chemicals. They used to make polyester, PET in particular. And you know what was the capacity? It was a batch plant, 6,000 tons per year. Today, Reliance makes more than 6,000 tons per day. That was a different India. This is a different India. And the challenge that I found there was that their technologies were imported from Germany, and they were all black boxes. They did not know what was happening inside. So I had a deal with them. I said, I'll do the entire chain, right from trans-esterification to yeast interchange to pre-polymerization to polycondensation to spinning, whatever. Modeling, my PhD student will work on it. He will publish papers, and you can use that knowledge in order to improve the productivity, product quality, etc. And that was a deal that was basically struck. And the net result of that was Ravindranath, my student. He was a fantastic student. These were the series of papers that we wrote, one after the other, going from end to end, as you can see, semi-batch transistorification to continuous to semi-batch, pre-polymerization, etc., till the end. And this research led to some breakthrough papers. Like, for example, here you can see a paper in AICH journal, Finishing Stages of PET Synthesis, a comprehensive model. And this actually gave completely new insights in terms of what was happening in the polycondensation process. And there were anomalies, like when there are more side reactions, you have the rate of polymerization actually increasing rather than decreasing, because it's a reversible polycondensation and the driving forces change because of the changes of the interfacial conditions. And as a matter of fact, I remember Robert Secor was the chief technology officer of DuPont. He was the referee for the paper. And he told Bob Reed, the AICH journal editor, that you can disclose my comments to the authors. And these were his comments. We have been doing polycondensation of PET for all these years. This is the first time we understand what is happening in these reactors. There is a central point I want to make. You may be the world leader in technology, but somebody sitting in India, as a matter of fact, can have the intelligence to create insights which you don't have. And therefore, we must realize the power of mind. As my Guruji has taught me, it is not the power of budget that matters, it's the power of ideas that matters. I think here is a brilliant example. The world leader, and you are able to sort of go ahead of him. Now, the question that you will ask is, what kind of research was it? Was it scientific research? If yes, then how come industry improved its productivity and product quality? Was it industrial research? If yes, then how come Rabindranath got his PhD? If yes, then how come I got the Bhatnagar Prize, in fact, in 1982? And remember, for Bhatnagar Prize, you have to work for 5 years in India. 77, I started the work. 82, I got the Bhatnagar Prize. The point I'm trying to make, therefore, is that this distinction between scientific research and industrial research, all right, science and applied science, etc., is something that you should forget about. That is my first point. The second is that I took over as the director of NCL. This is the photograph on the first morning. As you can see, people were standing, in an auditorium of 540 capacity, there were something like 1,100, 1,200 people. I gave a speech there. At 9:30 I took over, 9 o'clock I took over, at 11 o'clock I addressed. That does not mean I thought for 2 hours. I had thought for 2 months on what I'm going to say. Then an interesting challenge, that any time NCL did something which was ahead of the rest of the world, Indian industry will not take it. They'll say, has Europe done it? Has US done it? Has Japan done it? If they're not, how can? So I said, forget about it. I go on fundamentals. What am I selling? Knowledge. What is my market? The global. So I said, let National Chemical Laboratory be International Chemical Laboratory. Why not? It looked audacious. I said we should be able to license our technologies even to the best multinationals in the world. And I took the name of General Electric. And I remember somebody came to me and said, do you realize that the budget of General Electric is 2.5 times India's R&D budget? I repeated what Guruji had said. It is not the power of budget, it's the power of idea matters. So there were two fundamental differences. It is not the power of budget, but the power of idea that matters. And therefore, the second lesson, don't just go for publish or perish, patent, publish and prosper. Because I can't license my technology out if I haven't got it patented, basically, all right? I can license it to a US company if there is no US patent, for example. And it was a bit audacious because in 39 years of NCL, there was not a single US patent. And here I was saying that I will license my US patent to the best multinationals in the world. Can you see the audacity? I think you have to have certain audacity. And that audacity was based on the trust I had in my scientists. They were great people like Sivaram, like Paul Ratnaswamy, World class, absolutely. It was on that strength that I had said this. And if you just see, actually, we sort of progressed. In fact, in the entire chain that we, as I said, transesterification, pre-polymerization, polycondensation, etc., PET, you use PET bottles. They are done by solid-state polycondensation, all right? And in that series, we had written a paper on solid-state polycondensation process. This was a polyethylene terephthalate. And I remember I was traveling with Dr. Sivaram in the flight. In fact, when my 80 years were celebrated, Guruji, you will remember he mentioned that I would leave business class and go and sit with him on Pune to Delhi flights. And it was a conversation during one of such flights. So I talked to him about PET. I said, that is done by solid-state polycondensation. Why not polycarbonate? Particularly in the presence of carbon dioxide, because it can have the plasticization effect and your mobility of chains above glass transition temperature can actually increase. He said, but if that was possible, GE would have done it. I said, maybe they didn't think about it. And we actually went and did that. And by that time, we had said that patent first and then publish, not the other way around. Not publish or perish, but patent, publish, and prosper. And we did that. And you can see the impact. NCS 3 US patents on polycarbonate were licensed to GE in 1994, around $1 million. You remember the statement that I had heard on the first day when I said, we will license to GE? And somebody had said, no, their budget is so much. No. And I had said, we'll take on GE. And that was possible. This was the first reverse transfer of technology from India, by the way. Otherwise, we are just... claps and smile don't cost anything. So when you want to give them in abundance, whenever you feel like. When you feel happy, you should clap. That's not. And that is a matter of pride, because we were beggars and borrowers, all right, like this. We started doing like this. I think that was an important history. Then that created strategic alliance between NCL and GE, and that operated for 10 years. And we had, during those 8 years, almost $15 million of licensing fee. And it also gave an opportunity for NCL scientists to get trained in world-class R&D management. And Jack Welch, when he came to know the chairman of GE, said, if they are so good, why are we not there? And there is a Jack Welch R&D center that came up. And that actually led basically to so many other centers. I mean, if you see, there are 1165 R&D centers, 928 MNCs, 323,000 scientists, engineers. Bangalore has displaced Tokyo as the most preferred R&D destination. And this was about moving from mere cost arbitrage to value arbitrage. That was the sort of transformation that was made. And I remember people call me, by the way, dangerous optimist. And I remember in 1995, I had given this talk, India's emergence as a global R&D platform, the new challenge and opportunities. And Dr. Manmohan Singh was then the finance minister, had actually chaired that. And of course, people said, oh, Mashelkar, don't believe him. He's a dangerous optimist. But I'm very happy to see that I was able to write in 2016 a paper which actually sort of showed that transformation. And this is something that is not recognized by us. This is a chart you will not have seen anywhere else. When Jack Welch was asked in an interview as to why are you here, he said, we get highest intellectual capital per dollar here. This is a chart which actually gives you the proof of that. So if you look at the kind of R&D spend and the publications that come out from India, for the same dollar, how much would you get? You can just see. If India is one, you have to spend $2 in UK, $4 in Australia, $5 in China, $6 in Germany, $7 in US, and $12 in Japan. Highest intellectual capital per dollar. Please realize India's strengths, by the way. Indian talent produces the highest intellectual capital per dollar. And that's why they're there now. If you see the rise of US patents from MNC R&D centers in India in a decade, it is just rising exponentially. Why are they here? India's IQ is being used for creating IP for them because they get so many folds more productivity. That is what I had meant in 1995 when I said India's emergence as a global R&D platform. It also tells you something else. What it also means is that, and this is my line to the government, that if you invest more, you will get more. As a matter of fact, the competitive advantage is so much. And that's why I feel sorry that our R&D spend in 1998 was 0.7% of GDP. And in 2023 also, it is 0.7% of GDP. Can we just imagine raising that will make such a difference for India? Anyway, that's a lesson. So the point I'm trying to make is this particular idea of reverse transfer of technology, patenting, etc., what a dramatic shift it had made as well. The third point is deep diving into an industry challenge can lead to breakthroughs in basic science. Just see this. You know, I was fortunate to be asked to give the 9th P.V. Dankwards Memorial Lecture in London. And the title of my talk was Seamless Chemical Engineering Science. Those of you who heard my recorded talk yesterday, I talked about the next-gen chemical engineers and talked about borderless chemical engineers. This is the same theme, by the way. And I remember I was also on the Chemical Engineering Science editorial board, and Bob Brown, the head of the Chemical Engineering department, was a member of that board. And in that, I had talked in terms of how the borders between engineering and science are disappearing, and therefore, as far as new ways of doing research is concerned, what are going to be the changes that are going to sort of take place? And he was so fascinated by that that he created a 2-day meeting in MIT where some of the world's leading players like Bob Landell from MIT and Showalter from Princeton and a whole range of things people had gathered together. Now, by that time, I had started some work on what are called as stimuli-responsive gels. And these are very interesting gels, by the way, where you can see in the middle, this is a specific gel, poly and tertiary butyracrylamide, which is copolymerized with polyacrylide methyl polyacryl sulfone. And you can see that in the middle, the gel is shown at 12 degrees centigrade. And if you just reduce the temperature by 1 degree, it swells. But if you increase the temperature at 13 degree, it collapses. So this is called volume phase transition, by the way. And we are working on that. And I got an invitation in Boston when I was going to speak there. This is a company called Gel Science and Technology. They invited me to do a 1-day consultancy. So I spent time with them, and they had an interesting challenge. You know, when you look at our foot, for example, there is a variation from tip to toe, all right? And the challenge for them was to design a smart soft gel that can conform to the shape of the foot, thereby proving sort of relief. And the temperature variations in diabetic feet can be 5 to 6 degrees centigrade. So they asked me, can gel sense temperature difference of 5 to 6 degrees and change shape accordingly? You understand what I'm talking about. I showed to you, it collapses by 1 degree, it expands by 1 degree. Lower critical solution temperature. So can you design it? That means, can you create a molecular composition by which you can pinpoint 11 degree, 11.5 degree, 12 degree, 13 degree, 14 degree, and so on and so forth. That's what they meant. But by that time, what had happened was that breakthrough on volume phase transition was by Tanaka from MIT, and he had created some empirical model. And therefore, when you have an empirical model, you can't force fit and sort of do some prediction. You have to get at a molecular level. And I remember coming back, and by that time, a genius of a chemical engineering scientist, Ashish Lele, had joined. He's now the director of National Chemical Laboratory, and he was trained in statistical thermodynamics. And I remember I posed that particular problem to him, and he came out with a solution along with our students, as you can see. And this was a pioneering breakthrough paper that we wrote on thermodynamics of hydrogen-bonded polymer gel systems in chemical engineering science, where for the first time, you can see the lattice fluid hydrogen bonding model. Hydrogen bonding was explicitly taken into account, and also the hydrophobic phobicity were sort of introduced for the first time, replacing the empirical modifications of Fleury-Huggins theory. And what came out was that you can see that we were fairly accurate in terms of prediction, because you can see the actual swelling capacity versus temperature and the transition, and the experimental data and the theoretical prediction match. But in the theory, if you do not put an absence, you don't put a temperature-dependent hydrophobicity term, you have no transition. If you don't put hydrogen bonding, there is no transition. It is a balance of hydrophobicity and hydrophilicity that actually matters in creating the transition. That was the insight that we got. And in fact, we had done this by creating a copolymer with the hydrophobic and hydrophilic part. And as you can quite clearly see, that when it is totally, see it here, you have to see the curve. You can see the transition where the hydrophobic and hydrophilic part are present in 10:1 ratio. The vertical line that you see, that is both present. But if you drop any one of them, that means completely hydrophilic or completely hydrophobic, you get the horizontal lines. That means there is no transition. So for the first time, we are able to get handle on balancing hydrophilicity and hydrophobicity. And then, of course, this work got extended. Not only it was the molecular level prediction, design, and the rest of it. And there were lots of breakthroughs that came up. I'm very fond of the word first. I don't like to see Indian science following. I like to see Indian science leading. And the word first is very close to my heart. Not among the first, but first. And we're very happy that we had such wonderful students, and with Ashish Lele, Shaini, Varghese, and so on. We had the first discovery of self-healing, first discovery of self-organization, first discovery of biomimicking switching hydrogels with enzyme-like activity, which we published in Proceedings of Royal Society. First molecular level mechanistic interpretation of stimulus response. First creation of a magic molecule, A6-ACA. I will talk about that, acrylyl 6-amino caproic acid, which has found applications in amazing range of fields. They say in science only two people are remembered. Those who say the first word in science, or those who say the last word in science. I think Indian science must move more on that. And for that, I won this, the highest science prize that is given by the World Academy of Science. And thank you very much. And you can see the citation here for his seminal contributions in mechanistic analysis, synthesis, and applications of novel stimuli-responsive polymers. And therefore, this putting life into gels, sensitivity was known, shape memory was known, mobility was known, but self-organization, self-healing, enzyme-like activity was discovered for the first time in NCL. And you can see this self-healing. Can you see coconut-like structure? And then on the other side, the pseudophores. But in between, there is this acrylyl 6-amino caproic acid gel, which can form spontaneously a coconut-like structure. All right, so you take a cylinder, dip it in hydrochloric acid, and it starts changing spontaneously and becomes a coconut-like structure. And then we can reverse it also, by the way, by going into an alkaline medium. In fact, nature had called it Indian rope trick. And this was a kind of a breakthrough. And of course, here, this was a breakthrough paper, self-healing of biomimetic smart gels. And you can see these two gel pieces, they are brought together and see in an instant, within a fraction of a second, they attach to each other. This became a big paper in Proceedings of National Academy of Science. And despite repeated staging, the hydrogel remained strongly attached. It was just like a magic. And I won't have time to get into the science of it, but I can tell you that we found, as a matter of fact, when we were trying to balance the hydrophilicity and hydrophobicity by creating copolymers, the hydrophobicity was managed by changing the methylene side groups. And you can quite clearly see here that if it was 1 methylene, it did not heal. 3 did not heal. 5, there was a strong healing. 7 and 10, weak or no healing. So there was some magic about 5-methylene, acrylyl 6-aminocaproic acid. And this was called A6-ACA. And that created waves globally in stem cell engineering, in biomineralization, in oil well drilling, in enteric implants. It's incredible. I like to see something that happens in India which creates waves around the world. Not when they do something and then we start copying it. Just see stem cell engineering, promoting cell adhesion. This was work done in University of California, San Diego. You can see that cells adhere and spread best on A6-ACA compared to matrix containing fewer or higher methylene. There is some magic about that hydrophilic, hydrophobic balance, as you can see here. All right. Then, for example, superior matrices for oestrogenic differentiation, hydrogel biomineralization. There was, again, a great breakthrough here. Look at oil well drilling, for example. There is this challenge of loss of circulation fluids in drilling wells, a common problem in oil exploration. And many materials such as inorganic polymeric suspensions are used to divert fluid. And the crux of this invention was introduce suspension of these A6-ACA hydrogel particles. Upon lowering pH, there is instant agglomeration, there is sort of interpugging. And as soon as the pH goes higher, there is desegregation and unplugging. So can you just imagine the magic of plugging and unplugging being driven by our material? This was Halliburton patent that they took. High pH, it's like this. At low pH, they aggregate. High pH, again, and this goes. We would have never imagined that this magical molecule will create this industrial impact. And the last one that I'm very proud, Bob Langer, MIT group, actually, they had this challenge about entering implants. And what was the challenge? The gastric retentive devices must have facile delivery, prolonged gastric retention, and complete safety profile. And their existing enteric polymers were rigid and brittle. And there was no device for combining enteric plus elastic properties to deliver critical performance. And they were looking all over on what material we could have. So the solution that they had was creating a pH-responsive supramolecular gel with elastomeric properties, which will be stable in acidic conditions, gastric pH of 3, but dissolve in alkaline conditions. And they found that A6-ACA produces winning EE candidate. In my life, some statements that come for Indian science have pleased me enormously. And this, Guruji, this particular statement is the one that has pleased me the most. It says, can you just move so that my Guruji can see the slide? Please move, yeah. This is what they have said. Although there have been extensive studies and commercial examples of gastric retentive devices since the 1970s, this manuscript presents the first demonstration of both extremely prolonged gastric retention and safe gastrointestinal passage with the help of this innovative combination of elastic and enteric properties contained in one material. Imagine in a laboratory in NCL, some of our PhD students did something which MIT, mighty Bob Langer, said this is the first time we could do it. I want Indian science to do that more and more. Not when something is done in MIT and then we keep on doing derivative research. It has to be the other way around. We have to basically lead, and that is possible. That is possible. The other mantras is deep science will only lead to globally competitive technology. That's extremely important. You know, we are reverse engineering, we are copying, import substituting. Arey chodo. We have to be ahead of the rest of the world. And when we do development, when we do technology, it has to be based on cutting edge science for the first time. So we created this NIMITLI program, New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative program, in year 2000. What was it about? If you look at the charts very carefully, you will see on the left-hand side, if you plot technology certainty versus market certainty, India operated always where markets were certain and technology was certain. Markets were certain because you could produce something and make money immediately. Technology was certain because you could copy. So safe. We said no. We must move into areas where technologies were uncertain and markets were uncertain. All right? We create our own markets. We create our own technologies. That means risk-taking. Now, how do we take risk? Somebody has to pay for it. So I remember, I don't mind telling you a story. 18 February, I remember 2000, I got a call from Yashwant Sinha, Mr. Yashwant Sinha, who was the finance minister, and said, Mashelkar, the first year of the new millennium, I want to say something by which Indian scientific community will be excited. So I said, sir, how much time do I have? He said, 30 minutes. Normally in Delhi, you get 30 minutes. And I remember calling my personal secretary and dictating New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative. Leadership was in capital. Leadership was in capital, okay? And I said that we have to take risk and government has to put in money. We'll create public-private partnership, but we'll create something by which India will lead and what difference it will make. And he liked it, and I got a call from his secretary within 1 hour or so saying that FM loves it. The only thing he asked was how much. I had not thought of a number, but our technology development board was putting in 50 crore. So I said, why not on gambling 50 crore? When you are doing something new, you are gambling, isn't it? You are likely to fail. And he agreed. And then I was asked to write 4 or 5 lines, which he read out in the parliament, by the way. Dr. Murli Manoj Joshi was Minister of Science and Technology. I had no idea. It was a deal between FM and me. Planning Commission had no idea who writes the check, basically. It was just announced and we got it done. I always say talent, technology and trust. We must have trust based on which this particular program was created. And you can just see everybody now talks about net zero and therefore green hydrogen and therefore fuel cells. You can see in 2002, 20 years ago, 21 years ago, we started a program on hydrogen. And I must again thank my Guruji. He was the one who guided us all through. And Dr. Ashish Lele, this genius, actually led this particular program. And you can see this program on PM fuel cells. You can see the partnership between the labs as well as industry. And this hydrogen to electricity PM fuel cells, efficient, reliable, clean, silent, etc., and fuel flexibility. The challenge was technology was guarded. Remember 2002, all right? 21 years ago. High capex, hydrogen infrastructure and cost, etc. This is the representation of a fuel cell stack. We started reducing. The issue about India is always affordable excellence. We do cutting edge at the least cost, and you can see how with the imported components, what cost was, indigenized components, how it came down, and with improved performance, how it could go further. And the important part was exceeding global benchmarks. We always talk about best practice. What is best practice? Copying somebody's best practice. Are chodo. You have to go ahead of them. And here you can see he created bipolar press which exceeded sort of global benchmarks in terms of electrical resistivity as well as thermal conductivity. How do we go ahead of them? That's what you have to look at. And just see 25 patents and 85 papers, 11 PhDs, and the kind of scientific breakthroughs with strong IPR protection. That's what we should be doing. That's what I mean by scientific excellence as well as industrial relevance going together. Papers and patents going together. And first ever multifunctional electrodes for enhanced performance. And just see the publications that came out of that. And first ever PIL membranes for enhanced proton conductivity. Breakthrough patents, 200% better performance. And now, of course, we have moved way forward. On 15 December 2021, this fuel cell bus was launched. And I'm very happy to say, this is a different one, of course, not connected with what I was saying you on the PM FSS. Affordable excellence. The fuel cell technology would cost around $400 per kilowatt compared to $1,000 to $1,200 per kilowatt. The components, by the way, because normally we get stuck by having to get some component from China. All right, here there is no challenge on that because we are talking in terms of 95% of the component from India. All right, yesterday I mentioned to Mr. Piyush Goyal about this in the valedictory because Mr. Ravi Pandit, by the way, Ashish Lele, the hero, is on the left, as you can quite clearly see. And I told him that we have done the job of a technology, now policy, government policy, so that this breakthrough actually becomes one where we can basically lead. So I have done my 4 lessons. I think the 5th lesson is solve problems that need to be solved rather than those that can be solved. And I'll give you an example. I've been Sir Louis Matheson Distinguished Visiting Professor at Monash University for the last 15 years. And the idea of unique IIT Bombay Monash Research Academy was born during my visit. And I've been the chairman and for 9 years now and earlier vice chairman. And this is where it basically stands, that 198 PhDs now is 200 PhDs, by the way, that we work together. What is special about this academy? Rather than solving problems that can be solved, academy doctors to solve problems that need to be solved. These are our industrial partners, 20. For each one of them, we look at the challenge that they are facing in moving forward in their technology, the deep science, and do that. And therefore, you have this algae, for example, as a chassis that can produce molecules of interest in biofuel. And algae to oil is something that is one of the pathways one is looking at. So here is algae, here is the sun, here is carbon dioxide, here are nutrients, here is water, and the photosynthesis. The challenge is taking up a photon and converting into proton. There is a deep science. That Reliance was incapable of doing, that deep science. All right? We said that should be done in the academy and just sponsored 3 PhD students on looking at that. And this is the Reliance's algae to oil demo facility near Jamnagar. This is the world's largest. And you can just see what difference it has made. The PhDs related to algae biology contributed to Reliance algae to oil project. Lipid synthesis, the detailed analysis of lipid synthesis pathway during the PhD work gave new insights, and that was used for scaling up. Live gene expression. Several tools for expression of multiple genes during algae growth were studied during PhD. These tools have been applied in several omics studies. And finally, contamination control, because it's an open system. So biggest challenge to grow algae outdoors is the presence of several contaminants. So the PhD work actually showed how to anticipate the presence of contamination and keep it below the threshold. Otherwise, it would not have been stabilized. Can you just imagine 3 PhD students cost nothing? basically, created sort of a viable algae oil, the best productivity in the world today. That's the point I'm trying to make. That is because those students took up problems that need to be solved, rather than continuing with what they had done in Max Planck Institute while they were doing their postdoctoral, their supervisors. This is the change that one has to look at. So these are the Fayu Mashelkar lessons, I would say, based on whatever I learned. I like to end by having a puzzle for you. This is my penultimate slide. You know, after Nobel Prize, one of the highest global recognition in science is election as Fellow of Royal Society, right? And at induction, the FRS signs in the same book as Isaac Newton did in 1672. The same way, by the way, ink pot and ink, and then not ball pen. You have to sign, you have to practice and all that, etc. It's a great honor. And in 360 years of the history of Royal Society, only 3 engineering scientists from India have been elected so far. And 2 of them are alive today. And it's a matter of pride for Indian chemical engineering profession as we celebrate the glorious 100-year history of Cambridge at Jadavpur that both these living FRSs are chemical engineers. And both of them combine scientific excellence with industrial relevance. And both of them are present today in audience. You know who are they? These are the 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Totally illuminating. And the word that often came up was magic. And truly, perhaps of all the sciences, chemistry, and hence chemical engineering as its application, is a science which has magic in it. In Bangla, we call chemistry Roshayon. This Rosh is, of course, not the juice that we associate with Rasgulla, but the traditional Indian aesthetic concept of the rasa. And in Bengali, it would mean the journey of the rasa. Roshayon, Rosher Jatra, or the journey of rasa. Hence, long live the possibilities of magic in chemistry and chemical engineering. Thank you, sir. And now, may we request Mr. Shubhajit Bose, Executive Director, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, ONGC. And he is, of course, our alumnus in the years 1985 to 89. So may we request you, sir, for the keynote address. The only request to all subsequent speakers is to keep their address within the allotted time that is given to them, because we are already running behind time. Please welcome Mr. Shubhajit Bose.
Very good morning. It's really a great honor, and I am humbled to speak after Dr. Mashelkar, a legend in chemical engineering. My dear delegates, friends, the students, again a very warm good morning to all of you. Well, let me tell a brief about myself. I was a student of this college in chemical engineering department from 1985 to 1989. And then after a brief stint in one company, I joined oil and gas industries, and I am working for more than 33 years in Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. So it's a long journey in a field which I now say is at the focus of everyone for some other reason. We are the producer of fossil fuel. Now, fossil fuel means it's doing a sort of a crime. We are polluting the very climate. And there is this a paradox. We are producer of the cheapest source of energy, and at the same time, we are destroying the climate. So my honest confession is, if there is a green activist here, he will first shoot me before I start giving this lecture. Carbon and oxygen, the two basic building blocks. Carbon is the basic building block of life. Oxygen is providing support to life. But when they meet together and when it is in excess, it creates havoc. Can I have my presentation, please? So my topic is future of oil and gas and chasing low carbon intensity barrel responsibly. Is there a low carbon intensity barrel? Barrels will produce same amount of carbon. So our job is to how to take out carbon from the atmosphere. So that is the challenge. World has been discussing since long about the future of fossil fuel. And in COP26 and COP27, the great concern was expressed, and at the same time, great expectations also. Now, working with this industry for a very long time, I can tell you one thing for sure, and that is confirmed that fossil fuel is not going to go away very soon. By all estimate, by all agencies, the fossil fuel will remain dominating the energy scenario till 2050 and beyond. Globally, the share of fossil fuels, globally I am telling, will be 77% in 2050. And even if the big push for the renewables, it will only occupy around 20%. And the rest nuclear, etc. will be the rest 3%. So sharing this data, what I am trying to say is that both the things are equally important now. We have to produce fossil fuel, and at the same time, the climatic concern will remain the prime. It must be always remembered that during the development of the industrial revolution, the basic factor was the fossil fuel. Oil and gas was the key in the industrial revolution, and it will continue to do so for many more years to come. Why? Because of the three reasons. First, it is having an obvious cost advantage. Second, it is having the highest energy intensity. And third, it is reliable. The renewables still now have not come to meet or beat fossil fuels in this. The other factor which will continue for the fossil fuel is there is already a huge investment had been done in the oil and gas sector, and it has having a business repercussions. So no matter how you take it, oil and gas sector will continue. Let us see that how the fossil fuel industry is standing now in respect of India. In India, we are having a huge dependence on imported fuel. At present, we are importing 83% of our oil requirement and around 45% of our, 45% of our natural gas requirement. And we are paying an import bill of $119 billion. If I convert it to rupees, it is more than 9,20,000 crore rupees per year. And if I see the future, that is now, FY22, the energy demand in India is anticipated to grow at the fastest pace in the world among all developing countries. Our primary energy demand will rise to 1,123 million tons of oil equivalent, nearly double as it is today by 2040, when our GDP will reach $8.6 trillion. By 2040, India will still be having dominated by the fossil fuels. The coal, gas, and oil will still continue to dominate around 62% of the market share. Some of the other mind-boggling numbers. Presently, we are using 4.9 million barrels per day. It will increase to 10 million barrels per day. In 2021, our total oil requirement was 201 million ton per annum. It will shoot up to 500 million ton per annum in 2040. Similarly, gas, which is presently, our consumption is around 174 million cubic meter per day, it will increase up to 550 million cubic meter per day by 2030. Net dependence of imported oil will be more than 90% in 2040. Gas import will be 4 times to 60%. An annual import bill will shoot up to almost 3 times. These are the very scary things, right? But this is the reality. So, oil and gas will continue to dominate the energy market. That means we have to produce more. Our government is telling that we have to improve the domestic production. This is one side of the story. So we cannot just look away from oil and gas and say that no, these are dirty fuels and we cannot use it. But the most important thing is the climate concerns. The climate concern is, as you all know, that it produces carbon dioxide. And with the increased use of fossil fuels, we must remember that it should be consistent with the third pillar of sustainable development as defined by United Nations. That means protection of the environment. Let me come back to this slide and see that what a paradox. You have to produce and use more oil, and at the same time, you have to reduce the carbon dioxide emission by 3.4 billion gigaton of CO2 equivalent by 2040. The purpose, as defined in COP 26 and 27, we have to reduce the global warming by, we have to limit the global warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius, and we have to reduce greenhouse gas emission. So this is a continuous process. So year on year basis, our demand will increase, our CO2 liberation will increase, but the emission we have to reduce. That means we have to capture carbon dioxide. That means our barrels will have lesser carbon intensity. It should have a lesser CO2 footprint. Now, how much we are polluting? How much this fuel gas sector is polluting? Huge. We are directly and indirectly giving 42% of global greenhouse emission. It's a shame, isn't it? 9% is scenario 1 and scenario 2, scope 1 and scope 2 emission. That means that is internal to the industry. Scope 1 emission is because of some leakage. It is not directly carbon dioxide, it is other greenhouse gas like methane. Scope 2 is for your internal operation. Generate power. We generate power, we use gas, we use oil, and that is scope 2 emission. Scope 3 is beyond the scope of the industry. It is after the fuel goes to some other place and what they use. So scope 1 and scope 2 emissions are inside the operation, and 9% of this 42 is scope 1 and scope 2, and 33% is scope 3. Now, in this greenhouse gas emission, 30% is CO2 emission, and 62% is non-CO2. Now, this is interesting, and this is where, this particular area is where chemical engineering fraternity can do a lot in carbon dioxide mitigation. So, let us now see that what are the methods by which we can decarbonize. As I said, scope 1 and scope 2 are within industry's limit. And scope 3 is obviously how we can go to the renewables and all. Now, one of the method of obvious CO2 mitigation is carbon sequestering, natural method. Means you offset the emissions through natural carbon sinks, like oceans, plants, forest, and soil. As of now, it is around 2.4 billion tons of CO2, which is being consumed by the natural sequestering. Now, what we can do more? Obviously, more plantation. And how we can do? You can see that a global energy major, ENI, they have announced programs to plant 20 million acres of land in Africa to serve as a carbon sink. Similarly, in India, efforts are on the way to construct carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons through afforestation by 2030. Now, Indian government aims to restore 26 million hectares of degraded land, which will lead to the carbon sequestration. So industry is already engaged in this. And they are trying, because this is the easiest method. But this will not remove huge amount of carbon. That is also true. Now, what else? What industry can do? Industry can do a lot. And this is where I feel the chemical engineering can do a lot. A few minutes back, Dr. Mashalkar was telling this thing that we have to solve the problem as per the need. Improving energy efficiency, this is a need. Any industry does not run at the full efficiency. We don't take out, we don't do the energy optimization to the fullest. Obsolescence and redundancies should be removed. And new technologies, you recover your waste heat, you recover your energy. That will also give to lesser carbon footprint. Then electrification. Now, electrification is a very interesting subject. What is happening in the Europe and North Sea is, now their offshore plants they are now slowly reducing captive generation in offshore. They are supplying power from the land. Why? Because they are generating green power and they are reducing net carbon footprint. India has a long, long way to go. We are still at the nascent stage. We are only generating around 174 gigawatt of solar power now. I went to Norway. They are 95% of their power is hydel. And it is so nice to see that now they are actually powering their remote offshore platforms through power from shore. The most interesting and the most challenging is the next one, CCUS, carbon capture, utilization and storage. Now we have to capture carbon, then you have to take it somewhere and then put it back into the reservoir underground somewhere. The first CCUS plant is coming in Norway. It is a company called Northern Lights. They will store the carbon there, and then they will inject it into a saline aquifer in North Sea, not into the oil field. There are other programs that are going on for injecting the carbon into the oil reservoir to enhance oil recovery. But you'll be surprised, what is the cost of this carbon capture? It is $58 per ton. As ONGC is doing a joint venture with IOC, it is coming out to be $58 per ton. It is prohibitive. Nobody can sustain such a high cost. And to sustain this, oil price should be $150 a barrel, which is not possible. The economic will sink at $150 a barrel. So this is where the CCUS is very promising. And by 2030, overall, we'll be actually capturing around 200 million ton of carbon dioxide. But you know the number, how much carbon dioxide is being emitted per year? It is between 33 to 35 billion tons. So 33 to 35 billion tons, and we will be only capturing around 200 to 300 million tons. Long way to go. Now, obviously, if we use gas is a better fuel, cleaner fuel. Obviously, shifting to gas is better. Indian government has already announced that we will be utilizing 15% of the gas. Right now, we are using around 6% is our gas fuel. And that will be having, gas is having advantage. It is 40% less pollutant than coal and 20% lesser than oil. And obviously the biofuels, you all know it. Now these are the areas where, when I see the students at the back, these are the areas where you people are having tremendous opportunity to grow, to do research. We are talking about alternate fuels. I did not touch about the alternate fuels, yes. The change of fuel to green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and ammonia. You all know it. Dr. Mashalkar had just now said. But the only thing is that price. Industry will change to anything when the cost will come down. Industry will change to CCUS when the cost will come down. Industry will change to hydrogen if the cost comes down. But it is still very prohibitive. It is still more than double the cost of conventional source of power. So we have to change. We have to research. We have to find out the solution for the industry. Another very interesting area is ammonia, production of green ammonia from the green power. Only one plant in the world in USA as of now. But everybody, including ONGC is now actually investing around 25,000 crore to have 5 gigawatt of solar power. And from the 5 gigawatt of solar power, we'll have green hydrogen also. And we'll also, in collaboration with another company, to make ammonia. Coming to the other part, coming to the non-CO2 related emission, this is an easier area to mitigate, but it is happening. It is happening in a big way. Fugitive emissions. There is a leakage. Methane is a very dangerous greenhouse gas. It is more dangerous than carbon dioxide, and methane is escaping everywhere in all industries, and it is invisible, and it is very light. Now we have fugitive detection cameras, and you'll be surprised to see that when we have used it, you will see that many places where your gas detector cannot sense, you can see the gas actually evolving from your valve stem, from the flanges, from your compressor body, from the pump. This all can be mitigated with the use of technology. You can have double mechanical seal of pump, on pump. You can use dry gas seals in compressors, carbon packing ring sets on valve stems. So there are solutions, but we have to find it, and you have to understand really the criticality of these emissions. The other thing is the flaring. Now, flaring contributes to 8% of greenhouse gas emission. That is also a very big quantity. World actually flares 144 billion cubic meter. 144 billion cubic meter. India's total production of gas is around 60 billion cubic meter. Now, that much gas, if the carbon dioxide is generated from 144 billion cubic meter of gas, is 400 million tons. So, if we can stop flaring, and I believe that the industry knows, all the industry have a zero flaring project, but apart from the technical flaring, every industry flares a huge amount, so that non-routine flaring is to be stopped. It is a crime. It is a loss of your hydrocarbon, and you are liberating carbon dioxide. So what is to be done? It is only the reliability of your equipment. It has to work all the time. There should not be unnecessary trippings, and there are other methods. Conversion, see, here we say something called technical flaring. That means it is such a low pressure, you cannot use it. But there are technology available now. You can convert that methane to methanol. Now, methane to methanol is not a new concept. Methane to methanol is a very old concept. There are plants, there are big plants. But there are no small plants. Nobody had scaled down. What we do always, we have a pilot plant and then we scale up and go to the industry. Industry has a problem. All the plants are big. You have to scale down and make a mini plant of 25 tons per day, of 50 tons per day. And I am proud to say that ONGC is starting a joint venture where we will utilize these methane gas to convert to methanol. Methanol has unlimited usage. You can convert to anything. So my dear friends, oil and gas sector is significantly engaged towards the climatic commitment. And with every day new technology is coming, and it is the role of the chemical engineers to actually get these things done. You do research, you come out with a solution for the industry. Now, challenges, as I already said, it is doable. It is doable, there is no doubt about it. But what is required is the technical, financial, and operational strength. Very fortunately, the oil industry has all because of the very high oil price. They make astronomical profit. But what they don't have is that the thrust. Why the thrust is missing? Thrust is missing is only because that nobody is penalizing. Unless otherwise somebody penalizes you, you are not bound to do something which is cost intensive. So a prudence and diligence is the need of the hour. And what is the three main component? One is 3 C's: cost, commitment, and compliance. Cost is not on the industry side now. Cost is very prohibitive for all the mitigation measures, like I am saying, whether it is CCUS, whether it is green hydrogen, you have to pay a lot. So it has to be economically feasible. And then the commitment. The commitment is, see the paradox here, that this is balancing the mandate of increasing your oil production and then reducing your greenhouse gas emission. Very, very funny, actually, proposition to the industry. So they are pressed for both. Now, many of the companies, many of the oil majors are heavily investing in renewables. They don't call themselves no more an oil company. They said we are energy company. Total has become Total Energy. There was a company called Statoil. To remove that guilt of oil from its name, Statoil has changed its name to Equinor. So these are the changes which industry is doing, but this commitment should be genuine, and commitment should have analyzed all the physical and transition risk. These risks are regulatory, market, investors, and stakeholders. So this scenario analysis to be done, and it requires understanding of the current and future value chains and of emissions. The next big challenge is the compliance. I have committed, but I may not comply. Now, government is coming up with new policies and community expectations are changing. They are becoming more and more concerned, and rightly so. So we must analyze these policies and statutes comprehensively, and we must see that we are not going for any false solutions. Approach has to be candid. And progressing for the transition, industry must address true impacts on current and future infrastructure and operation. This has to be done, and industry is bound to do it. Now, a very interesting thing in this, in the oil and gas sector, that is the challenge of human resources. This oil industry had flourished. It started in 60s and 70s, and it flourished in the 80s and 90s. And now it is the time for the big crew change. All the experience and skill that was associated with this industry are leaving. So there is a huge skill gap. And 50%, and this is global, this is not Indian. Every company is facing this big crew change. We are losing very experienced skill set, and there is a skill gap of 15 to 20 years. The other problem which is having is that this industry is not attracting young professionals. So the skill refocus has to be done by the industry, and they have to make best use of existing resources while also factoring the new candidate attraction from emerging generation. We are making effort to make itself attractive to the younger engineers. So a huge opportunity lies ahead of you, the students, the research scholars, and even for the faculties. Now coming to the, I'm concluding shortly. So the latest catchword is the energy trilemma. Energy trilemma is three parts. One is energy equity. Energy equity means for a poor country like us, energy should be affordable to everybody. The second thing, which I am discussed so far, environmental sustainability. And third part is the energy security. Now, all these things should be ensured. Energy should be provided to everybody without harming the nature and being affordable to all. Now, this is where we all should work together, and this is where academia should actually come and have collaboration with the industry to make this energy trilemma really, really feasible. This energy transition is a process where oil and gas industry needs chemical and process engineering wisdom. Chemical engineering discipline has to shake hands with the industry. We need you. We need your wisdom. We need your research to make our industry cleaner, greener, and at the same time, we have to produce more and more barrels for the country and to make everybody's life more secure. Before I conclude, I have to reiterate the things which I have told so far. Fossil fuels are here to stay, and for many, many more decades. And climatic concerns necessitates greening of our pursuits and providing technological solution for low carbon intensity barrel. Concurrent tasks, but though tough and challenging, it is doable. And for our alumni and for our alma mater serving this industry since decades, task is pretty cut out. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shubhajit Bose. And now we are going to break for tea. Everyone is requested to come back in 10 minutes and we will commence with Odhip Palchoudhury's address. Thank you. Friends to come into. Maybe some more people. Right. So people are coming in. That's a hopeful sign. And as you all know, that this is going to be a keynote lecture by Odhip Pal Chaudhuri. And he is going to talk about packaging and logistics for the chemical industry. Can we request Mr. Odhip Pal Chaudhuri to kindly come up? And may I request Dr. Ratna Dotto, Assistant Professor of the Chemical Engineering Department, to felicitate Associate Professor of the Chemical Engineering Department, to felicitate Mr. Pal Chaudhuri. Dr. Ratna Dotto, Associate Professor of the Chemical Engineering Department, to felicitate Sri Odhip Pal Chaudhuri. Thank you so much. Mr. Odhip Pal Chaudhuri, the stage is yours.
Hand mic would be very nice. Hello. So, very good afternoon to the members who are already in the auditorium. And I'm hoping more people would join in from the pleasures that they're having outside, which is basically a cup of coffee after a very tough fight, because there's a huge queue out there. So I can understand the fact that it's taking time to fill up the auditorium. So this session is about role of logistics and packaging in chemical industry. And I thought that it might be apt, since I'm in a university, to start off with this picture, which is of course from the movie. Anybody in the audience? Three Idiots, yes, thank you very much. And it's Rancho and Farhan and Raju, while they were doing, I suppose, the song All Is Well in the drum. So the context is not Farhan, Raju and Rancho, but it is a drum, which is a packaging material for bulk chemicals, and that is something that will get touched upon. Having said that, it's also a university, and I'm sure that there'll be students who are inventive, professors who are just like virus in that movie, and this could be an opportunity for them to break free in this particular overall, I would say, event. It's a great occasion to be out here. Centenary celebration for this university, for this department, I should say, because it has, I think, preceded the university. So many congratulations to the students, the faculty, the alumni, and while, of course, Professor Mashelkar as well as Professor M.M. Sharma have left the audience, it has been an absolute privilege and honor to be in the same room itself with two Padma Vibhushans. And I'm sure the university and the alumni and the students out here are taking great pride in this particular occasion. So let me get going with my session, which should be around 15-20 minutes. Let's see. So I'm going to run a small video.
He moves his bulk honey around New Zealand and the world. Although his usual drums do the job, he wonders if there is a better alternative. He wants a professional look and functionality that may help him boost his revenue. He wants to portray quality and show his honey is the best in the world. He knows first impressions count. He's heard about the advantages of open-top drums, but has never seen them available. He knows open-top drums are preferred in Europe, the USA, and other large honey markets important to New Zealand. He heard that Global Honey Corp has teamed up with Balmalori and is the Australasian agent. Balmalori has the latest in drum manufacturing technology and is a global leader in sustainability and environmental responsibility. These drums sound like the solution Chris has been looking for, and, surprisingly, at a price he can afford. The features are incredible. They have a twin bung and open-top locking ring combined with triple security options. This offers honey handlers easier filling and emptying options, which minimizes waste. After talking to GHC, he has also discovered that these drums use heavier gauge CRCA steel. Because they are 18 kilogram W-bead corrugated, these drums have extra strength to stack with confidence. With UN, FDA and EU approval, these drums have the latest technology in epoxy coatings that effortlessly meet the strict global demand for food safety. With the vibrant colour of yellow and the distinguishable label of pure New Zealand honey, these drums will get noticed anywhere they travel. Global Honey Corp Pure New Zealand Honey Drums.
So this one, as you saw, is an advertisement which was created by one of our customers, Bamalori's customers. They distribute honey across the world, and this is what is known as Manuka honey. I don't know whether anybody has heard of Manuka honey. Anybody in the audience? Yeah? Tell me, sir, about Manuka honey. What is so special about it? Yeah. Excellent. So thank you. Gentlemen out here talked about the fact that Manuka has extremely good therapeutic properties. Actually, it's supposed to be produced only in New Zealand, where they have this Manuka flowers, though Australia also try to claim that Manuka is theirs as well. In fact, the cricket stadium in Canberra is called Manuka Oval, even though it's actually native to New Zealand. Now, the honey produced out of Manuka, or bees which have actually played around with Manuka flowers, is known as Manuka honey, as this gentleman said. It's extremely good as far as medicinal properties are concerned. There's something called MGO. I don't know what is the full form exactly, because I'm not a chemical guy out here. So MGO, it's got brilliant properties for antioxidant, antibacterial, etc., etc., etc. And a kg of that honey costs roughly around anything between 12 to 15,000 rupees, Indian rupees. 1 kg honey costs around 12 to 15,000 Indian rupees. Sorry? No, it will not be sweet because the honey that Dabur produces costs around 407 rupees, 410 rupees. That possibly would be having certain artificial sweetness. But so I'm just giving you the contrast. So it's like, I don't know, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times the cost of the price of a bottle of honey, a kg of honey made in. So what is so special about this? The product I'm not going to talk about, but some of the things that we touched upon. It talked about FDA approval of the packaging. We are talking about the packaging. So this is a drum. This is a drum. So this is, of course, a prototype drum, but it will come in this size, 210-liter drum. It's one of the most popular industrial packaging. This one is closed top, but then when you open up, as they said, it's open top. So it has an inner lining, which is actually a lacquer, right? And that epoxy lacquer is food grade. So they talked about FDA approval. So if you look at a very simple thing, I mean, this is not even a chemical. It's supposed to be pure honey, but it's getting packed and getting distributed across the world from New Zealand to wherever. And it requires a packaging, which is something that will make sure that the integrity of the product is absolutely perfect, as well as the efficiency has to be there in terms of, because you don't want to end up spending too much on the packaging, which of course can be the case in certain cases. For example, I'll just talk about, it's a I would say an instruction for me as well. Say for example, when you purchase a kg of Alfonso mangoes, how much do you think it costs? Very expensive. A bottle of, a pack of juice coming out of that is also expensive. But Alfonso at the farm gate, which is used to produce pulp, would be around maximum 15 to 20 rupees a kg. So in a 200 or 150, a 180 liter drum, so it would be approximately 200 into 15, that's 3,000 rupees worth of pulp. That pulp goes into a particular kind of a aseptic packaging, okay, which is produced typically by very few manufacturers in the world. There's a leader called Goglio. Goglio sells a bag which costs around $8. $8 would mean around 650 rupees in order to package something which is 3,000. And that package, that aseptic bag will stay in a drum which may be produced by us, which will cost around another, say, 1,500 rupees. So the cost of the product is 3,000. Cost of the packaging is almost 2,300, 2,400. So different things, different products are there which might be kept and packaged in different kind of things. And so industrial packaging, the whole context is very vast. So our presentation, my presentation is going to touch upon a very little bit of that. So I'm not going to talk about this because most of you people out here are chemical engineers and probably associated with the business of chemicals. So you know that it's a very big market. And in India, I think it is an exceptionally good opportunity right now. So it talks about some of the last part is getting cut out, maybe GDP contribution. It's apparently 7% of GDP, huge employability. So it's a massive industry right now for the globe at large, and India as well. Now, if you look at the broad segments, you can see where the clusters are, what the products are, etc., etc. So I'm actually not going to spend too much time out here, but we are talking about, since this session is about packaging and logistics, so the last, or maybe the second last and the previous second and the third bullets out here, best in class packaging and logistics network, right? So I've already touched upon a little bit of the relevance and the significance of packaging that can go in, but is this the, how does this whole packaging thing play out? Let's understand by referring to the value chain of what we are talking about the paint industry. So a paint, I mean, say a small can of paint from Asian Paints or Berger or anybody else would be a 1 liter small drum, maybe a small tin. But then that would have started off by bringing in some solvent, some resin, some additives, some pigments from somewhere else. Some of it is produced in India, some of it is getting imported. So if you look at the slide, it talks about bulk material coming through ships, through chemical tankers. Once it reaches the port, then it moves through tankers or through trucks, reaches a place where you can actually store and distribute. And what is the form of distribution? Typically, it would be drums like this, or this is actually going to hold 210 liters. Or there is another thing that I'm going to talk about, which is a 1 KL intermediate bulk container, they call it. So it's actually 5 times or maybe 4.5 times that of this drum. So this will move subsequently to a factory. The factory will produce the paint, whatever the paint is. Now, paint has multiple usage. So it can go, let's say, to an OEM, to an agency which is maybe even painting a factory or a ship and things like that, or it will go through a distributor retailer chain. So the way the packaging is being done, that will reflect the value chain. So initially when it has come in on huge bulk, then it has actually gone into some kind of intermediate. It has got produced into something which is a paint, and then it is moving out. So the wholesaler or the larger consumer would be having a bulk packaging, and the end consumer would be having a very, very end packaging, which will be a consumer packaging. So the most of the things that I'm going to talk about is about industrial packaging. Packaging also is actually split between industrial and consumer. So consumer, you even having, I mean, like say for example, this bottle of water, is also having a packaging, which of course is the PET bottle or whatever. So that's a consumer packaging. So the focus of what we are talking about is industrial packaging. Industrial packaging has got many, many forms and materials. So we are talking about steel drums. There could be large plastic containers. Corrugated boxes is a huge number. Glass is a huge packaging material. So lots and lots of different kind of things. So this is where we kind of touch upon industrial packaging in terms of size and relevance. So you can see tankers, you can see railway tankers, and then if you look at drums, I've already touched upon. And the choice of the packaging is made by looking at these parameters: cost effectiveness, efficiency of use, safety, convenience, storage. Now, if you look at this particular thing, drum, or I'm having a smaller drum as well out here. Now, and this is a container. This is a 20-foot container, let's say, which goes into a ship, or it can be placed on a truck and is moving around. This, as you can see, is a rectangular shape, or a cuboid, I would say. And when I'm trying to put a cylindrical thing like this inside, it can go in, of course, but then there would be certain loss of space, because obviously this is pi r square h, whereas otherwise it will be like L cube or H cube or whatever. And it would be packed completely, but then if you are having a cylinder, a set of cylinders on a pallet, in that case, certain space would get unutilized. So here, when we are talking about packaging, we are talking, as I talked about, is about integrity and about efficiency, right? So the efficiency would help us, or would push us towards the second from right, which is the RIBC, Rigid Industrial Bulk Container. Additional inputs for our consumption out here is that what is known as the UN certification. You can see out here below. Dangerous goods and chemicals would typically have a clear classification by United Nations, I mean the UN. So there's Industrial Institute of Packaging in India, which will actually give a certificate saying that this is, and it is about the material, that is what is being filled in. It is about the plant where it is produced. It will talk about the packaging material, and where the packaging material has been produced. What is the material, what is the thickness of this material? What is the kind of safety that it has undergone? So all of that is encapsulated out here. There's a codification. And this basically talks about how safe or how difficult, how challenging it is in order to transport the goods. So these are the kind of things that are getting considered for packaging, as well as to an extent also towards logistics. Now, as I did mention earlier itself, that this, while it is great, but then it has got certain challenges. One is that it is made out of steel. Okay, and while steel, of course, is reusable, steel in fact is infinitely reusable, but after the first filling, when it goes to our customer, we are producing the drum, the customer fills it, sends it to that particular customer, it gets decanted, and after that, one doesn't know what to do, right? So it goes to scrap, or it goes to Raddiwala through some kind of very unorganized recycling means. So the 3 R's that were talked about in the earlier session actually applies to steel, but then the point is that how it exactly is going to be recycled is not known, because it's a completely unorganized sector. Now, earlier also we talked about, in the session itself, we talked about circular economy. Now, when circular economy comes in, that means packaging is actually, so the content inside is going to get utilized, but what will happen to the packaging? Can the packaging come back? That is what the issue is, and that is where there's a big role of what this is known as this IBC, because as you can see, the form is more conducive to getting into trucks and getting into trailers and things like that. And it is actually made out of plastic, and it has got recyclability of 6 to 8 times, right? So you can send it, they will, and there's a tap and things like that. And so you can actually use it only to the extent that you want, and then so it depends. So actually this potentially, I'm saying, because once again, this is a session, this is an institution of chemical engineering. So some of the EOQs or the process manufacturing parameters can change, because right now people are just producing in bulk and storing in tankers and then subsequently filling in drums and moving. So maybe this 1 KL kind of packaging can drive the change in terms of the production size or the batch size. But this is also an excellent method for exports, because right now, India, of course, it's not a question of right now. Export is a big opportunity. And as you can see, some of the exporters are there listed down. Some of the major ports are there. Some of the major chemicals are there. But typically, the exporters are using these RIBCs, because the customers that they are actually catering to, they are probably giving more premium to ESG and sustainability and so on and so forth. And there is a completely established circular economy out there where these pallets, these IBCs are actually retrieved, cleaned, washed, and once again put into use. It need not come back to India. It can, but it need not come back to India. But there would be a usage of this particular IBC in the economy and the ecosystem out there. Now, if you come to the logistics part, so I've touched upon packaging, I'm going to touch upon logistics now. There's a small comparison between mode share, right? So as you can see, India is very heavily dependent on road. And it is not true just for chemicals, it is true for every kind of transportation. We are heavily dependent on road. Whereas in other parts of the world, I'm not having the data for Europe, but everywhere else, the transport share or the mode share is much higher with rail, with inland waterways, and wherever possible with, waterways in the sense inland as well as coastal. Air is always very minuscule, but then right now for India, road is huge. Now, a previous speaker from ONGC, who of course was talking about fossil fuels, but then the more and more road transport that you use, it's that much more polluting. that much more inefficient, and so on and so forth. And hence the shift is going to happen more towards maybe other means. So there is a lot of just like the way I did a layout to help you understand as to how the packaging is in sync with shift from bulk to consumer packaging. Here also you can see a simple supply chain. So typically imports will happen in tankers, and after that bulk tankers will move that, and then subsequently when it is moving, it can actually move through various other means also. Now, if it is possible, we look at logistics opportunities where we can move instead of roadways or through rail. In that case, those kind of designs, those kind of product compliances, etc., will make a lot of, I would say, sense in terms of making sure that we align with what the industry and what the sustainability requirements are demanding of us. Very simple things out here. So, I mean, once again, like the way we talked about that compatibility, that MSDS, material safety data sheet, is very important. And with that, you have to make sure that your packaging as well as the logistics are mapped on. Road infrastructure, massive improvement is expected. Huge investments in NHAI and many other things. Those are happening not just for chemical industry, but for everything. But the beneficiary, one of the beneficiaries would be chemical, of course, as an engineering and as an industry, I would say. And as modern warehousing equipment comes in, instead of dependency on humans or on certain equipment where an individual is pushing a drum, hand pallet truck, etc. So more modern equipment, forklifts, etc. will be used. So you'll see the shift happening. So we can talk about, once again, chemicals. There's a wonderful scheme that government is promoting, which is known as SFTO, Special Freight Train Operator, that's applicable for certain specific industry verticals, and some chemicals actually come into that, because right now government and the industry ecosystem is actually facing a huge crunch in railway rakes. You probably would have heard about coal not having rakes in order to move to power plants, hence the power outage and industry running dry. And it is happening across the system where railways is actually desperate to have rakes. In fact, they've launched, I think, they've issued out tenders for 150,000 wagons to be manufactured over a span of time. So similarly, these tanker rakes, that would be a very apt kind of, I would say, logistics mode for chemicals, bulk chemicals, as and when it's available. So there is an opportunity for industry to invest in these kind of things as well. Waterways, great effort being taken in terms of how the waterways are going to change. So there are already NW1, NW2, so these things are there. So wherever opportunities are there, if people are able to move things by barges or through other means which are actually more conducive, that will be great. So this is also a great opportunity for Indian industry, chemical as well. So I think these are somewhat known. I don't want to belabor the points or the challenges faced in chemical logistics. Huge product segment, focus on QSHE, because safety is super important, because we have already had, I mean, it has been in public domain, various incidents of explosions. Of course, more comes from storage, less from transportation, but then storage, inadequate safety, inadequate handling, all of that is coming broadly in the gamut of packaging and logistics. A large number of stakeholders, intensive and distributed supply chain. So all of this contribute towards the challenges and the difficulties of logistics in the chemical overall scheme of things. You can take a look at it. So there's not much, but then of course pilferage is a huge thing. Pilferage, especially crude and various kind of products. So there's a lot of I think effort going on to ensure integrity. Once again, there are dipstick surveys, and that is where there are opportunities for new things, innovative things to come up and help the overall logistics as well as packaging domain. I think repeating, so I'm not going to spend too much time. So this is where we are, various kind of challenges we talked about in terms of the modes of transportation, various kind of challenges also on account of regulatory things. So huge opportunities if you look at the boosting of capacity, port capacity, infra, all of this is bound to help. See, there is a statistic which logistics players keep using across India. I don't know whether anybody is aware. So we talk about typically 13 to 14% of the being the cost of logistics in India of GDP, 13 to 14%. In international or global developed kind of economies, that is typically around 8 to 9%. So that means a product which is getting produced in India becomes 5% less competitive when you're talking in the global context because of logistics and warehousing and packaging and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of effort going on in the government policy framework, policy making, etc., to make sure that we are able to narrow the gap. And some of the initiatives that have come in, say for example, even FASTag, like for example, there's a concept called we are in the business of container freight stations. So imported containers, when they come, so customers, which are basically importers, they can take direct port delivery. So there are many things which are happening. You probably are aware of the Sagarmala initiative, the Golden Quadrilateral. So many things are happening on the infra space. Maybe not necessarily at the desired pace that we would like, but then the effort is continuous. And the place that I think government is making a big difference is with the I would say adoption of technology. Some of you people may have been aware of PM Gati Shakti. Gati Shakti is actually a wonderful thing where 16 ministries are actually pulling in data regarding projects. Typically, projects get delayed in India, cost overruns, time overruns, primarily on account of approvals. So if you are having one particular place where all ministries are there, all agencies are there, and they can give the approvals, in that case, projects move fast. And lots such initiatives. There's a concept called ULIP, Unified Logistics Information Portal or something like that, which is going to be like UPI. So any player, because this is a diverse thing, any player who comes in, they would be having a, I would say, technology platform where one is able to hear the other and one is able to talk to the other and hence make things move very fast. So a lot of initiatives out there, and I'm sure logistics are going to be very, very efficient, and chemical as an engineering discipline as well as an industry will benefit out of it. So I started off with a movie poster of Three Idiots, and now this is another one. So this is Beautiful Mind. People know about Beautiful Mind? So it's about Nash, who was suffering from various kind of deficiency, but that doesn't matter. He came up with Nash's equilibrium and got himself a Nobel Prize. And out here, there are a lot of noble minds who are actually probably having very great, I would say, engineering as well as scientific acumen. But then there is coolie number one, so that is me, because I am doing the cooligiri of moving logistic stuff from one place to the other. So this is a complete, I mean, I am actually like a fish out of my domain or water or pond, but then let me use this to talk a little bit about Bamalori and what we are here for. So we are actually a very old organization. We are now 156 years old, 157 years old. And we come under Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gases. We are a PSU. We do a lot of diverse things. So we do certain manufacturing stuff, and then we are doing services. So I'm representing the services portfolio largely because I'm director of services. And that is why I spoke about logistics as well as, but then we've got also a vertical on industrial packaging, and that is where we produce these drums, and I talked about that. One of the things that we also do is travel and vacation. So many of you probably would be seeing there's a stall outside where you can take certain pamphlets about what we do in holidays, and you can also win yourself a holiday package. There is a lucky dip going, so you can drop in your card, or if you don't have your card, you can fill in the names and details. And we'll do a lucky dip after lunch, I think, and then see who's a lucky couple who can go to Goa for 2 nights and 3 days on Bamalori expense. Apart from that, I'm here also to talk about very briefly what this partnership can mean with Jadavpur University. So we are having one business unit which is on chemicals, and we are producing chemicals for leather industry, and also we are working towards producing chemicals for textile and agrochemicals industry. Also, we are having a very large business of ours for which it is known largely in Calcutta, greases and lubricants. So we are producing different kind of lubricants for the auto industry as well as industrial applications are there, lots of railways, mining, various kind of things. So there's a very thriving R&D setup for both these kind of businesses, and where if there are opportunities to partner with Jadavpur University or with the alumni or with the students, it would be a welcome opportunity for us. We are also looking at the possibility of coming up with an ethanol plant, which will help towards the country's progress towards E20. Last but not the least, we are having a startup program. So we have a startup fund. We have actually now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have made 5 investments, or we have decided to make 5 investments. 2 of them are in the due diligence stage. And we are partnered with IIM Calcutta Innovation Park in order to work on the technical as well as on the business aspects of a particular idea which comes to us. So if there are people out here who are willing to come and make efforts towards through startups, or if there is an incubating setup out there in Jadavpur University, may not be necessarily only in chemical department, but could be wider Jadavpur University, it would be an opportunity and honor for us to look at collaboration where you can be a technical partner, technical cooperation partner, or whatever for the thing for the startups. I think that's pretty much it. And yes, I'm thanking you for giving me a patient hearing. And any kind of questions, if at all, I can take, or I can take offline, because I know the lovely and very, very disciplinarian mistress of ceremony is after me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'll take off from that. Actually, thank you, first of all, Mr. Odepal Chaudhuri. The film references definitely brightened things up and caused empathy. But the thing is that we do have to abide by the time, because somehow, magically, mysteriously, we are falling behind every time. So right now, we are going to present an online address by Dr. Rajiv Singh. Dr. Rajiv Singh is the Vice President of CMP Slurries Integris, and he had been in academia for the last 30 years, professor at the University of Florida. But more interestingly, he is one of our alumnus. He had done his Bachelor of Engineering from Jadavpur University in the 1981-1985, this particular time frame. So it is over to Dr. Rajiv Singh. We would try to touch base with him. There he is. And can we please let him know in chat that he is online and he can start.
Can everybody hear me?
Please send him a chat saying we can hear him.
Good afternoon. I'm Rajiv. I would like to present a short talk on my last 30 years of work in US, but also would like to thank the speakers, the audience, as well as the organizers for listening to my talk and inviting me to make a presentation. I have had, since graduating from JU in 1985, I have been, got my PhD in material science, and then I was a professor at the University of Florida for 30 years, 1990 to 2020. And in the meantime, not only I was involved with a lot of research and development, but also commercialization of my patents. And that would be more of a discussion after this. So let me share some slides. If I can get that. Yeah, so there it is. So what I'm going to talk to you today is some of the applications of nanoparticles, which are which are used in the semiconductor industry. And I would basically talk more in the terms of especially applications coming electric vehicles. See if I can move my slides here. It's just okay. There it is. So the outline of my talk will be introducing two companies which I have founded about 20 years back while I was a professor at the University of Florida. And these two companies, one was in biotechnology, nanotherapeutics, and other was in semiconductor processing, Sinmat. And both these companies were sold in the last 2 years, 3 years, with over $400 million in sales exit. These companies employ about 400 people and have over $1 billion local economic impact. So what I wanted to emphasize is R&D, along with innovation and commercialization of this, leads to strong and very prosperous economic development. And that's what I would like to emphasize. Innovation is very, very critical as we go forward. I'll give you a little bit more examples on what science we have been working on, especially with super hard materials, which are used in electric vehicles, and also example of sapphire, which is used in consumer electronics. Finally, I wanted to also mention is R&D as well as commercialization is not that easy. A lot of startups fail. Almost 95% of the startups will fail. And so one has to really be quite careful as well as persevering to have the right ways to be successful. So the first company which I established in 1998 was a sustained release of insulin, and then it morphed into vaccine manufacturing, which is basically helping the manufacturing of mRNA vaccines currently, which is a very big deal, as you know, with the COVID. It employs about 350 people and has major economic impact in the town, in Florida. The second company which I established was Cinmat, which is basically develops a polishing technology for new types of electronics. And the new type of electronics is like silicon carbide instead of silicon, which is used in electric vehicles like a Tesla car, where you can increase the battery mileage by 10% or 50 kilometers just by having more efficient electronics, and also the charging time to less than 20 minutes by having higher voltage electronics, power electronics in the vehicle. And that's really helping to foster this whole EV revolution because it's making the battery much more efficient. The other materials I'm involved with is sapphire. Some of these you're quite familiar, are used on all different smartphones, and coming up with different types of methods how to make them better from engineering viewpoint. So this company is basically, the area is called chemical mechanical polishing, is about 10%, 15% of the semiconductor industry, which is a $500 billion industry. So about a $45 million, 30 to $40 billion type of processes being used in the semiconductor industry. And this company, Cinmat, was acquired by Integris for $75 million plus. So very, very successful outcomes. And the key for all these has been innovation, where a lot of patents get developed, and then the challenge from patents is to commercialize. And as you can see, even if we established the company long back, it takes 10 to 15 years to commercialize these and then being able to make a successful sale. So it's hard work, a lot of challenges in between, but one has to have certain things in place which will help us move to the next level. So coming back to the silicon carbide process, as you know, I charge. So if you want to run the motor in a EV, the DC battery power has to be converted into high volt AC, and this is done by solid state types of electronics. And silicon carbide is a new material which is being used for decreasing the battery charging time for Tesla, as well as increasing the battery mileage. In fact, if you look at a car which is goes 400 miles, just the semiconductor part of it helps to increase the mileage by 40 miles, which is a massive increase if you were using only silicon electronics compared to the silicon carbide electronics. So wanted to mention what is chemical mechanical polishing. It's basically something which you're quite fit polishing of materials, except that it has a mixture of chemical and abrasive particles. And by controlling the chemistries as well as the abrasives, you can polish it faster and without defects. In semiconductors, there cannot be any defects. So if you use a very hard abrasive, it can cause scratches. That's not useful. So one has to come up with better processes to polish these materials. And we have been using special chemistry synergies and I will talk a little bit more about that. So if you look at materials which are being used in the emerging semiconductors, as you know, diamond is one of the hardest materials. It's also very chemically inert. So same thing about silicon carbide. which is maybe the third or fourth hardest material. Sapphire, which is alumina, is also super hard material. So the challenge is when you try to do a CMP process, you also have to have chemical action, and these being inert materials do not give you chemical action. So being able to innovate and come up with new types of ways to be able to do that is very, very important. And that's what we were able to do and make it a commercial success. So the two technologies we have been working on is one, you take a particle, typically 100 nanometer size, being able to create some sort of surface activated states so that you can react with the inert material and polish it faster. So that's how we are polishing silicon carbide. In terms of some other materials, we take small pieces of diamond, which is typically in the 100 nanometer or less, and attach it to a larger particle. And by doing that, we can polish things much, much faster. So simple things, but innovation takes time, and being able to demonstrate that has helped us come up with new methods and also beat the competition. So just to show you an example of silicon carbide, a surface which you can polish very fast, but also the surface is so smooth that you can see the atoms on the surface itself on a atomic microscope. So you can polish it without any damage, and that's what you need by being able to come up with these processes for the semiconductor industry. Same thing with gallium nitride. This is a material which is used in all LEDs currently, and also for new types of power electronics. And both these materials, we have come up with technologies which has helped us to move to the next plane. So just as an example, US is the leading silicon carbide electronics semiconductor companies, have the leading semiconductor companies in the world. We have about maybe currently 80%, 90% of the world market. And for one of the manufacturers, we developed this process. The process time decreased from 50, 60 hours for this process to 1 hour. And you can imagine how much cost savings comes in and increase in throughput of this material. And that has made us the biggest supplier of this type of slurries, we call them, to the whole industry. Just as a side note, as you know, diamond is one of the hardest materials known to man. And by applying and the only way people think of polishing diamond is using diamond, because you need to have a harder material, similar hardness material to polish. But we are, by using this chemistry plus very soft talc-like abrasives, can polish diamond very, very well. So this is example of a diamond film made in the lab. And by this rubbing with these special chemicals and abrasives, you can make it atomically smooth on the surface. And that has major ramifications currently. In fact, there's a very big industry of artificial diamonds used for jewelry coming up in the market, but also for electronics. We are pioneering that area, because now you can make large area diamond substrates which are very, very smooth for electronic applications. Similarly, another material which you're very familiar with, you use it on a daily basis, smart watches, smartphones. Some of these surfaces are made of glass, but some of these surfaces also made of sapphire. And what we've been able to do is use this approach, the new approach, by which we can create very smooth surfaces of sapphire by using this nanodiamond CMP process. And you can make this happen much, much faster and much quicker decreasing the cost of this product. So this is example to show you the removal rates or the polishing rates increase by a factor of 50 compared to the standard processes people were using, and the surface finish is also amazing. So both these things have helped to make this one of the very unique products which we have in the market. And one example of that has been that we've been working with a very large, one of the largest US-based company, and we have been able to change their process from several days to several hours, a factor of 40x improvement in the time taken by being able to come up with these new technologies. So that's has propelled, these technologies have propelled us as a world leader in emerging semiconductor applications, and that's why we've been able to sell the company at a very high level, and also being able to now further continue R&D in that direction. So basically what I wanted to, this is my last slide, wanted to mention that we have had two very successful nanoparticle startups, greater than $400 million in value exit, 400 plus employees creation, $1 billion impact. And this is not the only impact my research has done. I have graduated a lot of students, maybe over 50 students, PhD students, published several papers, 500 papers. But for me, having this achievement has been more because I can see very tangible benefits to the society, as well as helping to improve not only towards climate change, but also creating so many jobs in the local market. So that has been very, very, very highly satisfying. And the keys, what I've realized for success is basically it's always people. If you have the right people who are having strong skills, but also able to persevere, a good team who are all aligned, that really helps for success. As you know, that it takes maybe 10 or 15 years, and the pathways are not straight, they're up and down. So it's very important to make sure that the team is very, very important. It looks like a very successful approach for me, but there have been several times where the technology has not worked, things have not really done well, and there have been a lot of failures in between. So one of the key things we have been able to do, which has helped us success, was to develop a flexible platform technology, which means that you can pivot very easily and quickly, given the personnel to be able to try new things. And that is what has helped us to move forward. The R&D itself has a lot of risks. Most of the timelines get pushed out, takes much longer than anticipated. It's very, very challenging, especially if you have no money. So a well-funded business plan and rapid innovation, which is given by a platform technology, is very, very useful. And we have, this is something which you have to be aware of. There are always shifting market dynamics, commoditization, and new competition coming up. And what we have been able to do is look at innovation. Basically, innovation is key. Having the infrastructure for innovation helps you to come up with new products. Some of these products we have were so out of normal evolution that we were able to capture the market even you are a small company. And so that has been very, very useful. Scalability in manufacturing is a big challenge. And here also you can decide what you want to do, what things you really want to really focus on. We focused on slurries, which was more scalable. We could have focused on making the substrate, would have been more challenging. So choosing the right business model was very, very important. So with that, what I would like to say is this, I've been really blessed with a lot of success, not only as a professor, as a innovator, but also being able to be very successful as an entrepreneur, able to start from scratch and develop technologies and products which have been very useful for a lot of different applications. And it's been my team and a lot of passion, along with a lot of innovation, which has been keys to our success. I would like to conclude, and I would like to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Dr. Rajiv Singh joining us from the US, and he did it virtually, but physically present here today is Mr. Dipankar Das, who is also from the US, but he has traveled down for this occasion. He is the Group VP Technology for Commercial Trading and Marketing Business Function, Marathon Petroleum USA, digital levers, to improve commercial performance at process industry. This is going to be his topic of address today. So may I request our HOD, Professor Rajat Chakraborty, to come up and felicitate Mr. Dipankar Das. Mr. Dipankar Das being felicitated by our head of the department, Professor Rajat Chakraborty. Please welcome Mr. Dipankar Das and our head of the department, giving him the memento, the kit, and of course, flowers. It is over to Mr. Dipankar Das.
Next to join the online. How might I handle the hello? I'll probably go up and speak with the handle. It is an extreme honor that the university has given us to be here and talking to all of you. To Rajat Babu, to my seniors, my batchmates, and all the students here. First, I think to be a part of the university, which is working on and publishing many research and academia. You heard Siddhartha speak about it yesterday. It was amazing to hear that. It's also an honor that Dr. Professor Masalkar was speaking in the morning, and I'm standing in the same place. I just can't believe I'm here. A chance to speak here in the same forum. My talk today is about digital and process industry, but I think, and this is for all my student friends here, I think fungibility is key to an engineer, and especially chemical engineer. I think luminaries like Dr. Sharma, Professor Masalkar, they spoke about it in their own different ways, especially chemical engineering. I do not think digital, cyber, IT is the kingdom of computer science engineers. I don't believe it, and it's up to you to believe that. And that's the reason I chose this topic and the role I am. And you don't need to go there. In the company I work, two very, very important roles we report into the board. One is the head of cyber, the CISO, and myself. Both are from the industry continuously for entire 30 years of our career. Both are chemical engineers sitting in those roles. Second, there have been great references for India. I'm proud to be an Indian. I'm proud to be a Jadavpurian, and I go on saying that in the different roles. And when I introduce myself, they call me an Indian mafia, and I'm proud to be an Indian mafia. And because what they talked about, what we bring to the world of science. I mean, look at the number of execs sitting in the world as the CEOs and the next level, right? When I joined this company, I'm the first brown-skinned guy sitting at a level below the board. Right? There was a young engineer from Jadavpur who works in the IT, and he works in the IT. Interesting, right? He came in and told me, a Bengali guy, and he came and told me, sir, ekhane bhaba jay na. But I'm just saying, why not? I mean, it's all up to us to handle that, right? The world is changing, and the world will change. And I think we as Indians, we as chemical engineers can do things differently. We don't need always to be IT engineers, right? And MBAs. I mean, of course, I've done work on ops research and then for energy economics, but what I do day in and day out, end of the day, is process industry. I mean, I was talking to some of the board members a few weeks back, and these companies are understanding that when they bring the role, even in Indian Oil, their head of corporate IT is a Jadavpurian, I think metallurgy graduate, 1986, if I remember correctly. So this is to my student friends. If you have a dream, you go and get the world. I have to talk a little bit about myself and the Marathon Petroleum. I'll probably not take more than a minute or two. Marathon Petroleum is like the Indian Oil of America. It's the fifth largest refining capacity. It's 130 years. I still go to this building you see in the picture. This building, I mean, on the side, there's still gas lights. And this was in 1800 something when it was built. It is called Standard Oil, Amoco. It's sort of broken and become number of pieces. We are industry leaders in environmental responsibility. We have 3 of our refineries have been converted to renewables. But I have my theory of renewables. I was talking to some people below. First of all, it's very expensive. Second, if you think about the whole commercial world, I do not think Saudi Aramco will allow much of all this research to come. I mean, the state I stay, the government is saying 2025, it cannot produce and sell non-electric vehicles. I mean, what will happen? We'll create a second-hand market all around Utah and Nevada and stuff like that. It's not that because I'm an oil and gas guy, I'm not believing in those things, but I'm just saying it is very, very difficult the way the fossil fuels are still there. We process about 3 million barrels of calendar day of refining capacity, 13 locations, 3 of them been converted into renewables. It's a commercial organization, so we got rid of a lot of our retail stations, unlike we see in India. Over 8,000 retail stations, which we still run. And we do a massive amount of natural gas processing, and we have about 100 odd terminals. But again, the way the industry works, there is slightly different, not ownership and stuff. The world is changing. Why? Because if you look at post-pandemic, the global supply had to go down, and it's all chemical engineering. It's a fascinating chemical engineering and a chemistry-related reason why the refineries had to go down. Because you have to produce a particular product when you break up a crude oil, which is called jet fuel. The jet fuel have to be produced, and the jet fuel is about minimum you can squeeze out and put everywhere else, is about 7 or 10% of most of the crude oil we process in the world. As the aircraft stopped flying, there was a problem because what do I do with the jet fuel? You cannot run a refinery without producing jet fuel. We try to make more jet fuel. That's a different story. And therefore, the refineries had to cut back to 30, 40, 50% sometimes, and they're coming back up. So there was a major change in the supply and demand scenarios. The Russia-Ukraine war which is going on, I mean, we cannot buy in America any Russian oil. India has done a smart thing to get a lower priced contract of the Urals. It's a great crude. I've operated with that. And secondly, the last year, in spite of all the turmoil, we and the oil industry made the most money. Even January was very, very strong, $25, $30 a barrel. So it could fund a lot of research, a lot of work there. So then if you look at the left side of the screen, the innovation and technology which is happening today. I mean, when we were engineers or in the early days of my work, if you want to put a heat exchanger or, if you want to put a sensor, you have to take the unit off, you make holes inside it, you connect it. Today, you have all these wireless sensors going everywhere. I was doing a project for a multinational before I joined Marathon. I used to work for Deloitte, I worked for Accenture. So they had a major expensive unit where the bottom bearing will break, right? The bottom bearing will break, and they could not afford it because that's produced in a very small volume, but it goes to the racing cars. What we realized was if we do not control the particular viscosity of the liquid that comes in, it forms little smaller chunks and it drops on the bottom bearing and breaks. I mean, we put like loads of sensors continuously measuring if there is any clunk formation. And what we realized was all going back to the amount of heat generation to keep it on a liquid form at a particular density and specific gravity, and the mix of the fuels coming out of the refinery. So sensorization has become so cheap today that we can actually control everything literally sitting. There's a project being done, I think by BPCL or Indian Oil here. They're talking about sitting in a central room and stopping a truck being loaded at a particular terminal. They don't need to go and stop it there. The behavioral aspect have changed, right? The whole consumption, the mobility trends, right? People love talking about electric cars and things like that. The CNG as a transport fuel and other things. So all of this together is actually making us think that we need to operate differently. We need to bring efficiency differently in whatever we do. But when you talk of digital adoption, I mean, everybody says we are digital, right? And people will say, okay, am I really exploring digital or I'm being digital? Does oil companies and process industry need to really go and being digital? Does there need to be apples of the world? No. None of us are thriving to be apples of the world. But at the same time, exploring digital in their own pieces will not help. If you don't look at it holistically, it's not about me talking about it. It's a very interesting study Solomon has made, and my whole talk is around that one slide. So what we are saying is we need to become digital as the process industry, but doing digital will not do. At the same time, we cannot be the Gs of the world or Apples of the world or Microsoft of the world. That's not the business process industry plays. So let me talk through this slide, and this is critical. Solomon Associates, who many of you know, is the company which benchmarks how the process industry works, especially refining and chemicals. They say that 60% of the money is gained or lost in that top circle there, which is the value chain optimization, the crude you buy, the feedstocks you buy, the products you made, how you make, and so on and so forth. About 30% is about asset reliability and operational efficiency, about 28 point something they say. And about 10% sits in the left one, which is corporate processes, hydrocarbon supply chain, the spare parts you collect or not. And therefore, once we start thinking about this, one needs to focus, and that's what's happening, right? Think about this industry. I think we graduated in 85. By about 95, 96, we had LPs optimizing refineries. We had all sorts of simulations, simulation engines coming in and talking about how we operate the units. We had advanced process control. Actually, this industry, to my experience, I think was one of the first to be digital. Because we had DCSs donkeys of years back, right? I mean, I think when we were very, very young. But why are we still talking digital, why we are still exploring or doing digital, because majority of these initiatives were isolated in silos, right? We were doing in each pockets, we are doing great work. What the study says is not about the three circles, right? Yes, we know that's where the money, you run great optimizers, do a great amount of planning, get your feedstocks in the right sizes at the right time. We talk about, asset predictability. In fact, nobody talks of predictive asset management anymore. We talk about collaborative asset management. We talked about, from reactive to predictive to prescriptive to now collaborative. What does it really mean? It basically means that I want my units to operate perfectly, all my equipments, but I want it to be operating in a way which makes most sense for the part which makes more money for us. How do I trade my crude? How do I trade my product? What portfolio do I create? And therefore, what we are talking about, it's those intersecting Venn diagrams is where we have to be careful about. You create a great plan, you run your simulators, you give an instruction. Saudi Aramco actually runs an LP based on the demand and pricing. They actually run a fifth-degree polynomial equation LP, which then connects into a HYSYS simulator, which then simulates the exactly caught temperature and pressure, and they actually predict at what composition of the crude oil that has to be produced, bringing what qualities for every C numbers that comes out. And that production, and they also decide that how much they will run the compressors to actually decide, do I produce more gas? Do I produce more liquids? And because they could start doing it they could actually produce whatever the customer demanded. What crude they want? Do I need more Arab heavy? Do I want more Arab light? All their 86 wells. And then they will produce the exact amount of gas in the exact amount of carbon composition which we need to serve the industry. Why? It's that intersection of the value chain with the production supported by the right amount of the non-hydrocarbon supply chain works. I mean, which is essentially, spare parts, your materials, your forklifts. The industry has gone so far ahead. I was in a project with Petronas where as the planner produces and says based on the demand, this is the amount of, and similar work was done by, I think, Siburchem, Russia, a few years back. The exact amount of the PET bottles, the amount of tires, the plastic bats, or the smaller rubber materials, it goes into the warehouses. It gets produced exactly in the same amount. The controllers, with the help of edge compute, actually, now advanced process control has moved away from central control rooms. A lot of advanced process control is actually happening on the equipments. There are very high-powered HP clustering engines which sit on top of the equipments, absolutely intrinsically safe. It actually controls the unit. It produces that, goes off to the warehouse. It is kept into the racks where it should be. The forklifts are RFID controlled. They will come in and exactly pick up the right amount of materials from each shelf and then come back and push that into the truck. So it's that intersection which is very, very important. The people who don't make money, they miss those interactions, right? You can great plan, great production. You can say, oh, I need a shutdown. I optimize my shutdown and I said, this is the best turnaround of a process equipment. No, it's not one equipment, right? It's multiple equipments in a refinery, especially the high complex 11, 12, 13 Nelson refineries or the chemical plants. It has to be coordinated that I want to shut down or not want to shut down. Will I run my equipment at an efficiency level which will actually be maybe burning my equipment faster and bringing down to a shutdown, but I will actually manage the hydrocarbon supply chain because I'll make more money there. So it's not about predictive asset management. It, of course, has to be safe and reliable. I mean, that's the number one. And now the cyber is another interesting factor which has come in. Like, all these computers are fantastic, but you are attacked every other day. We were attacked in the pipelines 3 times recently. But how do I really connect these dots, right? How do I connect these dots? How do I look at each of these interfaces? So the major transformation work we are going to do now we're going to look at all these interfaces first, because that's where we lose money. And that's why I named my session not about process engineering, not about refining. I talked about the commercial impacts we can bring, because all of us, none of us there for charity. In the industry, doesn't work for a charity. The industry does research to make money. And we need to know where we can make money, because today every equipment is not operated just by human brains. It's operated with multiple decision simulators, multiple calculation engines, which goes on operating these units. When we go and do that, one of the key factors we talk about is to first segregate those amount of work we do in the process industry. I gave you the super major example. When we looked at how to solve the problem, we looked at, is it a differentiating factor? So does it require a forward thinking? Or does it need a process or a people and a technology, or it's just a productivity? So first, which we call actually, if you look at the spectrum, is away or core to the business, right? So we start breaking it down and look at all these different benefits we operate. But actually, the technology is becoming so cheap that at a point, now it's called into service models. So you can actually ask a company to go on running simulators for you 24/7, right? So, and the brains, where the brains come from, right? Who runs all of these work, which we call at a service, right? And that's what I'm proud of, right? When my company tells me, oh, you'll give an Indian oil example, or you give an Indian, investment on a digital, I said, because we do things better, right? So we basically look at the differentiation part and we look at productivity part, because sometimes the differentiation and the productivity investments have to be different. So I'll close here. The key to success, the first and foremost, is for us to understand where are we? Because sometimes we are too proud. We are egoistic. Human beings have ego. So we all think we know best, especially, we are engineers, are even worse, right? 30 years I'm an engineer running this plant. I, of course, know this the best. No, we don't know nothing. Every day things are changing. We all learn every day. Benchmark externally. I think I was seeing another session about benchmarking. I think Professor Masalska's session in the morning. What does the very best look like? And the very best may not be sitting in the advanced countries. And the very best in the benchmark has to be based on multiple parameters. We have to have a vision on anything we do. For the example I gave you, that little example of the reactor unit, we basically looked at that. What do I am trying to achieve? Am I trying to achieve making my ball bearing reliable? Or am I trying to achieve that I have to supply that formula fuel back to the racing track on time? The culture, of course, matters. Everything we try to do today, we actually look at continuous improvement, because it's all about sustainability. And finally, it's about people and value-focused and dollar-focused. With that, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dipankar Das, and a special thanks for keeping to his time. Before I invite Mr. Joyanta Chattopadhyay for his address, we must thank our sponsoring agencies, Reliance, our principal sponsor, Aditya Birla, our gold sponsor, Haldia Petrochemicals and Excel Industries, our special silver sponsors, IOCL, ONGC, Bamalori, MOPL, Vedanta Richard Design Services, Dhanseri Petrochem Industries, our bronze sponsors. And may we request representatives from all these organizations to be ready to come to the dais after lunch, where we would have the privilege and pleasure of felicitating them. Right. So Mr. Joyanta Chattopadhyay waits for us at Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. And he is the technical manager of ADNOC Offshore Health, Safety and Environment. He is one of our alumnus in the 1981 to 85 batch. It's over to Mr. Joyanta Chattopadhyay, who is joining us online.
Hello, good afternoon all. I'm really honored to be here as a guest speaker in this centenary celebration of our own chemical engineering department. My regards to all the attendees and a big thank to the organizers, the respected professors, and my dearest budding the students of this university, where from I passed out several years back in 1985. You can see my screen, right? Is that okay? So I proceed. The topic today is the process safety. The process safety is a risk-based approach. So right in the beginning, I will show you one video. I'll share a video screen for you to watch and which has relevance to our talk today. So this is a safety moment. Normally in our industry, especially in ADNOC, we always start any meeting with a safety moment. So this is a safety moment which has relevance to the talk what I have today.
June 21st, 2019. The Philadelphia Energy Solutions Refinery in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. At 4 a.m., flammable process fluid containing mostly propane along with the small concentration unit produced components of high-octane gasoline. The leaking process fluid formed a large ground-hugging vapor cloud that surrounded some sections of the unit. 2 minutes later, the cloud ignited, causing a massive fire. A control room operator quickly took steps to prevent the release of additional HF by rapidly draining the unit's hydrofluoric acid to a special vessel designed to hold the acid in the event of an incident. At 4:15, during the ongoing fire, an explosion erupted in the alkylation unit. 4 minutes later, a second explosion occurred. At 4:22, a process vessel in the unit containing flammable hydrocarbons one weighed 1,000 pounds and the other about 15,500 pounds, landed inside the refinery. The fire burned for over 24 hours until it was finally extinguished. During the incident and response, the CSB is unaware of anyone experiencing health impacts from the hydrofluoric acid release.
So we can see an incident or an accident which took place in Philadelphia Energy Solutions in USA. So this is the beginning, and similar incidents have happened before in the field of process safety and why we need the process safety to be there in our industry. So I go to my slide, the process safety. What is process safety and why process safety is important? I'm keeping my talk in a very high level, and the process safety focuses on preventing fire, explosion, and accidental chemical releases in the process facilities. You can see some data what we have provided. So in 2010, there are 11 fatalities. In 2012, 31 fatalities, 15, 7 fatalities, and so on. So you can very well imagine the video what I showed is there was no casualty really, only minor injuries and of course no fatality. But such kind of incident, the process safety events, have the potential to cause multiple fatalities. It can lead to devastating effect not only on the families involved in the incident, but also to the environment, to the company reputation, and major financial loss to company and local economy. So there is a real need for the process safety to be enhanced for all the hazardous industry who are working in. Leave aside only the oil and chemicals. Now, the risk-based process safety, I'll just give you the approach. There are several approaches you can have to process safety management. Before I go to the risk-based part of it, for the process safety management, I will give a couple of slides on that. So what approach should we adopt? There can be a standard-based approach, means what should I do that are laid down in different standards, the international standards. Then there can be compliance-based strategy, means you are complying to a different inspection, you are complying to the audit and taking the reactive action. There can be an improvement-based strategy which is based on experience. The people are working in this facility for 25 years, for 30 years. So based on their experience, you improve upon the process safety of the facility. But the latest and the most important is a risk-based strategy. How can I better manage the risk? The understanding is the first, what can go wrong? So it is the identification part of it, that what can go wrong in this facility. Then how bad it could be. In our risk terminology, we call it severity. So risk basically is the severity along with the probability of that happening. So the second point, bullet point, is now how bad it could be. And now the next part is how often it might happen. And that is nothing but the likelihood or the probability of that event happening. So when we identify all these through the risk-based strategy, then we can take a proper measure to get rid of those events being happened. So RBPS, in short, we call the risk-based process safety approach. It recognizes that all hazards and the risks are not equal. So it advocates the more resource should be focused on the more significant hazard and higher risk. So you identify the risk, which is a high risk, which is a high hazard. And as I mentioned, risk is the hazard, means the severity of the hazard multiplied by the likelihood of that happening. So basically, we should put our resources accordingly, finding out what is the hazard, which is the higher hazard, and which is the higher risk. So I go to my next slide. Basically, there are leaders in process safety management. So international institute like CCPS, the Center for Chemical Process Safety, Engineering Energy Institute, OSHA, IUGP. There are international oil companies like Shell, BP, Exxon, Total, etc. There are global chemical companies like DuPont, SABIC, and the national oil companies or independent oil companies like ADNOC, Pemex, Petrobras, etc. And of course, in India also, the Reliance, the ONGC, Indian Oil, all of them are working on this process safety. Okay, may not be under one umbrella. There are a lot of aspects as we define in my talk now. However, they are all working in parts maybe towards process safety, towards improvement of the process safety, which is important. And now we'll go to the risk-based part of the process safety. So as we go to the risk-based process safety, there are different models available, but I'm taking the CCPS model because this CCPS is the most widely adopted and can be applied to all chemical companies. So I'm keeping it open. So we are also following CCPS, but we have certain improvement in our industry, in our company. However, I'm giving you a general understanding of the CCPS risk-based model. Now, the first and foremost part of a process safety or a risk-based process safety is a commitment to the process safety. Now, the commitment should not be at a level of the working level. It has to be from the management. So management commitment is mandatory to improve your process safety as well as the risk-based process safety. The entire organization should make the commitment. The workforce, who are the real heroes, who are the frontliners, they should be convinced that the organization fully support the safety. And behavior change and process safety culture is an important part of this entire process safety and the risk-based process safety journey. The framework should include this as a first priority. The commitment by all to do right with respect to process safety. Next comes understand hazard and risk. I just touched upon what is hazard and risk before. So risk is an hazard, the severity multiplied by the probability of that happening. So this helps in better allocation of resources in effective manner and helps in delivering lower risk operation and hence supporting the process safety. The effective hazard and risk identification. This part is basically the risk-based part starts from here. The journey of the risk-based process safety. And once you identify the hazard and risk, then you have to manage the risk. Prudent operating and maintaining processes. Managing the risk-based process safety. Managing risk is the sustain long-term and incident-free operation, which is most important. I do not want to hurt anybody in my industry. And that should be our aim for this risk-based process safety. Is a culture basically what has to be developed, and it should come, as I mentioned right in the beginning, the commitment should be from the management up to the lowest working level. So in this CCPS model, CCPS is defined. Other companies have done some changes. The basic process or principle is the same. So basically, overall, this RBPS or the risk-based process safety framework for CCPS are with 420 associated elements or pillars, we can call. The 4 foundation blocks are what? Commitment to process safety, understand the hazard and risk, manage risk, and learn from experience. And let me tell you, this foundation of understanding the hazard and risk and managing the risk is a huge scope for all the chemical engineering, chemical engineers to work in this field. So each of these foundation blocks have different pillars. So total about 20 pillars have been defined by process safety management system of CCPS. So I'll be touching upon 1 or 2 numbers from each of the foundation, or 1 or 2 pillars from each of the foundation, because the time is short and we have to finish in a few minutes. So I'll go up after this with these individual pillars. Selective individual pillars. Now, the first part under commitment to process safety is a process safety culture. As I already mentioned, that there is a need for a process safety culture to be well defined in the company, and there has to be a support and commitment from all in the company. The investigations of catastrophic event, take the instance of Piper Alpha, it has identified that common process safety culture weakness that are often factors in several other serious incidents. So it is very important that there should be a proper process safety culture in the company. Like you can see this 2-point Bradley curve. Basically, they have divided into 4 parts in this curve. One is the reactive part, then dependent, independent, and interdependent part. So you can see the reactive, where it is depends upon the natural instincts of the personnel or the workers to take any action is basically reactive, but the injury level that can be very high in that. Whereas when you go to the dependent, that there is only a supervision of the workers, you can reduce that injury rate. However, this injury rate continuously decreases when it is independent, that selves are motivated to take the process safety action, and where there is a teamwork to improve the culture of the process safety. So this is an important beginning, that process safety culture to be developed in the company. Next comes to understand, I mean, I'm not going into other aspects of the commitment part. Understand the hazard and risk. The next foundation block or the pillar. So basically, information such as technical documents and specifications availability, the engineering drawings and calculations, the specifications for design, fabrication, installation of the process equipment, and other written documents such as material safety data, then HSE CES information, HSE critical equipment and system information. These are mandatory for the process knowledge management, which enhances the process safety of the facility, and of course, a risk-based process safety. So you should have in a company a proper database like we have developed that in the SAP, and there should be all kind of documentations which support the process safety, whether it is a piping and instrumentation diagram, whether it is a material data sheet, everything should be available to the people who are working. It is not that, okay, I have a database and I kept the things. No, it should be accessible to everybody. So it should go to the lowest working level so that everybody is aware that what is the basis of this particular design, what is the basis of this operation, whether I have the full operating details, everything should be captured at a location so that that can be accessible by all, including the lowest level lowest working level. So that is very important, that all the ideas, the statistics, the documentation, everything should be available in the database. So process knowledge management is important, which supports the risk-based process safety. We'll see how it is. Now comes one of the most important part in the understanding hazard and risk, is the hazard identification and risk assessment. So this is an area where a lot of chemical engineers are working in the industry. Many people are working with me on these areas. And there are different big companies and big consultants who are working in this field. This encompasses all activities involved in identifying the hazard and evaluating risk at facilities throughout their life cycle. It is important, throughout their life cycle. It means it is not when you are operating a facility. This starts from the design or concept level of a facility development. So the process safety, the risk-based process safety goes into the design, then it goes into engineering, then it goes into commissioning, then operation, till the decommissioning of the facility when it is required. At each and every step, there is a requirement for hazard identification and a risk assessment. There are different tools available for the risk assessment. Like here in this part, we call it a COMA, Controller Major Accident Hazards, under which there are different studies which we perform to identify the risks and assess the risk and mitigate, propose the mitigations. And in Europe and all, they call it safety case. These are basically all the same. So hazard identification and risk analysis is a most important role to play in developing new softwares. And there are softwares available in the market. Even we go to the computational fluid dynamics or the CFD models to do the assessment. And that gives a more accurate results. So you can see, I mean, this is an area which should be, I mean, improved upon further so that we get the best result out of it. So we can talk for hours and days on this one. Maybe separately we can have certain sessions. I'm sure I'll be making myself available for that, for all the students if you need that. Next goes to the safe working practice. So the safe work procedures, which are often supplemented with permits. So work permit is a very important area, and fill the gaps between the operating and maintenance procedure and the safe working practice help in controlling the hazard and manage the risk. So remember, we have the life-saving rules, we have the process safety fundamentals, which is rolled out to that. There are a lot of risk assessment at every step you have to do when you do the different type of works in the field. So risk you cannot ignore anywhere. So risk assessment is there right from the, as I mentioned, it starts in the design stage and it goes up to the decommissioning of the facility through the operations phase. Go to my next slide. The asset integrity and reliability. This is now, we are going to the manage risk part of it. So you have identified the risk, now you have to manage the risk. So asset integrity reliability is
I'm afraid technology has taken a stand against us. Unfortunately, not only is Mr. Joyinto Chattopadhyay's discourse interrupted, our next speaker, an elderly gentleman, and at the other end of the time spectrum. Okay, he's back. All right.
equipments. Next, another management of risk is the management of change. I think whoever are working in the industry, they are well versed with this MOC process. And for our engineering students, this is another important area where the review and authorization process of evaluating the proposed changes of the facility design, operations and organization. So it is important. The management of change is applied to the facility design change. If you want to make a change in an operating facility, you want to change in the operation process, even you want to make a change to the current organization. Either you optimize the organization, you enhance the organization, you reduce the organization, everything should go through this process and assure that whether your process you are going to try to implement is right or not. So it is a management of change process, MOC process, and there should be a thorough risk assessment for the entire process before it gets implemented to see where do you stand with the risk part of it. So these all are part of the process safety management and the risk-based process safety management.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joyinto Chattopadhyay. Thank you very much. In fact, we would now move on to Dr. Amar Neogi, who, as I mentioned, is waiting for us at the other end of the time spectrum. So it is very late at night for him. So we would go over to him. He is a consultant, former HOD of R&D of Weyerhaeuser, United States of America. He had done his PhD in chemical engineering from the University of Washington, but he is our alumnus of the 1965 batch. Dr. Neogi has more than 160 US patents, they call it patents, and patent application to his credit. So over to Dr. Amar Neogi.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sir, we can hear you clearly. Can you please proceed?
Thank you. It was mentioned that I am Dr. Amar Neogi. I am a chemical engineer from Jadavpur, of the batch of 1965. I like to take the opportunity. I like to thank the organizers to give me the opportunity to speak to you. Before I go into my subject, which will be very short and hopefully sweet, I want to take the opportunity to thank my professors who helped us to become complete chemical engineers. Of course, most of the professors who worked with us are probably retired and long gone, but they are people who are filling their shoes deserve our thanks. I also like to take the opportunity to thank my classmates for putting up with my idiosyncrasies for 4 years and make life and education enjoyable. The 4 years I spent in Jadavpur were 4 of my best years. Shortly after I finished bachelor's degree, I went to Seattle, Washington, which is located on the west coast of the United States, and joined University of Washington. I finished my PhD in 1970. I was very fortunate to have opportunity to get to know and work with Professor Dr. Graham Allen. He was at that time Professor of Fiber and Polymer Science in the department. He was, apart from being an outstanding chemical engineer, he also had some special attribute. One of the things he used to tell me that creativity is more important than knowledge. Not only did he believe that, but he actually organized a course on creativity and innovation and taught that for last 50 years until he retired recently. There are many thousands of students who took his class and benefited from it. I personally benefited a lot by participating in the course and through my personal interaction with him. I learned how to come up with new ideas, and since I came up with a lot of new ideas, I had to learn how to screen them, and I screen them to meet customers' needs, and I also screen them with respect to environmental compatibility and screen them with respect to the manufacturing cost. And then I developed them and implemented them. I have used those skills for last 50 years, benefiting my employers, starting with EI DuPont Company and ending up with Weyerhaeuser. My reading says that India has the potential to become a major economic and financial power within next 10 to 20 years. The time it takes and the level you achieve is kind of dependent on a number of factors. One of the important factors is availability of right kind of skills. You will need scientists and engineers and people with business skills, but they have to be of a special kind. They have to be have the mentality and ability to stretch the boundaries of science and technology and create new technologies, new products, new processes of making products, new ways of delivering the products to the customer. That means they would have immense ability to create and also innovate. So there has to be a strong passion for innovation to implement those. What I'm proposing today is and the proposal is to Jadavpur University that it takes the same pioneering step it took 100 years ago by starting a program in chemical engineering, the first in the country. I'm asking the university to take the same step to start a program and a class on creativity and innovation, and provide the students the tool to create and innovate, and also help unlock their genius that is in them. That will make them more productive and will contribute more to the society. I'm sure you would have a lot of questions, but in the interest of time, I have left my mailing address, email address, and phone number with Professor Chakraborty and also with Professor Saha. So please contact me on my cell phone if you. I'm available 24/7, irrespective of the time difference between Seattle and Calcutta. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful speech. We now
Thank you.
request, thank you, sir. We now request all the delegates and guests to please go for the lunch kindly to the guest house. Lunch will be served and we can assemble here for the rest of the program at 2:30. We can start the program at 2:30 again. Thank you so much.
To felicitate our many sponsors who have come forward very generously. And may I call upon the dais, the representatives of Reliance, of Aditya Birla, Haldia Petrochemicals, Excel Industries, IOCL, ONGC, and Bummer Lorry, MCPL, Vedanta, Richard Design Services, Dhanseri Petrochem Industries, Deepak Nitrite, and these are our main sponsors, and representatives are requested to come up on the dais. May I call upon the dais? May I call upon the dais Professor Rajat Chakraborty, the head of the department, and Dr. Shashwat Bose, faculty assistant professor of the department, to kindly come forward and felicitate the representatives of the various organizations who have come forward and helped us make this particular chemorrescence extremely successful. From Reliance, we have Sri Shukumar Mondol from Reliance. Our main sponsor, Reliance. We have, can you please all come forward? Mr. Anirban Bose from the Aditya Birla Group. May I request Dr. Professor Chakraborty and Dr. Shashwat Bose representing the department. Richards is represented by Sri Shubroto Das. Sri Shubroto Das. Richard Design, in fact. Sri Robin Mukherjee, representing Haldia Petrochemicals Limited, HPL. Sri Odhip Pal Chaudhuri, representing Bummer Lorry. So you're representing? Sorry? MCPA Private Limited. And you are? Sudhanshu Ranjan, representing MCPA Private Limited. Anyone else?
Indian Oil.
Indian Oil Corporation, represented by Mr. Laha. Thank you. We are done for now. And once again, a big round of applause for all the organizations who have helped us. If there are any representatives from Vedanta, Dhanseri, Petrochem Industries, Deepak Nitrite, anyone from Excel Industries, anyone from these organizations, do contact us. Right after that. Okay. Before I start this panel discussion, before I call the moderator and the speakers, may I remind you, those of you who were here in the morning, that bummer lorry is actually conducting a lucky dip. So in their stall, there is a receptacle where you can put in your cards. If you're not carrying your cards, then you can, of course, write your name and contact number and drop it there. The prize is really, really tempting, which is 3 days, 2 nights in Goa, a holiday package. So if any of you have failed to do so in the morning, do it now, because we are going to do the lucky dip right after this panel discussion. Right. So we start with the panel discussion post-lunch, which is all about recent trends in chemical industries, expectations from young engineers. The participants are Mr. Debashish Nando, who represents Coal India, Mr. A.S. Sani, who represents IOCL, Mr. Robin Mukhopadhyay, representing Haldia Petrochemicals Limited, Mr. Ohindro Bera, representing RIL, and it would be moderated by Mr. Partho Sharuthi Chatterjee. Mr. Chatterjee would take care of the details of the introductions. Meanwhile, I have the privilege to call Mr. Partho Sharuthi Chatterjee as the moderator of this particular session. He is the global head of offshore oil and gas vertical, Larsen and Toubro Energy Hydrocarbon. He had done his BE from Jadavpur University. In fact, he is one of the alumnus of the Chemical Engineering Department of the 1992 batch. May I call upon Mr. Partho Sharuthi Chatterjee. Can you do that? I have something. Yeah, I can go ahead. Basically, I have what you have. So you better do that. I'll do it. I'll do that.
Felicitation should start now. Felicitation of the...
Along with Mr. Partho Sharuthi Chatterjee, I would also call upon all the speakers who would be participating. Mr. Debashish Nando, Official Director in the Board of Bharat Coking Coal Limited, Director of Business Development at Coal India Limited. He did his postgraduate from REC Rourkela and Masters in International Business from IIFT, New Delhi. I believe Mr. Bhaskar Nando cannot make it today, so is there anyone representing Coal India? Mr. Sagar Sen, that's right. Mr. Sagar Sen would be representing Coal India. So may I please call upon Mr. Sagar Sen to join the moderator on the dais. Mr. A.S. Sahni, Chief General Manager of IOCL, and he did his Bachelor of Technology in Chemical Engineering. He's from the 1987-1991 batch. Mr. Robin Mukhopadhyay, as we already have mentioned yesterday, is the Executive Vice President of Haldia Petrochemicals Limited. Mr. Ohindro Bera is the Group Lead Technology Center of Excellence, Refinery and Petrochemicals. Mr. Ohindro Bera, after Mr. Robin Mukherjee. I think the panel is complete. And it is over to Mr. Partho Sharuthi Chatterjee, the moderator, to But before that, we would like to felicitate the panel members and, of course, the moderator. Can we start with the moderator? May I request our head of the department, Professor Chakraborty, to do the honors? The moderator of this session. Mr. Parthasarathi Chatterjee. Flowers for him. And one by one, Mr. Sagar Sen from Coal India Limited. And Mr. A.S. Sani, Chief General Manager, IOCL. Mr. Sani. Mr. Robin Mukhopadhyay, representing Haldia Petrochemicals Limited as the Executive Vice President. Senior Vice President, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited. Mr. Ahindra Bera, Group Lead, Technology Center of Excellence. And we are done. It is over to Mr. Parthasarathi Chatterjee.
That's fine. I have collar mic also. So good afternoon, everybody here. It's an incredible honor to be part of this centenary celebration of Jadavpur University Chemical Engineering Department. It is also a privilege to moderate these distinguished panel members, to be in the same dais and participate in this panel discussion. As you all know, the theme of the panel discussion in this session is recent trends in chemical industries and expectations from young engineers. So the format what we will follow is that I will give you the context why this is so important today, and then I will open up the discussion and request an opening question to all the panel members, and that question will be common, and then we will go into the deeper discussion specific to the each panel members. I hope it is okay with the panel members. So, it is not the strongest that survive, not the most intelligent, but the one who is most responsive to change. They survive. It is not my words. These words of wisdom are from Charles Darwin. Now, what is that change what we are talking about today? Change is, as we all know, the cliche statement is change is constant, So what is so special about change now? Many of you must be aware of a trendy acronym, VUCA. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That is the best way to define today's world, right? Also, I must say, other than being that cynical, it is one of that opportune moment where we have energy transition, technological advancement, digitalization, and huge opportunity in material sciences through nanotechnology, etc. So that's the perspective where we are talking about recent trends in chemical industry and engineering, and how to cope up with that kind of future readiness, what is required for the chemical engineers of today's, so that success is paved in their way, right? So that's the context. Now let me open up one by one, maybe from Mr. Sen, that side, that what in this context, when we talk about, we have seen recently the COVID, energy transition. Mr. Sen, I mean, we can, oh, is it, no, mic is there? No, I have a, is it working? No, that's, yeah, I mean, you can be comfortable there. Yeah.
Hello.
Can you give me?
Thank you, Partho, for setting the context for the panel discussion. At the outset, to Banglai Bolini, I'm an alma mater of another very old institute, Gangar Oidike, Bengal Engineering College. Kolkatar ছেলেরা ওই শিবপুর যাদবপুরে ছড়িয়ে যেত, lot of memories of coming to Jadavpur campus and enjoying the warmth. So congratulations to the Chemical Engineering Department for this centenary celebration. Coming to this context which Partho has set. So I work in a company called Coal India Limited, which is world's largest coal mining company. We are shortly touching 700 million tons of production, maybe a day after. And the second company in the race, which is Shenhua of China, is about 300 million tons short of us. So that is how much we are ahead in the lead as an Indian company being the largest in the world. Now, being in coal sector, one very important question which Partho has raised is how sustainable we can be in this situation. So coal is something, as you understand, is facing a challenge. And in Coal India, we are fully aware of the sustainable changes, sustainable endurance of any business. So what we intend to do is, and which is very relevant for the chemical engineers who are sitting here, we have to make cleaner use of coal. Cleaner use of coal, alternate use of coal, combine coal usage with carbon capture, utilization, and storage. That's one part of the story. Now, what has happened, which is a very important note one need to take from the COVID crisis and the current geopolitical situation, is the energy value chain has to be indigenous. Look at situations in UK, they didn't have the gas to run their power. Whereas in India, during the entire COVID, Coal India being supplying about 43% of the energy needs of the country, continued to supply coal. The railway joined hand with Coal India. So along the entire COVID, you never faced any power cuts in the country for this entire period. Never was a crisis. Look into your neighbors, look into Europe, look into the other countries. You are much better off. So what's the learning? The learning is the energy value chain has to be indigenous. The supply value chain has to be indigenous. And external dependence on such things which can disrupt the supplies is a very big challenge. So that's number one. In that regard, we want to position coal as an alternate feedstock for the chemical industry. So what we are doing currently with crude natural gas, why don't we have a surface coal gasification route through which you replace natural gas as a feedstock by coal. So you can have coal-based methanol, you can have coal-based urea, you can have coal-based synthetic natural gas, which is methane, can be given to the city gas distribution. And on the second derivative, we can have dimethyl ether. On the third derivative, we can MTB, you can have olefins, so on and so forth. So coal, which is abundant in the country, 300 billion tons of indigenous reserve, can be monetized as a chemical feedstock instead of what we import. So that's one lesson. The second lesson is Partho very relevant, is this talk of energy transition. Now, your energy transition should be sustainable. Yes, you're talking of renewable, but how much the country produces the solar panels? You didn't. So whenever the Doklam episode happened, you put a ban on China, the entire solar industry comes to a standstill because you imported module from China. The entire polysilicon business is almost 60% to 80% in China. If you don't have polysilicon, you don't have ingots. If you don't have ingots, you don't have wafers, and you don't have cells and modules. So talk of energy transition story where the indigenous capacity building is already in place. So what do I need to do? We need to acquire polysilicon, we need to have metallurgical silicon assets developed or acquired other part of the world as China is doing. You need to acquire critical mineral assets across the world because end of the day, renewable has to be backed by battery storage. So let's have lithium, let's have cobalt, let's have nickel, acquired outside, develop the mineral industry, have the raw material security, and then decide your energy transition strategy. These are the two major points I thought I'll put up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. I think we were talking about now how the shift is going to happen or has already started, right? So he talked about indigenization, that is energy security, alternate fuel or hybridization, and so on and so forth. So next in queue, Mr. Rahindra Bera from RIL. I wanted to ask similarly, what is the shift you are talking about is the predominant in your opinion, particularly in view of energy transition, COVID, post-COVID experience, the rebalancing of the geopolitical situation? What is your take?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Jadavpur University for arranging this program and giving me this opportunity. First, I will start with the COVID situations, how we have managed. And COVID situation, you understand that oxygen, medical grade oxygen, there is a crisis. And Reliance, we did this, and medical grade oxygens, we produced approximate 1400 ton per day, and we supplied to the government of India. So we reduced our, we have total 10 gasifier, we reduced our throughput. So our priority, nation first, then our business. If people survive, then our business will continue to be survived. And mind it, this medical grade oxygen we produced, there was no refilling system, facility available. Within 25 days, 24/7, all of people work very hard to execute this facility. And we supplied 1400 ton per day oxygen to government of India. Another is we have the Baroda PP4 units. We have retrofitted these units, repurposed this unit to make that medical grade, or special kind of PP which is used for the mask production. All this thing, even IP also. This is coming from my heart. That's why I wanted to say this. And one is very important in the COVID periods. We have started very famous now. It is 13 hours meeting where the Mukesh Ambani and HRM sir, including the senior leaders, almost 200 to 300 people, they are coming in 13 hours online meeting. So this is the critical situations of what we have done in the COVID situations. Now I'll be talking the few elements of the energy transitions. And those are that sustainability. There is a big question for the sustainability. We talked about from yesterday and today also, sustainability, that area, we are working on that. And probably you may heard about that news that 10 billion investments that is already declared, and we are focusing 100 gigawatt gigafactory at Jamnagar, and Jamnagar and Kutch, and government of India, they have targeted the 500 gigawatt gigafactory, and out of that 100 will be produced from Reliance. And as you know, the Reliance refinery and petrochemical polyester and upstreams, that is well integrated. Similarly, the 100 gigawatt, this gigafactory will be well integrated to produce polysilicon from the sand, and then the ingot, wafer, then panel, and subsequently the 100 gigawatt is the target for the renewable solar energy. And it will be integrated further with electrolyzers that will produce the green hydrogen, and then battery storage, and then the hydrogen fuel cell. So these are the key point we would like to share from the Reliance point of view. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. So if you see already what is the shift happening in these two speakers mentioned, one is the energy security. There is a nationalist approach is also coming out, right? I think the young engineers must take away one of the approaches that is what we wanted to see tomorrow, Atmanirbhar Bharat, right? And that is where I think your call comes. This is a calling. Let's move on, Mr. Rabin Mukhopadhyay from HPL. What is your take, the shift in this regard, sir?
Thank you, Partho. And also thanks to the organizers for giving this opportunity. I think the way we have faced the COVID, and I would say that the first of all, I'm fully in agreement that what Partha told, that unless you change, it is very difficult to survive. So it is only end of the day, they will be surviving who are continuously changing and who are accepting the change and adopting the change. Now, COVID has really taught us in a big way to run our total business in a different way to sustain the business. We have seen many things in the commodity market, which we have never seen in our life, I would say, because we have seen our feedstock is naphtha, from which we produce polyethylene and polypropylene and other chemicals. For the first time in my lifetime, I have seen that naphtha is selling lower than crude, and it continued for months. So under this type of situation, how to run a business? And it is commodity market totally went haywire, and we are continuously under challenge to meet with this commodity market. And not only the market numbers, it is also the logistics that became a big issue during this period. Whether it is internal domestic logistics to move the products, and also to continue with the production. So COVID has taught us a big way to how to keep our business running during this period. And the business cycle, which we have seen, there was a pattern earlier. So that pattern has almost got very much affected, I would say. Today, there is hardly any pattern. In margin management has become so difficult in petrochemical front. So that every business manager is on his toe to manage the business. So that is the way we are facing it. And we are a single unit company. So that way our difficulty is to some extent, I would say, a little bit more than a diversified location companies. So both ways we got under big challenge. But the good thing is that we have faced this challenge very successfully, and we have managed the situation, and we are out of this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rabin Mukhopadhyay. I think audience noteworthy to take a record is that he talked about the pressure on cost. He talked about volatility related to commodity market. And most importantly, I think resilience, like he said, how to overcome in spite of these challenges, that is the shift I think we are more than ever experiencing. There are challenges, there are people who rose above and shown the resilience and gone ahead. Next, let me come to Mr. Sane. What is your take, sir, for the shift?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations to the Chemical Engineering Department for their 100 years. Lot of respect and admiration for this achievement. Thank you. As most of the things panelists have already covered, but my take would be that I'll put forward 3-4 points, and then those pointers can show what we are thinking and what we have done and what we are trying to do. This transition, that energy transition, was in vogue even before the COVID struck, or that disruption struck the whole humanity. But some things what happened during that duration was that some of the issues which were on the platter, they got accelerated, or now we will be having a more concerned view on those particular things. One is like use of transportation fuel, which is our bread and butter. Like most of us sitting here, at least 3 of us, we are into this transportation business. So transportation fuel business, which got really affected when, to give an example, that before COVID, it was around 95 to 98 million barrels per day was the world's requirement for petroleum products, and it shrunk to around 80, 82, 85. So more than around 12, 15%, 10 to 15% different estimates, it got shrunk. And the most astonishing part is that the world is struggling to again reach to that level. Although COVID has come and gone, but the whole that 95 million barrels per day of fuel or petroleum products, we are yet to achieve. The whole world is yet to achieve that. So where has that demand gone? So that has to be captured, like where that demand has gone. And it is more important for us when we are importing around, like now coming to India, we are importing around 85 to 86% of our crude requirements are being imported. So we are heavily dependent on them, and how to come out of it. Because with these kind of disruptions, everything has happened. The crude has gone up to $10 also, $5 also. Some people say that it has gone to negative also, but it has gone to those levels, and then it has gone to $100 per barrel also. So that is the kind of variation that has happened in last 2 years. And you have to survive in both the conditions. Right? India is a nation which is a very energy hungry nation, which has got a very good middle class, which is the largest population in the world, 140 billion people we are there. So this energy needs have to be met somehow, and we can't, for all times to come, we can't be 85% dependent on crude imports to continue with it. So the actions that are being taken, they are being driven by government, and they are being assisted by companies like us. Like one of them is ethanol blending. That is a big thing that is happening, because total MS, like petrol, MS, I can talk to chemical engineers, so it is MS. So 10% of the MS requirement is being met by ethanol blending, and we have been given a target for 25 that we will be going up to 20% of all MS will be ethanol. So that is coming from our natural resources, that is coming from our biomass, that is coming from our waste food, that is coming from those distilleries, and that is coming from sugar and molasses and all those kind of base stocks. They are bringing in ethanol. We have taken some unique initiatives in this ethanol line. One of them is, if you have heard about the problem that Delhi used to face in winters with regard to smog that used to happen there, and that used to delay the flights also, and health problems also. So that was attributed primarily to the burning of the residual biomass in the areas of Haryana and Punjab and those areas. So we have put up a second generation 2G ethanol plant, which is taking up all this biomass from all those villages and all those fields, and then converting it to ethanol. So that is an initiative that has been taken, and very recently it was dedicated to nation by Prime Minister also. And once again, there is a third generation ethanol also that is again being set up at Panipat, and it is nearing completion. It has already been commissioned, so it has to be formally dedicated to nation very shortly. So therein what we are using off-gas that are coming from the furnaces, and through bio route, those are getting converted into ethanol. So these are the kind of initiatives that have to come from indigenous technologies and from our technologies, from technologies which are available in the world also, but we have to find our own solutions. So biomass, biogas, these are the situations these are the feeds which will give us independence from from the kind of dependency we have been facing on 80-85% of crude oil being imported from outside. So that is what gives like PM also has, Honorable Prime Minister also has said on several occasions that this is what gives the whole circularity to the whole nation, because the agriculture people, the farmers, they get extra value for their money. The people who are making ethanol, they get value for their money, and ultimately the nation saves dollars when it comes to importing crude oil from there. So that has been accelerated, what I think, with these kind of interruptions. Thank you. Maybe we can take further.
Thank you, Mr. Sahne. Again, young engineers, please note that disruption is there and it will remain. But as Mr. Sahne said, that there is always a response, whether you call it in terms of government policy, whether industry coming up with a solution like alternate fuel, 2G, 3G. This kind of thing is something which is happening at a pace which we have never seen in our life. So that is where you are at the crossroad. Next set of questions which I would like to ask the panel members will be in the line of that, having said this kind of shifts happening, what are the things you should take away for your future readiness, right? So let me start with Mr. Sen again, that, you talked about the shifts and you heard others talking about many shifts, but there is a common thread. What we are talking about is that vast change which are happening at the unprecedented speed. What is your take, Mr. Sen, that what is your advice to these young chemical engineers, how to make themselves ready for future? Mr. Sen, please.
Thank you, Partha.
Yeah.
So I'll make this answer in three aspects. One, how can you contribute towards process efficiency and why it is important? Second, how can you help in reducing the carbon footprint? And third, how can you contribute towards circular economy? So let's come to process efficiency. Now, we come from a natural resource sector. And understandably, this sector has started 100, 150 years back. And as you know, as it happens, the best resources are always taken away at the first. So today, as far as coal mining is concerned, we have traversed almost 140 years. First being started, in the Raniganj coal field by Prince Dwarkanath Tagore in 1887, and today we are in 2023. Even iron ore mining also has traversed along. Even bauxite mining has traversed along. Now, what's the reality? So growing along, Coal India used to sell coal of average maybe 4,600, 4,700 some 10 years back. That average has now come to 4,000. Going down, we will have more dirtier coal to use, so it might go to even 3,800, 3,600. Earlier, bauxite resources used to be more than 44 to 45% of alumina content. That's getting reduced. Maybe you have to, going in future, you have to look into bauxite resources less than 40%. Similarly, for iron ore, you have to look into resources which are much below, say 55 or 50%. So what's the challenge for you? The challenge is we need to come up with appropriate mineral beneficiation technology, which can mine such low-grade ores or low-grade coal, but give the same kind of input cost to the industry even with the low-grade ore. So there's a lot of area. There's a lot of work which will be done in the mineral beneficiation area. That's point number one. Point number two, there are resources like copper, zinc, where the concentrate is some places less than 1%. In case of lithium hydroxide, lithium carbonate, which you get abroad, is about 6%. So again, mineral beneficiation will play a very vital role in getting the lithium carbonates or lithium hydroxides or the alumina concentrate or the copper concentrate or the zinc concentrate, which will be fed to the industry. So new technologies, innovative technologies should come up. because predominant technologies are from the Europe where cost was not really a challenge. In India, cost is really a challenge because we have to end of the day, our main challenge is poverty alleviation. Still, we have a lot of people below the poverty line in the country. So with that focus, mineral beneficiation for chemical engineer will assume a very large role. My second point of attention to the process efficiency I would like to draw is in the part of coal gasification. Let us take the story of China. So China didn't have any coal gasification possibly in the 80s. And today they almost gasify about 300 million tons of coal per annum and produce about 250 million tons of products, predominantly methanol, ammonia, urea, dimethyl ether, so on and so forth. So what did they do? The initial technologies were Shell and GE. Then they indigenized them, their own universities, in their own institutes. And today, China have their own technology, which is adaptable to Chinese coal, and they do their own gasification. Similar story of coal gasification has to follow in India. We have brilliant chemical engineers here who will get out of your colleges. We have the industries waiting to take up these brilliant engineers. We have a lot of R&D centers. The PSU corporates support R&D projects. Please come up. Have new ideas being built in coal gasification, where Indian coal, which is dirty coal of 40% ash predominantly, can be washed or can be gasified to give you a synthesis gas which is at par at that which is produced in Iran by using natural gas. Because why? All the products I will produce from coal, be it methanol, be it ammonia, be it urea, are all in the open general license. All can be imported. So unless I have a competitive cost, I have a competitive edge over the natural gas-based product, the product will not be competitive. So to make this story happen, I need chemical engineers who will come up with process-efficient processes in which coal-to-chemical business will be as competitive natural-based chemical business from the Gulf countries. Coming to CCUS, the main focus on reducing the carbon footprint. The focus in being how can we sequestrate the carbon dioxide or the other gases which come out from the industry and use them to make useful product. So carbon dioxide capturing is one very easy process in the coal gasification. You have an acid gas removal section from which you will get pure concentrated CO2 coming out. Now it has to come out. What combination reaction you need to do with this CO2 so that at the end of the day you have a beneficiating chemical downstream and no CO2 is vented in the atmosphere. Coming to the aspect of circular economy, the key word is waste to wealth. If circular economy has to be successful, then the waste has to convert it to wealth. Look into the last slag which comes out from mineral beneficiation. Look for the precious metals which is there. Can we have some extraction from there? How waste they can be recirculated? How's waste water can be recirculated in a plant so that the minimum effluent or zero discharge limit is achieved. So these are the few points I think I had in mind which I would share, which are a brilliant area for the chemical engineers to come up. Partho, that's from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Sagar Sen, for your advice to the young engineers related to process efficiency, CCUS with respect to reducing carbon footprint, and waste to wealth. These are the three areas his advice is to take forward as a young engineers to be focusing on other than the conventional chemical engineering principles what you are picking up anyway. Let's move on. I have to manage the time as well as a moderator, so I will request the next panel members, that is Indra Bera, to cite one emerging technology which young engineers should concentrate to excel in future.
Thank you very much. I'll be covering the few points very quickly. I will not take much time.
Thank you.
Probably, young engineer, you may note that I will be covering only bullet points. So first point is the sustainability. Second point would be the decarbonizing and energy transition, and probably the under this the bullet point, few areas you need to cover: transition from the fossil to clean energy, decarbonize refining, decarbonize petrochemicals, target net zero or zero emission. Then third point is clean energy, renewable power, energy storage, low carbon hydrogen, CCUS already covered, bio, that CBG, Fourth point is decarbonize refining, COTC. Dr. Asit Das sir, he is my guru. He has covered yesterday briefly bio and e-fuel. Fifth point is decarbonized petrochemicals, boost energy efficiency, electrifications of the chemical synthesis. Dr. Das yesterday, he has covered. Biopolymer, e-chemicals, fundamentals, primary energy from fossil to power. Past is not the good guide for us, for future. Now the age is innovation, new energy, breakthrough. Particularly for academic focus, electrochemistry and electrocatalysis, laser-based plasma processing, diffusions, science and membranes. I think morning Chiranjeev sir, he covered the membrane separation, advanced polymer for tomorrow, circularity for carbon and polymer. What are the industry challenges? This is the last point. Boost efficiency for the solar photovoltaic modules, develop cost-efficient, non-lithium based battery, slash the cost of the low carbon hydrogen, minimize use of rare earth material. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bera. I think it was indeed quite fast and rapid round of advice coming to all of you. Thank you. Let me shift slightly the question to a slightly adjacent area. You know, when you heard so many changes are happening and there are new areas coming, so obviously you need capex. And when the capex is allotted, the next thing to concentrate how the implementation can be faster, the implementation can comply the quality and as well as safety. Now, Mr. Robin Mukhopadhyay is coming from an experience and wisdom where he has worked from the investor side and the project implementation side. So I wanted to ask Mr. Robin Mukhopadhyay is that, you know, as young chemical engineers, when they are talking about this project management skill, what are the areas they should pick up? If you have any advice, please. Mr. Robin Mukhopadhyay.
Thank you, Barto. In fact, I will first of all congratulate the organizers for thinking of or considering such a time-relevant topic for discussion at this point. Because, you know, this sort of input coming from the industry to the young engineers who are just about to pass out or going into the professional life, it is going to immensely help these young engineers to shape up their professional life. I would definitely, as Partha has correctly told me, about half of my life has spent as a project process engineer, not all through engineer, but definitely graduated to business manager and all, but remained in the project field. So we have, I will take it in a way that you can, it is easier for the young engineers to connect what the type of challenges that is in front of you and how you cope up with that. Now, this is an opportunity, is said as such, attending such talk, and where you are getting a direct input from the industry where you are going to have your next life. And I would say that as you are passing out, young engineers are mainly, it is an abundance of energy and with a wide knowledge in various basic engineering things. And these things need to be further improved upon by learning various different skills to improve on the core competency. Now, you know that Partha has very correctly told that CAPEX is one big way our country is expanding. We are already a 3 trillion economy and striving for achieving 5 trillion. And that is only possible by doing more and more CAPEX in almost all the industry. Now, coming to the process industry, where our interest is, we can see that all the refining and petrochemical industry, they are going for a big expansions. Today, the way petrochemical growth in India we are seeing, it is twice of global growth, two times global growth in India petrochemicals, and every 2 years we should build one global size petrochemical plant. That is the way the country is going forward, and already 2 of the petrochemical plant is already under construction, and few are under planning, and very soon they also may be announced. Now coming to the process engineer's role in project, I would say the first thing any process engineer they need to do is the process configuration of any project. Now, in doing that process configuration, you need to have a wide knowledge on the technologies available. And technology is one thing which our previous section we have discussed about the change. So technology is another thing where the change is coming in a big way. Every few years, new technologies are coming up, and it is continuously developing. I remember in 1970, for an Indian refinery, it was only distillation, coking, and catalytic reforming. These are the things which used to make a process configuration for a refinery. In 80, we got the fluidized catalytic cracking. In 90, we got the hydrocracking to produce more and more diesel. And in 2000, we got resid cracking to get the bottom of the barrel. And in 2020, we are talking of direct crude to chemicals, which yesterday I have talked. So this is the way technology is changing, and the process engineers who are coming out and who particularly looking for project career, they need to be very thorough about the global technology scenario and how they can be adopted to make a best process configuration for a particular project. One point comes into my mind is that in a academic scenario, mostly we learn about the technical features of the technologies and all, but we need to know the commercial features as well. Project people need to be a very thorough techno-commercial person. Unless the commercial viability of these technologies are proven, this is of no use. So when we talk of catalysis, etc., in college, we are happy to know the different types of catalysts, etc. But when we come to industry, it is more important to know the relative yield from those catalysts and their cost, etc., how they are going to influence the reaction so that we get the best for the business. So that is the change in mind shape and how the academic atmosphere and professional atmosphere will work. And to that extent, the young engineers, they have to adopt to this. So apart from this, you come to the financial modeling. That is very important for project engineers because all these technologies, configuration, etc., that need to be justified on financial numbers. Then only the business decisions can be taken. So there are various financial tools available for which I think young engineers, they should be trained. Right in the college itself, there should be opportunity to get trained on this so that they get employment ready when they are passing out from the college. Apart from this financial tools, I will also tell you to look for various project implementation tools like Primavera and MS Project, which gives you, or your costing tools like Aspen Suite, which gives you the idea of doing the cost estimation for a project. So these are the different skill sets which need to be practiced during the final years of the college, so that when you come out, you are fully ready for the industry to go. One more point comes to mind is that apart from this technical function requirement and all, behavioral traits for a project person is very important, because in project every day is a new day for project person, and success and failure is just the two sides of the coin. So you should be very much I would say emotionally stable so that no failure should touch you. There may be failure at times, but we have to see that how those failures can be taken as a learning, and with that learning only we go forward, going this thing in our future projects. And from learning comes another point to my mind is that there is another quality we need to inculcate in you. That is a learn, unlearn, and again learn. Unless you learn how to unlearn, you will not be able to learn new things. And there is a term called half-life of engineers. Half-life of engineers in Japanese, it is very commonly used word. It is the number of years by which whatever you are coming out from college, whatever your knowledge at that point of time, number of years by which that becomes outdated, that is your half-life of engineers. So unless you learn new things, you will not be continuing as a new person in the project and in the process. So learning new things is very important. So these are the few things which come to my mind, and I hope this will help the young engineers when they are coming out. Thank you.
Very true, Mr. Ravin Mukhopadhyay. I think learn, unlearn, relearn. When there's so much change happening, anything which you are well equipped, if you cling to that and you are not unlearning and taking the next one, you will be obsolete. So please remember that, my dear young engineers. I'm almost in the wrap-up session, but I know chemical engineers, without talking about AI, ML, sensors, remote inspection, digitalization, it will not be a cool thing, right? So my next panel member is Mr. Sahani, who has worked both in functional as well as developing, formulating robust strategy. I would request to throw some lights how these young engineers can pick up something, and what is that they should pick up more interestingly to have the application of digitalization in chemical engineering. Mr. Sahani, please.
Yeah, very interesting thought, I would say. But I want to start with a caveat that when we talk about machine learning, we want to talk about AI, and these are all very in things, as we call in youngsters' language. These are all in things. But the basic chemical engineering is not going away anywhere. So first of all, that basic chemical engineering has to be thorough. Everything else sets upon it. The basic foundation has to be the chemical engineering, and basic chemical engineering also is not good enough. We were fortunate when we passed out 25 years, 30 years back, we could manage with basic chemical engineering. And as we moved along in our careers, we learned some things, and that's why we are doing whatever we are doing right now. But with fast changing scenarios, with so much of competition, with so much of new things coming up, no expectations coming up, basic chemical engineering is not going to help. We have to have something extra. The technologies that are prevalent today in the industry. Please understand, in your working life cycle, when you start working and you start working for 30, 35 years, for 3 decades, at least you will work in the industry. In these 30 years, in these 3 decades, whatever technologies you will end up with, they have not been invented right now. Almost 40 to 50% of those technologies are not available in the market right now. So when you work for 3 decades, when you end up after 3 decades, those technologies that you will be working on, they are not there. And I'm talking about the basic chemical engineering only, not the AIs or the MLs only. So that is the biggest opportunity, I would say. That is the biggest headroom that you have. That we have to develop that inclinations to work towards R&D, to work towards development of new technologies, and all of these are all imported technologies that are there. So there is a headroom that we can, we can tell you that nowadays we can't crib that India doesn't give opportunities for R&D, India doesn't give opportunities for doing the basic research. No, it doesn't. India has enough resources now. It is not like 30 years back or 50 years back. Now we are there. Regarding coming to that topic that Mr. Partha has asked me to talk about is the new technologies that per se computer related or automation related, those technologies. Why do we need them? First of all, why do we need them? Because we need them to enhance efficiencies of the process. We need them to reduce the cost of production. We need them to optimize the capex that is being involved, the OPEX, the operating expenses that are there in the industry. We want to use them for reducing the wastages that are happening in the process. We want to use them for better troubleshooting. We want to use them for better problem-solving techniques. So we need these technologies. We need the help of these technologies. And mind you, these are only tools. They have to be used. They are not going to do your work. You have to do your work. But you can use these tools to do them quickly. You multiply their effects and to use them in an extensive manner. And then how we can do it? Artificial intelligence. We can take the best minds, we can take the best troubleshooters, we can take the best experts, and we can take their learnings and we can take their understanding of the process, their understanding of the system, and then put it into a system which is artificially intelligent, and it starts from those learnings and then it keeps on adding the learning that it does by itself on day-to-day basis, on the run, on the go. So it becomes more and more intelligent, it becomes more and more acclimatized to your system, and then you can use it as a tool for your troubleshooting, for your decision making, which are in regular nature, not the basic, not the high level decisions. The decisions that are to be regularly taken by people, those can be delegated to an artificial intelligence system. Similarly, the machine level learning, this is the decision making on the plant level, and then it is a machine level learning that also can be taught to a machine. Algorithms can be written, systems can be developed, wherein we can ask the machine to learn how it does the work, how it has been done in a better way, in the best way, once it has been done, and then we can put it into algorithm, and then we can allow it to keep on learning and how to do things, how to reduce wastages. So those are the things when we are talking about machine learning. And yes, they are going to be very useful when you go out, and it will be an added advantage to your CV whenever you go into the industry that yes, I have worked on artificial intelligence, I have worked on machine learning. Advanced sensors, they are also a tool. They are the third level tool because of those sensors, because of those data transfer, because of those networking, because of those neurals that are running around the system, you can't have artificial intelligence, you can't have machine learning. So these are the third level tools which come into play. Then there are advanced process controls, which is rudimentary. Advanced process control is everywhere right now. Then there are real-time optimizations, which are again sitting on advanced process control. They are giving targets to the advanced process control to do the optimized process controls. So those kind of n number of things are there. We can have dynamic simulators which are there, which is a very good opportunity when you go out into the system, and then how to learn, how to, like sir has said, that how to unlearn. We learn some things in our books, in our chemical engineering, in our labs, but some of those things have to be unlearned also. We have to start afresh also, and then we have to understand also. So there, the simulators come into picture. Then coming to the commercial part of it, which Robin sir has also touched upon, he has talked about the commercial part of it. I'll say that supply chain management is also a very big issue, which is helpful in the project implementation also, which Robin sir was addressing, and otherwise also in products when we go to supply chain management, the demand forecasting, the cost of capital kind of thing, the financial forecasting, the financial management, those things we find uh, uh, people are not ready when they come to when we came out of the college, we were also not ready, I should admit that. And when today's people also come out, they are not, they are well equipped with the chemical engineering issues, but they are not well equipped with those financial issues. So they have to start learning. We also did our learning, but it is better if you have the opportunity, if you have the time, if you have the resources, then you can brush up your economical thinking, because that is ultimately it is money. Ultimately, it is rokda that is coming out of the system. So those kind of things, I suppose, will help the young engineers going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sane. You know, I was always addressing young engineers and thinking some of us who are not young engineers. Actually, after this discussion, I think I should change the word. It is the youth. Some are youth by age, some are youth by mind. And in this panel, and also some of the first benchers are actually youth, still in youth in mind. So we all are youth. We are all benefited through this discussion. And I think going forward, I think one of the biggest takeaway which I wanted to mention, and as I started with another quote, I wanted to end also with another quote. Wisdom is not product of schooling, but lifelong attempt to acquire it. What you are learning in the schooling, it is not the end. Keep that creative mindset. We all are benefited through that, and I can assure you, if you keep that mindset, you will be benefited immensely. Thank you very much. I'm really out of time. Partha Sarathi Chatterjee, batch of 1992, chemical engineer, signing off. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The moderator, Mr. Partha Sarathi Chatterjee, and every one of you members of the panel, thank you for discussing this topic in depth. We have just had a piece of extraordinary news. We have the senior most alumni, the senior most alumnus that we have managed to track. He's 95 years old. His name is Mr. Arun Kumar Chando. And when he was a student here, it would not have been possible. But technology has given us the opportunity of bringing him online into this auditorium. And I am sure from the present day students to the members of the alumni present here today would love to have a look at Mr. Arun Kumar Chando and would definitely, shall I go down there? Okay, all right. We are just trying to sort out the technology. In case we cannot do it from the stage, this is certainly not Mr. Chando. Okay, I'll come down. I'll just come down. Give me a second. All right. I think Mr. Chando, আমরা একটু অরুণ বাবুর সঙ্গে কথা বলতে চাইছিলাম। ওর সঙ্গে একটু যোগাযোগ করানো যাবে?
I'm trying actually. I'm trying to add him in. Just give me a few seconds.
Okay. All right.
Pranay, are you there in the call right now?
We are. We all are.
Okay, so I think I have given another direct number. If you can call on that number, my father will be able to speak. So Pranay has that number with him. So if you can ask Pranay to disconnect this call and connect on the other call.
All right, we are going to try that. Would you like to sit here? No, no. This says Dilip Dutta.
He said his name. I thought that was his name.
হ্যালো
হ্যালো
অরুণ বাবু প্রণাম নেবেন
হ্যাঁ বাবা
শ্রী অরুণ
বলছো
কুমার চন্দ আপনার
বলছি আমি
হ্যাঁ আপনি যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটির কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ডিপার্টমেন্টের অ্যালুমনাস তাই তো
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
কোন কোন সাল ছিল সেটা
1951
1951
স্বাধীনতা প্রথম
1951 তার মানে তখন ডিপার্টমেন্টের বয়স হচ্ছে 30 বছর 1921 এ ডিপার্টমেন্ট তৈরি হয়েছে আর আপনি 1951 ছিলেন তখন ডিপার্টমেন্টের বয়স 30 বছর মাত্র মানে ইয়াং ডিপার্টমেন্ট আর আজকে ডিপার্টমেন্টের বয়স 100 আপনি কিন্তু ইয়াংই আছেন
মনে হয় না
একদম মনে হয়
94 হাফ
94 and half হ্যাঁ 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 আচ্ছা বেশ এবার আপনি আমাদের একটু বলুন আপনি কি হীরালাল রয়কে দেখেছিলেন
ডক্টর হিরালাল রয়
ডক্টর হীরালাল রয়
এবি হার্ভার্ড পেপার করছেন
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা
দিলীপ দত্ত আমাদের দিলীপ কুমার দত্ত আমাদের কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং পড়াতেন দিলীপ কুমার দত্ত ডিকে দত্ত
দিলীপ কুমার দত্তকে আপনি পেয়েছেন আচ্ছা আর ডিপার্টমেন্টের কোনো বিশেষ স্মৃতি মনে পড়ে কি কোনো বিশেষ স্মৃতি কোনো বিশেষ প্রফেসর
রামনারায়ণ মুখার্জি আমার কলিগ ছিল
হ্যাঁ
রামনারায়ণ মুখার্জি হি ওয়াজ ফর সাম টাইম যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটিতে কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং হেড অফ দি ডিপার্টমেন্ট ছিল
ওকে প্রফেসর রামনারায়ণ মুখার্জি আর কারুর নাম মনে পড়ছে এই মুহূর্তে
হ্যাঁ মনে পড়ছে আর লেক রাম তলোয়ার সেকেন্ড হয়েছিল লেক রাম তলোয়ার তার কোনো খবর রাখি
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা
আর আমি থার্ড হয়েছিলাম তিনজন
আচ্ছা
আমি জীবন গোপাল ঘোষাল আর প্রদীপ্ত বোস
আচ্ছা আপনাকে অন্তত ভার্চুয়ালি যে আমরা ডিপার্টমেন্টে মানে এই যে 100 বছরের সেলিব্রেশন হচ্ছে অ্যাটলিস্ট উই গট ইউ ভার্চুয়ালি ফিজিক্যালি আপনি প্রেজেন্ট না থাকলেও তো ডিপার্টমেন্টের উদ্দেশ্যে কি বলবেন
হ্যাঁ ঠিকই আছে
and
কি বলবো নিন্দে করবো
থ্যাংক ইউ দ্যাট ইজ ভেরি সুইট অফ ইউ আর আমরাও নিশ্চয়ই আশা করব আপনার সঙ্গেও যেন সবকিছু ঠিক থাকে আপনার আরো দীর্ঘায়ু কামনা করছি আমরা প্রণাম নেবেন নমস্কার
নমস্কার নমস্কার ঠিক আছে
আরেকজন কি আসছে আরেকজন কি
হ্যাঁ বলো
So, can we have the people from Bamalori? Bamalori is going to conduct the lucky dip right in front of you for the sake of transparency, I suppose. Is there anyone from Bamalori here? There. Right. So quite a few cards. And who's going to take the dip? Professor Chakraborty? Professor Chakraborty is given the very, very serious duty of picking up the lucky winner. So, আপনার হাতে একজন খুব ভাগ্যবানের ভাগ্য নির্ভর করে আছে। আপনি দু চোখ বন্ধ করে একদম Okay, there's one condition. Right. So, লাঞ্চের পরে যারা বাড়ি চলে গেছেন তার নামও যদি ওঠে প্রাইজ কিন্তু পাবেন না। You have to be here. So, Mr. Chakraborty, to decide on the fate of the lucky winner. Okay. খুব ভালো করে আপনি মিশিয়ে নিন। Absolutely. Go ahead.
Dr. Sujoy Kumar Samanto. So, very good, very good. So he's present. So lucky guy, and he's our alumnus also. So he's right now at IIT Patna.
Dr. Samanto, please come up. Do come up. ছুটির অ্যাপ্লিকেশনটা এখনই করে দিন। So the lucky winner who gets to travel to Goa. Oh, এখন দার্জিলিং. Okay. Even better. Right. So it's going to be Darjeeling. One couple, 3 nights, 2 days. That's right. 3 nights, 2 nights, 3 days. It's the other way around. Right. Dr. Samanto? আমি জানি না আপনার প্রথম হানিমুন কোথায় হয়েছিল, বাট সেকেন্ড হানিমুন তো দার্জিলিং এ হবে। Thank you. And we thank you so much. And we thank Bamalori for bringing in this wonderfully joyous moment in our lives. So, what do we do next? Right. So, we proceed. কোনটা অ্যানাউন্স করব? প্রফেসর দত্ত, ডক্টর কোনটা অ্যানাউন্স করব? Right. So we are going to have an interactive session with the students. They're out here in numbers with Mr. Partho Sharathi Chatterjee, who certainly needs no introduction. So can we once again request Mr. Chatterjee to come up on the dais? And this is going to be an interactive session. So polish your glasses, pull up your trousers, tighten your belts.
It's okay, caller Michael, sir. Thank you. Yeah. It's on. Oh. Yeah, it's okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, I said. That's great. So that I get the energy, to impart the energy. Since morning we are sitting and partly eating and a lot of listening. So this is a voluntary session. This particular, what I'm going to do now, is called interactive session. So interaction starts from the beginning. Can you please rise? Keep your hands free. Keep your baggage. Yes, all. Of course, it's a voluntary, as I said. Somebody for health reason or otherwise wants to choose, it's perfectly okay. Keep your hands free. Okay? Great. So I would request to have some kind of a gap between all of you. Slide. If it is okay, I mean, don't move fast. That's what. What I'm going to do, please follow the instruction and do that very carefully. I really request your attention. So what you have to do, you have to keep the finger like this as if pointing towards, okay? No, this way. Keep this right hand or whichever your active hand. Left-hander can do that same with the left hand. Okay? So all are ready? Okay? So what you have to do, you have to stretch, and where you stop on the wall or wherever it stops, that point you please remember. So I go like this, I stop there, I remember there. Okay? Please do that. Go, stop there, remember that point wherever you are pointing. Is the instruction clear? Now you remember the point, come back, original position. Now you do, hold on, same way. Now my instruction is stretch maximum and see where the point is and remember the point. Stretch your maximum and reach where that point is. Done? You remember those 2 points? Please sit down. Please raise your hand, whoever the second point is later than the first point. Means wider angle you have traveled in the second time. How many people you have exceeded the first point and stretched? How many people? 60%? 60%? So what is the difference? Because I told you to stretch more. So one instruction has so much power to go beyond your limit. Now the question is, why it has to come from me? Why can't you do it from your side? Right? So next couple of slides, I will show you enough reasons why you should do yourself. And if you do, you know the results just now, right? So let's move forward. Welcome to the world of chemical industry. I take the pledge that all data which will be shared here are from international repute and widely researched. So it's very credible. And whenever I will give my opinion, I will categorically tell that it is my opinion on that data. So you can believe blindly these data. See the left side, that's the cause, and the right side is the effect. And if 23% to increase the primary energy need, you can think of what is coming next for chemical engineers. If you see, we talked about energy transition, we talked about new energy, green energy, go green, but still, I think many of ours, and I know, I just wanted to tell you that why I have chosen this till 2045. Any guess? Most of you will pass next 25 years and reach 2045, right? That is a formative year, which is very important for your asymptotical growth in life. And those people who are otherwise also there like me in 40s and 50s, they can also go for another 25 years anyway. So I thought to take whether 5 years, 10 years, so I chose to take all this analysis up to 2045, okay? So if you see that the biggest takeaway from this is that oil is going to be there till 2045. It may not peak, it may plateau, right? Gas, which is much cleaner, will increase, right? Of course, the renewables will show its surge or increase for sure, but dominance of oil and gas, fossil fuel will be there, and that's because it is energy transition. Today, GDP and 23% of energy requirement to meet, the new energy is not so ready. So it will not be replenishing. But if you see 2021 and 2045, sorry, I think it's got jumbled up, 2045, if you see, the main shift is happening. Oil is reducing 1%, but if you see that's in absolute is not that small. It's reducing quite a lot. Natural gas is increasing, and the main shift is happening wind and solar. So if you see 285 going up to 351 million barrels oil equivalent per day, is mainly that is going to be wind and solar. Do you agree that? Do you see that? Let's move on. This is globe. What is the India story? 6% GDP. Actually, I didn't give what is the percentage in primary energy demand it will be. Do you know it is? How much? More than 100%. So I changed the parameter to times. Oil jumps to 2.3 times. Gas jumps to 3.4 times. Actually, Mr. Prime Minister, in India Energy Week, sometime back in Bangalore, said 5 times is the aspiration for gas. In that context, let's see the corresponding slides which I presented for the globe. One remarkable difference, can you imagine? Coal is going to be continuing there. That's India. But the process efficiency, carbon footprint, all those things will be the call of the time. But replacement of coal is still a long way. Oil, again the same story, because we are energy net importer of oil, so it's going to be quite a long demand. Gas also increasing because of the cleaner energy fuels. Renewable, same story. I don't know, maybe the nuclear chart is a bit doubtful whether that much increase will happen or not. But if you see the key takeaway, similarly in the pie chart, 2021 and 2045, if you see the oil is increasing in case of India, unlike globe. Gas is obviously much larger jump, and the wind and solar story is also equally similar in tune with the global trends, right? So what is in it for us? Let's talk about that. I think this is the slide which is to be taken in your memory. And that should be the inspiration. While fossil fuel continue to be there, and there are reasons why in the fossil fuel all these parameters are important. Process efficiency, because we have to be more environmentally conscious, reduction in carbon footprint, low cost production, circular economy, alternate fuel, alternate materials which are more sustainable. And the most important part, which is for all the young engineers, that these people who are investing in oil and gas, they are able to see that it is going to be plateaued very soon. What does it mean? There is a rush of implementation. Today, we are talking about Saudi Aramco declaring $110 billion in next 5 years, out of which oil and gas is about 60 to 80 billion dollars investment in oil and gas itself, next 5 years. In last 5 years, they invested only $15 billion. 4 times. Same for Qatar, same for India, same for anywhere else. So the speed at which the implementation will happen will be tremendous, unprecedented. And that's where the other peripheral skills other than the principles of chemical engineering comes into play. Sometime back we talked about project management. We talked about various other technology which I will touch this. So that's the right side of it. Left side, as we all agree that renewables go green will be the theme. And that is where these parameters are important. Why? At what extent it will happen along with fossil fuel, and at what speed it will happen will be determined by what kind of subsidy the governments are giving. You know the recent story of Germany, Europe, and now we are also encouraging. There are huge amount of gap funding is required to be given by the government. So that's important. Second is how quickly infrastructure is happening, how quickly the hydrogen transportation technology is evolving safely, bulk transportation is happening. So those are the questions which are very important, how fast the green is taking its place. Another part is very important here. Please understand the green renewables part going along with the fossil fuel differs country to country. The story of Europe, the story of United States, the story of India are different. So the speed and extent with which it will happen, it may be a point of debate and deliberation. But the most important takeaway from this slide, all of you, are that you are in the crossroad where there will be dual investment engine. What a time to be chemical engineer, to exploit this situation and make a career path. Now, let's talk about something which in terms of real world, which are the industry will be opening up for all of you. If you see, I divide into 3 sects. One is, we talked about, there will be continuous focus on efficiency increase of your conventional plants, which we are doing today, how to extract more efficiency so that those plants, those processes are more carbon footprint friendly, right? The second thing which will happen, there are other plethora of industry and process improvement will happen where fuel will be shifted. So waste to energy, biofuel, 2G, 3G ethanol, those kind of fuel shifts or hybridization will happen. The third part is the decarbonization, CCUS, green hydrogen, all those things, solar, wind power, those are the things will be coming, which are completely talking about go green. So this is all 3 areas, if you talk about, there is a huge demand of the process engineers across the globe. Let's talk slightly specific that as chemical engineers, which are the core functions you will be focusing on. And there is also an expanded view today. You are not only limited to chemical engineers being on the DCAs or as a commissioning, or only limited to the design. There are plethora of functions, core functions, where you as a chemical engineers can participate in those industry which I just mentioned, full of earlier slide. And these are the areas where there is a deep engagement of chemical engineers required. Correct? Let's talk about something else, because as I was, when comparing the panel session, I was telling that what is the cool thing about chemical engineering discipline, because where are those new technology? Believe me, for example, in L&T, we are talking about all this application as chemical engineering, and while installing some of the chemical engineering process plants. Let's take one by one, right? Let's talk about advanced manufacturing, 3D tool, how you are remote controlling the plants with advanced sensors, how your maintenance you are doing through drone, many of the painting work we have done through drones, how innovative materials are evolving, how you are making a boutique polymers with nanotechnology, how we are talking about green chemistry, Internet of Things. Many of our construction sites, many of the assets in the chemical plants and systems are with the chips, which you can track as far as productivity is concerned. It is much safer now. You can generate any kind of asset data. You can generate the quality control process. So a lot of process automation is happening through Internet of Things. Data analytics. Today, many of the laboratory work are much easier because they are talking about cloud computing and data analytics. And artificial intelligence are very heavily in the hazardous areas, biochemistry, many of the areas. So what I'm trying to tell you, that along with the core principles of chemical engineering, these are the things please look into, where your interest should be, which are the things to pick up and have an overlap with the chemical principles and process, right? So these are the new tech which will be the edge if you pick up along with your conventional chemical engineering processes and systems. We touched base this part some time back, that this is the interaction which is industry forum, and I'm happy to see that so many application oriented industry specialists, subject matter experts have attended that, and more importantly, many of you have shown so much interest. In our time, we were not so industry friendly or industry focused. I think you are better focused, but ultimately, along with, as you move up, these are the soft skills are very important to pick up. It's to be aware of, it's to be focusing on, and you have to, now onwards, you are going to the world where you have to learn through observation, through understanding that these are critical success factor along with your functional knowledge, right? I leave it there for you to absorb. If you do all these three things, that means core chemical process engineering, then you talk about the new technology to add on with the core, and then build on soft skill. This is the kind of opportunity. Believe me, this is real data. Are you excited? No interaction. Are you excited? This is not called excited. Are you excited? I share it in a very diverse audience, mostly in a multi-ethnic group, but I pick up a Nike ad. I don't know whether you have seen the series of Nike ad. It's very inspirational. So one of the things I thought to share with you all. Can you please click that and put the sound on? Sound full volume.
Listen up, babies. Life's not fair. You get no say in the world you're born into. You don't decide your name. You don't decide where you come from. You don't decide if you have a place to call home or if your whole family has to leave the country. Yeah, it's messed up. You don't decide how the world judges a person like you. You don't decide how your story begins, but you do get to decide how it ends. Yes!
Future is unlimited. Sky is not the limit. Do I have some time for questionnaire? It's open and any questions you can ask. Do you have any organizer? Do you have any time? Some time? Not? Okay. Maybe 2-3 questions, if any. I don't. Can you just click one further? No, go back. Go back. That's it. Yeah, please. Can somebody help me with the mic? Udar.
I have one small question for you.
Yes.
This is a very good presentation. Whatever data you have given, this is very, very, sort of, enthusiastic for the guys here sitting here. What are the future? Means what are the prospect ahead of our students here in India? Because whatever you have given the figure is very good, is very, very lucrative for them to plan ahead. What are the prospects in India?
As I told you that I have given parallelly to the global picture, India picture as well. And you have seen some of the cases, the story of India is steeper than globe. Let me to be very frank. I'm in the middle of many projects. In fact, in L&T today, the growth will be only hindered by the lack of talent. In India's story, if the talent comes forward, 2x, 3x growth is not impossible. And I'm not making words just without any data again. You talk about refineries, right? If you see the India energy mix, about 16 to 17% we do energy spent is in transportation. And believe me, there are things happening many ways that transportation fuels, the diesel and petrol, will be shrunk. Now, what is the impact of that? Today, the fractionation which is happening in refinery will be changed drastically. We have many projects in India where oil to chemicals is the real life. Reliance hugely investing oil to chemicals. The refinery fractionation, what you are listening, the carts, those carts will not be there. There will be new carts. Bottom of the barrel will be differently treated. The hydrocracker will change the game of totally. So what I'm trying to talk about, that is mid and downstream. There is a good amount of things happening in the upstream, where from I come. There is a huge investment by ONGC in deeper water. Presently, we are doing, I don't know how much you are aware of, that the biggest gas discovery, 98/2, in the east coast of India, which is happening, is one of the biggest gas. And more gas, as you have seen in the data, there is a huge investment happening. I do understand that in the gas sectors, the main problem will be the pipeline and the networking. But I think there is a different kind of transportation mechanism will involve. You see already how the hydrogen transportation is already picking up, and many of the licenses are coming now. So I personally feel the kind of talk about the green energy, talk about hydrogen is reality now. We have in our Hazira plant, we have made a prototype of hydrogen plant, which is providing the captive energy. And we started to doing that because we set up the plant. So we thought, let us put the plant for us in captive use so that we understand while building that hydrogen plant, what are the criticality, what are the nuances. So modularization of hydrogen plant, the big investment like 100 gigawatt green energy we talked about in Jamnagar, these are real. These are not Spielberg movie. Let me tell you, these are real, and this will be huge opportunity. It is how we are, young engineers are really coming back to the core industry, brick and mortar. And the whole effort is in that. It is similarly cool because huge amount of AI/ML, huge amount of blockchain. Supply chain, today, both in the process industry and the project industry are using blockchain in supply chain. Blockchain is a tremendous ammunition to combat the supply chain struggle post-COVID era. So what I'm trying to say is also cool. The chemical industry is also cool. So what we are trying to say, bring back the talent to the chemical industry where the process improvements are happening, technological advancement are happening, digitalization is happening, and all those new cool things are also there. Okay? Have I answered?
Including robotic engineering. So in that case, that number of manpowers may not be that much required. No, it is just, I mean, that is my wish, maybe my wishful thinking, but the way AI and data science are moving, including robotic science, and that also in the medical science, robotic surgery, the people, we are apprehending that our scope, our means our next generation scope, not our scope, exactly. It is going to be, do you think that it is not a threat of shrinking that these things?
It's an excellent question. I think it's, please understand, this is an excellent question because every time we are adopting the digitalization, new technology in many of our industry, this is the question comes. And my HR head is sitting, I specially called him from Bombay so that he understands the pulse. So my answer is that, no, my answer is that, you know, let me give you an example. We recruit a lot of good young engineers, GTs in industry. And I was making a survey that first 5-6 years, what kind of monotony of job they do. You know, I found that 60%, 40 to 60% job they do monotonous. That means they do day in, day out, 40 to 60% of the job monotonous. Now I replace them with bot. In my sectors, I have implemented so far 25 bots to take away all those monotonous repetitive job. So those are algorithm are doing, the people are not doing. It's a cobots. Now think of that 20 engineers or 25 engineers who are doing this 40 to 60% monotonous job. They are unlocked and they are doing something else and we are engaging them. So it's a lot fun. Believe me, this digitalization will make your life a lot cool, lot fun. It will not scare us with the, it will be, as some time back we said, that we have to unlearn, we have to relearn. COVID has taught us, many of us who are having gray hairs, who were not opening up the MS Teams and Zoom, now they can't talk about without that. So we have to unlearn and relearn, right? It's replacement. It is not the replacement of the resource. It's replacement of the thought process, the way business is getting re-engineered, and it's not a threat at all. I hope I have answered.
Yes, Partho, there's a question from your budding engineers, your targets.
Yeah, please.
Sir, as you were speaking about achieving net zero carbon neutrality, sir, can imposition of carbon taxes help us to achieve that target?
See, there are a lot of debates on that, because who is polluting and who are being taxed, this dilemma will go on. There is a different debate that somebody in the West has polluted for last 50 years and why there is a price to be paid by the Oriental countries. So I think the couple of things which are happening in reality, which is possible, is in chemical industry, whatever you do, the first is the process efficiency. Whatever conventional we were doing, there are huge amount, and the real statistics suggest about 10 to 15% carbon footprint can be reduced by increasing and developing process efficiency in the conventional chemical industry. And some of the industry we are making, L&T is building, we have seen that kind of a results. That is one. Second thing is that whatever you do, some of the things you cannot completely go to the neutral. So that is where comes abatement. I don't know whether you are familiar with the word. So many of the projects we are doing, there are clients and there are many industries are now doing so many million trees to be planted. Every contract we discharge, we set a target, so many trees to be planted. So, you have to do all these things together, but I think the most important part is today's balance sheet. You have to have profit and loss, other assets, and also mention what you are doing for ESG. And since that kind of a statutory, compulsory, mandatorily requirement are coming, it is more the companies are coming forward and giving the focus to that. Imposition is a deterrent, tax imposition and other things. It's more if your exchange is giving, stock exchange, all the SEBIs and other people are giving the due credit to all these, and those are traded better. So those kind of an economic benefit will be more encouraging for giving that impetus. I don't know whether I've made you clear.
Sir, we'll have to sort of
Yeah.
this.
So she's really stopping me. It's fantastic to share this session with you all, and really enjoyed a lot. I don't know how much you have enjoyed. The last slide, if you can bring in, just one more. Just one more. I will just take it. Just one more. This is my contact from wherever you are sitting. If you scan the QR code, it will be there with your phone. So please take care. I will be happy to answer many other questions which, because of the short of time, I could not do.
Just,
Please,
I want
yeah.
to add just one point. The Reliance, we are having 250 plants, okay? And in IX platforms, we are publishing daily reports of the all 250 plants automatically. And if we ask the engineer, if anyone asks you to do any manual activity, come back to us. Stop all manual activity. Do productive modeling, how to improve the efficiency, yield improvement. Even if you increase, say, let's say Dasar is here also. If you improve the 0.2% yield in FCC, it is a huge money.
Absolutely.
So focused on that. Stop all manual activities.
Absolutely.
Web-based report every day morning, 9 o'clock. It will reach to your laptop, desktop, mobile. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, these are real stories. Absolutely, the kind of revolution or transformation is happening to change the way we do the business. We did the business yesterday is mind-boggling. It's quite exciting for even in the young engineers to be cool and concentrate on the main things instead of the monotonous things. It's happening all across. You heard him, you heard me. These are practicing in the real world. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Really stop telling me to stop. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. One last
Let
question.
me take.
Use this.
No, I think
Oh, his mic.
My last question is, everything that you said is very rosy, very nice. How much of this money that you're going to earn will be filtered down to the students you are going to take, the talented person? How much will be their salary? How much will they get? And how many people are you going to hire from Jadavpur University?
if you really permit, because I believe that what is enough for us.
Sir, take this.
You know, I think it is incomplete, and thanks to you. I mean, I always say that end of the day, if you don't show what is in it for us, each one of us, it doesn't make very exciting. So yes, true. One, myself and my HR guy has come fleeing from Bombay to attend these particular questions. And last time, and believe me, I'm telling from the core of my heart that last time when we gave the walk-in interview, 10 people attended. Panel members were 12. I want to change that. Promise, many of the industry colleagues are here from very reputed companies. It is the coming back to chemical industry will make the difference. We promise you, we will give you better life only, not only money, which shifts from one job to another. You want to be complete man, like a Raymond man, come and join chemical industry. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Look, can I assume,
Other than that,
can I assume,
we the alumni are there for strengthening other things.
Can I assume that you're going to hire at least 5 per person next year?
You are too less. Your next person, you are too less. I am talking about couple of times. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That was really hitting the nail on the head. And I don't know if there was someone from the legal departments. I'm sure the dotted lines would have been signed at this very panel. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you for livening up this particular conference. It's not only about technology, it is also about lives. It is also about the future. And today, we are going into the final panel discussion, which is about the future and which is about the role of young engineers in allied industries. The speakers are Dr. Kaushik Bhattacharya representing SAIL, and we also have Mr. Shoumabho Bera representing TCS, Mr. Ojeo Bandopadhyay representing IFC World Bank Group, and Dr. Oshim Roy is going to be the moderator. Dr. A.K. Roy is a chemical engineer of great repute, and indeed, research and development is his strong forte. May I request Dr. A.K. Roy to please come up on the dais and call his panelists. As we all know that he was the person behind the establishment of many iconic, let's say, achievements in the steel industry. Dr. Ray was instrumental in commissioning sponge iron pilot project and associated processes in the research laboratory. Dr. Roy is also a great academic who has published many books. He has received many awards. In fact, under his leadership, DSP, that is Durgapur Steel Plant, got the prestigious Golden Peacock Award. And he, as I was saying, that he has a number of publications, and he got the best paper of the year in 2021 from the International Society of Automation, United States. It is, before I hand over the mic to Dr. A.K. Roy, may I call upon our head of the department, who would be felicitating Dr. Ray and the panelists. Our head of the department, Professor Roger Chakraborty, to present a memento and felicitate Dr. A.K. Ray. And also to the panelists, Dr. Kaushik Bhattacharya, representing SAIL. Dr. Kaushik Bhattacharya, representing SAIL. And we have Mr. Shomabho Bera, Shomabho Borua, representing TCS. Shomabho Borua, representing TCS, and Mr. Ojio Bandopadhyay, representing the IFC World Bank Group. Thank you so much. And it is over to Dr. A.K. Ray to conduct the proceedings.
So this is the last panel discussion. And the topic of this discussion is on role of young engineers in allied industries. And we have a very learned panelist like Dr. Kaushik Bhattacharya. He is in the marketing division of Steel Authority of India Limited. Mr. Shambhav Borua, he was also in Steel Authority, as I understand. He was there for some time, and then presently is in Tata TCS. And Mr. Aheja Bandopadhyay, who is working in circular economy area in IFC World Bank Group. So we have three eminent panelists. I'll start, we'll end the discussion about 5:45 maybe, because after that we have several programs for the alumni and cultural program also. So maybe 5:45 will end, and I understand Mr. Bodu also have to leave quite early. Yeah. So Mr. Bodu, is it okay? Okay, that's fine. So basically, I'd like to have interaction with the students after some general idea about what the allied industry seeks from the chemical engineers. Yeah, so I like to call upon first Dr. Kaushik Bhattacharya of Steel Authority to say a few words about what is his expectation of the chemical engineers, from the chemical engineers in steel and other areas, in metal industries, to be very specific in steel industry, especially in marketing area. Mr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Dr. Roy, for your few words, and good afternoon to all. And congratulations, big congratulations to all the students that you are earning a really globally recognized credential, and wish you all the very best in your future. So coming to the topic, so role, first thing I will say, I will not take much time. I will say only 3 strategic things and 3 tactical things. So the first thing, what I should say is that you should continuously analyze what are the things expected from you and what are the things you are expecting from the industry or from the organization. So role is basically fulfilling the expectations, and by fulfilling expectations you create value, and value creation is basically the lifeline of all businesses, be it chemical or be it any other business. So second thing, knowing your expectation, because you are very young, it may be difficult. You don't know yourself, because this has happened to all of us. So you should know yourself. Then when you know yourself, it will be your role to decide what kind of work you will be doing and where you want to do. The best thing is you should be doing the right kind of work in the right kind of organizations. So you have to design your future. So that is your second strategic role. Third thing I should say that whatever be the organization, whatever be your job or task in hand, you be future oriented. So you can have a vision at least that what you want to be, how you want to leave a mark in the industry. And you cannot be a celebrity unless you become a film star or something like that, but you can be a celebrity within the organization. So in organizations, there are a lot of celebrities. When you enter an organization, particularly large professional organization, you will see that you can be a celebrity within the organization. So that can be your third strategic role. Tactically, what I should say that whenever you go to the first organization in the job, the most important thing is acceptance in a group. So you have many job ready skills. You don't have much difficulty in performing the tasks. That's true, but your acceptance in the group is very important. Second thing is that what I think is a common thing is safety, because to work is nothing, but to work safely is everything. So you can take this in the broad perspective. So more you widen it, more it will give you some umbrella, and many things can be encompassed in this. So you take care of your own safety, you take care of your company's safety, you take care of the environmental safety. So the safety thing you should not forget. And the last tactical thing what I should say is that in any company when you are joining, after some time, you should be thinking that yes, this is the thing, what I am getting, this is the another counter offer I am getting from another company, like that. But you should try to enhance your market value over a long period of time. So in some company you will get a very lucrative initial offer, but your market value in those companies may not increase that much. So you think of your job, I can't say, but it happens. If you are really analyzing your environment every day, your situation every day, your friend's situation every day, then you will understand that which are the jobs are really enhancing your market value rather than initial salary or take home salary right now. So these are the three plus three things that I wanted to say. And I can take questions after this. So session handed over to Dr. Roy.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. So now over to Mr. Barua. You have a long experience of industrial automation as well as the data analytics and all, and in TCS. So will you say something about what are your expectations from the young budding engineers, especially chemical engineers?
Right. Thank you, Dr. Roy. I hope I'm audible, right? So a very good evening to all the distinguished teachers, professors, industry experts, and my dear fellow students. It's been what now 27 years since I passed out of this hallowed portals of this department. I passed out in 1996, and what I am today and the honor of being on the stage to address you belongs to the university and what it has made me of it. So I thank this university, this department, for making me what I am. So with that, I will just try and address the question and the topic for this discussion. And I'll start with a real life incident that happened to me. So I worked in SAIL initially. So I worked 1 year in Steel Authority of India Limited. And, in the interview round, so there were 2-3 rounds. And in the interview round, someone asked me, or one of the interviewers asked me, are you okay? It was the final round actually. Are you okay to work in the coke ovens? Now, I've never seen a coke oven in my life before that. And I said, yes, of course I can. I was desperate for a job, as we all are, right? Starting off our careers. And I said, of course I will. Thankfully, they didn't put me into coke oven. They put me into CMO. But I had the opportunity of visiting certain coke ovens, all right? And believe me, if you look at a coke oven and in 25 years back or 30 years back, you wouldn't have again gone back there and started to work. Like it was like, smoke belching out of some containers and stuff like that. It was a very, very unhealthy kind of environment. But the industry has changed dramatically post that, so the coke ovens of yesterday is not the coke oven of today. So there has been a vast change in the environment and the technology that is used in coke ovens today. So I'll give you another example. I shifted job and I said I have enough of coke ovens and stuff. I moved into Hindustan Petroleum, all right? And in Hindustan Petroleum, I was posted in the Mumbai refinery, okay? And in the Mumbai refinery, it is beside the sea coast, and it rains very, very heavily in Mumbai, and sometimes the storms comes in and all of that, and all those kind of stuff. So what happened was, one day there was heavy rains coming in, and there was a flange that was leaking on the top of the VDU tower, the vacuum distillation unit tower, which is what, nearly maybe 30, 40 feet, I don't remember exactly, maybe 40 feet tower, okay? And the technician there just flatly refused to go up the tower and repair that flange, all right? So he said, I'm not going up. And I was the trainee engineer there. And my boss said, you climb up and go and tighten the flange, It was a monkey ladder. I'm not sure whether anyone has worked in a refinery, but I'm sure many of you would have seen that. And, it was a monkey ladder. I was in my raincoats and I was climbing up that ladder, okay? And I reached up, tightened the flange, and came down again. It was like a movie scene, right? For me, it was like a heart-stopping scene for me. So I decided I had enough of that, and after 5 years, I again said enough, and I quit and moved into a completely different field, which is now IT. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that how would things have been done differently if it was today? All right? So today, we are using drones and satellite imagery to kind of do the same job. So what we do something called constant monitoring of such flanges, of, such high, towers or high installations, which are very difficult to climb or, do a preventive maintenance by climbing at regular intervals, checking at regular intervals. So what do? We have imageries of drones and, even satellites, which track these images on a regular basis, 24/7, 365 days a year. And these images are captured and then analyzed. And if there is a leak, or if there is a kind of potential threat that is kind of envisaged, it is immediately taken care of. So what I'm trying to say here is that there is a lot of innovation that has gone into this industry since the last 30 years, and IT has played a very, very major role in that. So, but the base, as Partha also said earlier to me, the base remains chemical engineering. So, whether it's IT, which is an enabling industry for us, the core remains chemical. If I do not know which flange or how much pressure, temperature to maintain, the logic, the algorithm on which I have to write it will not be ever written. The machine language, the machine language that you talk about, the AI, ML, will not work without the core domain knowledge that you have. In TCS today, we have around 600,000 plus 615,000 associates, on our payrolls across the globe. Do you think all of them are IT engineers only? Absolutely not. We have people from every aspect, from finance, from banking and finance, to doctors, to legal counselors and legal practitioners, as well as many chemical engineers. So they provide you the domain knowledge. So IT is nothing without that domain knowledge, and that is why we require those chemical engineers. So IT is, of course, one area where, chemical engineers can play a very, very relevant part. But apart from IT, there are several other emerging fields that are opening up. So one of them is, for example, the transportation industry. So we are seeing a proliferation of EVs, right? And EVs essentially are powered by lithium cells today. But there's so much of work that is going on in terms of producing energy from, say, sodium and calcium also. The challenge is sodium and calcium are heavier, so it's difficult to kind of pack that into a vehicle. But it is so abundantly available, sodium and calcium, that if you're able to tap that energy, we would have solved the problem of, batteries and be able to, fast track the battery industry, which is going to be a big, industry in the coming years. So that is one area. The high-tech industry, silicon wafers, so there are many technologies or many material that is coming up, which is an alternative to silicon. Say, for example, we have this something called, I'll tell you, cubic boron arsenide, all right, which is 10 times more efficient than a silicon semiconductor. So a lot of research is going on in these areas where we are saying is, how can we have semiconductors which are better and faster than today's silicon? All right, so there is another industry for you to look into. Biotechnology, we all know, right? Bioscience and chemistry are intermingled. So today, whether it's the feelings that you get when you look at someone beautiful, your classmate or maybe someone on the street, doesn't matter. So it's a chemical reaction that's happening somewhere in your brain, right? To the digestion of the food that we have, it's also a chemical reaction. So the vaccines that we have. So biotechnology, bioscience is another area where chemical industry is going to play a very, very significant part. Manufacturing industry, I think we have experts here who can talk more, but manufacturing talked about how coke ovens, etc., have changed and how we are able to better, prevent the pollution that's happening from there through innovative technologies. Geosciences, another area where chemical industries plays a very significant role. Nuclear science, technology, where again, a lot of work is being done as to how we can produce energy and also use it in radionuclear technology, imaging and stuff like that. Textiles. Textiles is another area where chemical engineers are in great demand or are going to be great demand. So you have wearable shirts, which have carbon nanotube technology embedded into that, which will transmit your daily health. If something is out of gear, it will actually give out a message saying that something is wrong with you. So wearable shirts, like wearable phones that you have, right? So you can wear those shirts, it will transmit, it will monitor your health and will tell you what's wrong. Even actually technology exists or is being experimented, as I say, where if you meet with an accident, say, it will send out an alarm to the nearest police station or ambulance or whatever, saying that the shirt will set out an alarm. So things like that. I think so the scope for chemical engineers in allied industry is humongous, and it is there for us to pick it up and run with it. I think the scope is tremendous. So with that, I'll just hand it over back to Dr. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Barua, for nicely elaborating the areas where the chemical engineers can play a big role. In fact, world is changing now and it's changing very fast. And nowadays, there is not much of difference between the different branches of engineering. It is only the engineering that is the most important thing. There's not much of difference in chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, metallurgical industry, material science. There's not much of difference. Information technology, everybody can fit in everywhere. So one has to be very versatile, and one has to fix in mind and has to adapt to the changes the world is first experiencing. So we have another member of the panel who is a very learned gentleman, Mr. Bandopadhyay, who has worked in the area of circular economy and environment and all these aspects, and he was connected with IFC of World Bank Group. Mr. Bandopadhyay, can you say a few words where chemical engineers fit in these areas?
Thank you. At the very outset, I would profusely thank all the senior members of the Centenary Celebration Committee for giving me this opportunity to speak at this historic moment of the department. And I feel deeply honored with this opportunity. So I work in an organization which is very different from core chemical industry. So I am part of World Bank Group, where I lead the Asia Pacific investment vertical for climate change related investment, or the green investment, where essentially the major part of my role is to identify new project ideas, new program ideas, pan-Asia, where the World Bank lending investment as well as a lot of our advisory and research program can go to greening industry, greening infrastructure, and greening the larger economic development, both private and the public space across Asia Pacific region. I entered into this organization a couple of years back, and before that, for 1 year, I was a senior advisor to United Nations Development Program in New York, where essentially my role was to focus on mobilizing climate finance at scale in the vulnerable region of Africa. And before joining United Nations in this senior advisor's role, I was almost for 18 years in management consulting, working in the different areas like core business advisory, government policy advisory, and also on sustainability and the climate advisory across many regions. So in World Bank, essentially it was at some point of time the seat of the learned economists, as many of you would be knowing. We had the alumnus like Dr. Manmohan Singh, Montek Singh Alawalia, Kaushik Basu, all the glittering names in the economic space, and also several other, the leading economics across the world. But as we speak today, this organization has 40% of their workforce who are the technologists. And believe me, it's being largely an US dominated organization. The whole chemical engineering skill was very popular in United States. And out of this 40%, nearly 25 to 30% are the chemical engineers. The whole reason is the whole world of development, whether you call it climate change, healthcare, infrastructure, transportation, they have realized that this development is actually happening at the interface of three things: not only just policy or the role of the economists, but at the pretty much under the influence of the technology and also finance. So such a large international organization like World Bank or United Nations need to have a lot of technological talents who bring the fresh ideas and who bring the implementation skills on the ground to make the development happen. And many of my previous speakers were sharing that these opportunities are just not in industry, but in spaces like transportation, places like healthcare, the new materials, electric vehicles, the new aviation fuels, and so on and so forth. So when we talk about today allied industry, one term which probably I would like to use where I see a lot of opportunities are emerging, that is in the industrial ecosystem. So it's not just about your core industry, but the core industries today are very frequently getting shaped, reshaped, also disrupted quite frequently by many forces. So we talked about certain technological forces. Mr. Partha Chatterjee has given a wonderful presentation on some of the latest trends. I will also add two things, which is our geopolitical forces, which is really hurting us day in and day out. And that's what you are also today perhaps reading every day. The war in Russia, Russia-Ukraine war, the tension between US, China, and the Taiwan, which are shaping the landscape of industry tremendously. There are forces like, we have seen COVID, the kind of what we called the sudden changes which were completely unexpected, that has jeopardized the supply chain, jeopardized the industry. And there are, of course, the technological changes. Now, given those changes which were impacting a lot of these core brick and mortar industry, so today when you look at your opportunity space is just not in your core industry, but also go beyond that. Look at your entire industrial ecosystem, which involves a lot of startups, because today's major innovations are not coming really from the large industries, but hugely from the startups. You look at several R&D institutions, R&D companies who are doing fantastic job. We are part of this ecosystem. Look at the financial institutions which require technological talents in a very big way. Look at the policy think tanks who need the inputs of the technocrats, the technologists, to make the policy more comprehensive. And also the academics, which is a very wide field, which are part of the ecosystem. So that whole ecosystem view is very important. I know it's sometimes difficult sitting at your level. In fact, if I think of, when I was passing out, where I had that enough maturity and the whole idea to understand the ecosystem, of course not. But today you have a lot of resources wherewithal to really understand that your opportunity is just not your core chemical industries. Yes, that's definitely a big area, but you have several opportunities beyond that. Second thing which I want to highlight that, see, in most of the large industries, if you see today, there is no guarantee in jobs. There is also no guarantee in the skills. There was a time when there was a guarantee in jobs, but there was no guarantee in jobs, but there was guarantee in skills. People used to say, okay, if you are a good IT developer, a digital specialist, or a chemical specialist, you may lose job in one industry today, but you will get somewhere else. But today that's also not true, because the rapid technological advancements is making jobs as well as the skills redundant almost every day. Even we heard about some of the previous speakers talking about learning, unlearning, and relearning. Yes, that's very important. But the whole technology of ChatGPT and many other things which are making us realize that you will have a learning assistant today. So you may not need to learn it, you may not need to absorb it, somebody else may help you to learn it tomorrow. So what's going to happen in this scenario? We really don't know. So in this context, it's almost like when a pilot is navigating a plane under the heavy cloud, just with certain aids and assistance and a lot with his experience and expertise, but how to navigate through and reach the destination in the most convenient fashion. So I think that's what something very important, and keeping that in mind today, in fact, World Economic Forum very correctly said that in future, the skills or competencies which probably the young graduates, whether from the engineering colleges or management institutions or wherever it is, would be requiring, is not just your technical skills. Yes, you need to have a very good analytical ability, mathematical ability, your understanding about data analytics, or your core engineering and all that. But there are few things which are also becoming very important. Your curiosity. Are you really curious to understand what's happening in your surrounding? Do you read a lot about those developments? You need not be an expert in every field, but you should be well aware to catch the right wind at the right time. Second thing, your creativity and inventiveness, as well as your innovativeness. I was very pleased to hear from this older gentleman before lunch who was talking about that several years ago his professor in US talked about that even beyond knowledge, what is more interesting and important, that's your creativity. And that whole creativity skill is becoming very important. Just think of today, an organization like Accenture, okay, which was originally a digital consulting firm. They are acquiring the firm which are into the advertising. They are recruiting the artists. The reason is that today, think of a product like iPhone, which has more innovative content or an artistic content than a technical content. So if you have to improve your product over a period of time, the technological brilliance has its limitations. Pure technological brilliance has its limitation. So what it needs to today is to synthesize a lot more skills, lot more competencies, lot more capability, which are beyond the rim of your core capability, which you are learning day in and day out. So that's where very important skill is the curiosity, creativity, inventiveness, and innovativeness, which will help you to become agile, which will help you to remain flexible, fungible, as well as adaptable to the new environment. So I think that's where I would end. And one thing very important, that there was a time when industry really rewarded the deep specialists. So if you were a specialist in one particular field, you had a lot more demand in the market. Today, there are a lot more acceptance for the deep generalists. So we are just not talking about shallow generalists who are the jack of all trades floating around from here and there. We're also talking about the deep generalists, and there is a terminology they're called the T-shaped individuals. So you have the sufficient depth, also you have the sufficient breadth to offer in every organization. And that's where I think you should aspire. There are many things you can do at this point of time. You are just passing out from the college. Try to take small projects in different areas. You need not be in your core chemical engineering. It can be somewhere else. Try with many other things if you have the flexibility and luxury to do that. So that as you go along, you remain agile, you remain flexible, you remain deeply rooted, as well as you can spread your wings across different domains. So that's where I would stop. These are the few comments I could have.
Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. I see here amongst the audience, Professor Siddhartha Datta. I know that you have introduced many courses which was not being taught during our time. I mean, although you are 4 years junior to me, but you have introduced a lot of courses which addresses the ecological balances and all. So can you speak a few words? What are the changes you have brought about in the curriculum of chemical engineering in this university? I think the mic is there. In fact, I'd like to introduce Siddhartha Datta, who was a faculty of chemical engineering, and he was the head of the department, and then he went to the administration department. He became pro-vice chancellor. Yeah, Siddhartha.
Yes, we have made a lot of changes in the syllabus, particularly after 90s. By that time, I was associated with many organizations related to pollution control technology. I was associated with West Bengal Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board, Ministry of Environment and Forest. So I felt that the course on environmental science and engineering, that would create a new dimension in the field of chemical engineering. Earlier it was in the, or within the field of civil engineering mainly. So in West Bengal Pollution Control Board, myself and Professor Sannal, Professor Shamul Kanti Sannal, told them, why don't you recruit chemical engineers? This is the core area of the chemical engineering where they can contribute a lot, for particularly for mitigating the pollution control problem in industries. So I introduced this course, and I am happy to say that many of our students are now engaged in pollution control area of many industries. Next, in 2004-05, when I was the head of the Department of Chemical Engineering, that is also due to my experience in different industries. I used to visit many industries, being associated with many organizations like that. So I felt that safety engineering, that must be also included in the chemical engineering course. And today people are very much concerned about not only the safety of the worker, safety of the people living around the factory. So I introduced that course, and now initially I introduced that course in the elective areas. We have a lot of elective subjects. So pollution control engineering, that is also one area in the, or one subject in the elective. And later on, we introduced process control, safety, etc. in the elective areas. I am happy to announce that I think, I don't know the latest syllabus that has been adopted by the department, but in our time, the pollution control and engineering has been made the core subject in the field of chemical engineering, and process safety and engineering also has been included in the chemical engineering course. That is all about the introduction of new courses in the field of chemical engineering.
Okay. I mean, it's a good development. I mean, curriculum also is getting changed day by day. And I also feel that there should be some changes in curriculum also for data analytics, business analytics, and all these. These are very essential because I find most of the students who, after graduation, they are joining in IT industries. So these are the also areas where the chemical engineering curriculum should take care. I mean, what I feel. I mean, anything you want to supplement on this?
Yeah, absolutely. Data analytics is prevalent and it's all pervasive at this point in time. But again, as I said, which data to analyze, what to analyze is most important. The algorithm can do that analysis for you, but it doesn't know what to analyze, what is to be found out. I'll give you another example. During the COVID times, what happened was, there were X-rays that were, that were getting done for various patients, and they were actually read by the doctors, but there was so much shortage of doctors that it was being given to the nurses and all of them to kind of interpret whether there is COVID or not. So robotics was used, or AI ML vision computing was used to kind of identify whether the person had COVID or not through looking at those X-rays. The point here is that there was an initial training that had to be given to that bit. So the doctors had to say that, look, if this is found, then this is COVID. So they would do 100. And after that, there would be a machine that would take over and say, okay, this is relating, or this is as per what was told to me, and I will classify it as a COVID positive case or a COVID negative case. But it would also find out cases which are ambiguous. It would throw it off the line. It was like a conveyor belt. It will throw something out of the line. And those has to be kind of looked at again and said, okay, this is not COVID. A doctor specialist would look at it and it will again put it back into the system. And it will again say, okay, if this is it, then it will be COVID. So it went on, and that over a period of time, this data analytics model became so efficient that it became better than many of the doctors. You know, believe me, the doctors who were not very experienced or did not have, you know, the requisite exposure, it did a better job in identifying COVID. So the point here is absolutely, you know, data analysis. We have tons and tons of data that, you know, all these IoT devices today is throwing up. But the point is, again, what to analyze and what is that threshold, that has to come from the core industry. If you give us that, we will be able to do that analysis. But the core industry is, if it is not supported by the core industry, that data is meaningless. It is absolutely of no use to us. When I say us, I refer to the IT industry.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. The last one is from oh no, I'm sorry, Mr. Borua. Yeah, last one is for Dr. Bhattacharya. I find nowadays not many students are joining in public sectors, in core public sector industries like Steel Authority or Hindalco and all these. But this trend has continuing for about 10, 15 years or so. Why it is happening like this? Is it that the students of Jadavpur University, especially in chemical engineering, that not keen on working in the hazardous atmosphere? They want to work in a cozy atmosphere. What is your opinion about that? You are in HR, I suppose, before you are in marketing. Yeah. So what is your observation?
Yes, I looked after HR functions for quite some time in Central Marketing Organization of Steel Authority of India Limited. Again, I have shifted to marketing. Now, the point we have seen that in our recent, we recruit MTTs and MTAs, management training technicals and management training administration, of course through open advertisement and utilizing the GATE score for technical and MBA score for the MBAs, MTAs. So now the problem we are facing from our company is very true what you told. Like very few people are turning up for the interview, and then people who are joining, and we are unable to retain large part of them. So the point which I want to make is not that that we put all these people in very hazardous place or very difficult working conditions. I don't think that is true thing. But today, what I like most in these people, young people, is that all people are very bright. And I have also taken interview of recently last year for many people. But I found that most students are very, very bright. And I am very happy to find one thing, that they are very focused on what they want to do in their life and what makes them happy. So one person told last year that in public sector, he openly told that in public sector, I don't think I will be happy after maybe 5-6 years, because public sector companies today, they are paying, I think, substantially in the initial years, which is not available in other sectors, most other sectors. So, but in spite of that, I think the focus has shifted. People don't want to be in the government job, probably because what the survey or even the recent research of IMRB has also, from the recent research of IMRB, it has also emerged. The people say that is a time-bound promotion, and then it takes long years to really go in the to go to the off, etc., etc. And then once you are in the public sector, your market value decreases, so you are not liked by the other companies, so you can't change frequently, and your salary, etc., doesn't go up, your designation doesn't go up, all these things. But at the same time, what I should say that people should join public sector because there are enormous freedom to experiment. The kind of learning you can get in the public sector, you cannot get in any other sector. Tolerance for experiment, tolerance for failure is very high in public sector. So one, if you are really focused on learning, then you can please join the public sector. Don't get in this all wrong impression that you cannot go up. There are many successful people who have served public sector in the initial years and then done exceedingly well in the in the future. So I think public sectors, you welcome public sectors, because at least in the public sector we take pride that this is the company of all of ours. It's nobody is their real owner. We all citizen of India is the owner, and we, by serving public sector, we also serve the nation as well. Thank you.
Yeah, my humble request to the public sector, especially to SAIL, that you should reach out the campus. You start the campus recruitment, because when you go for the advertisement and all, that time almost 99% people get job elsewhere. So perhaps this is one of the reasons why boys are not joining in public sector. So you should reach early. Maybe in final year you should go to the campus and take the campus recruitment. I mean, that you should do. So this is my request. You can think about that. Okay, time is running out, and already I think we're over by 5 minutes as per schedule. So thank you very much to all the panelists, Dr. Bhattacharya, Mr. Bodua and Mr. Bandyopadhyay, for enlightening us and the students what are the requirements, what you want from the students. And thank you very much for the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much, members of the panel. There's going to be a very short coffee break, after which we are going to come back for the alumni program. This would be followed by the vote of thanks.
Put a question.
Can you do it one-to-one while having coffee outside?
For a question.
And finally, there is going to be a cultural program by the students. Enjoy yourselves.
Engineering, Jadavpur University, for a vote of thanks.
Thank you. So, good evening to the honorable chief guest, invited guest of honors, invited speakers, company delegates, respected teachers, staff members, and my dear students. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on the special occasion of Centenary Celebration Program of Chemical Engineering Department, Jadavpur University. I, on behalf of department, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Suranjan Das. I am also thankful to the Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Professor Amitabh Datta, Dean FET, Professor Bhaskar Gupta, Registrar Dr. Snehamanju Bosu, and our Finance Officer, Mr. Gaur Krishna Patnaik. They helped us in obtaining the necessary administrative approval for organizing the event in our campus. They supported in all possible manner to organize this event successfully. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Padma Vibhushan Dr. R.A. Mashalkar. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who graced the occasion with their presence. I'm also very much thankful to all program advisory committee members. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape this event to this extent. I'm very much thankful to the sponsoring agencies, Reliance, our principal sponsor, Aditya Birla, our gold sponsor, Haldia Petrochemical and Excel Industries, our special silver sponsors, IOCL, ONGC, Bamalori, MCPI, Vedanta, Richard Design Services, Dhanseri Petrochemicals, Petrochem Industries, Deepak Nitrite for our bronze sponsors. It would have been impossible to organize it without such support. A special thank to Mr. Ashit Das for his invaluable speech and standing by the department at very crucial juncture. Our heartfelt thanks to Mr. D.P. Mishra for his noteworthy effort in bringing the sponsors on board. Our sincere thanks to the head of the department, Professor Roger Chakraborty, for his tireless effort. I am very thankful to all our current and former faculty colleagues who always stood by us. Myself, Dr. Shashwata Bose, along with Dr. Ratna Dotto, Dr. Mehboob Rahman, and Dr. Sudeshna Shaha, worked in tandem with the students to make this program a grand one. Professor Abhijit Bhawal was constant support for us. Dr. Chanchol Mondol took care of the financial aspects very efficiently. Professor Ranjana Chaudhary, Professor Kajori Gorgupto, and Professor Popita Shaha have given their significant expertise and valuable time to make this event successful. Staff members, Mr. Ashim Bhattacharya, Mr. Sanjay Raichaudhuri, Mr. Taposh Maiti were providing support at every point. This is worth mentioning that there are massive support for this event by our other staff members also. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated students, committee, and volunteers, mainly from UG and PhD. I would like to thank everyone for the involvement they have shown and willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of the tasks beyond their comfort zones. The symbolic design of Centenary Celebration Program, that is the Kemarvesens, were designed and staged by your beloved students. If time is money, then today you have spent millions for us. Thank you all for making this event successful. Thank you very much.
memories with us in a walk down the memory lane. A big hands for them.
Well, সব শেষে আর কি দ্য বেস্ট ইজ অলওয়েজ ফর দ্য লাস্ট। তো অ্যালুমনিদের আর কি তরফ থেকে অ্যালুমনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন যাদবপুর কেমিক্যাল ডিপার্টমেন্ট, যেটা যাদবপুর কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং অ্যালুমনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, এবং আর কি অন বিহাফ অফ গ্লোবাল যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি অ্যালুমনি ফাউন্ডেশন, যেহেতু we both are now collaborated for the last 3.5 months to support the department in this fantastic centennial program, যাতে তোমরা সকলে এবং the fraternity and the life members of the association worldwide, they could view a grand event. তো the finale, grand finale, I request যারা নিচে আছেন আপনারা একটু কর্ডলেস মাইক একটু তোমরা একটু হেল্প করো। Just we'll have a very brief. Oh, thanks. So যারা আপনারা মানে উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে যারা এখন অ্যালুমনি যারা আছেন, আমি একটু এদিকে আসি তাহলে দেখতে পাবো। I would request আপনার বুস্ট, সরি এটা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না, রাইট, ওকে সরি। সো ইয়া আমরা সকলে শুনবো আর কি। আর I would request the camera to be focused on the person who would be speaking. তো আমি 60s থেকে চাইবো, কেউ আছেন 60 দশকে? অমলেশদা ছিলেন, আমি অমলেশদাকে খুঁজছিলাম বাট অমলেশদাকে দেখতে পাচ্ছিলাম না। অমলেশদা happens to be from 1965, and 1965 এর maybe many of you have seen Dipenda yesterday. Dipenda is based out of US, উনি চলে গেছেন। তো 65 batch has been one of the ওকে আমি ডাকছি, আমি 65 এর ব্যাচে যেটা বলছিলাম যে 65 ব্যাচ হ্যাজ বিন ওয়ান অফ দ্য ইয়াংগেস্ট ব্যাচ, যাদের মানে সিনিয়র অ্যালুমনি মেম্বার্স যারা মানে রাদার অ্যালুমনি অফ দ্য ডিপার্টমেন্ট, দে হ্যাভ বিন আ ট্রিমেন্ডাস সাপোর্ট টু মেক দিস সেন্টেনিয়াল প্রোগ্রাম আ গ্র্যান্ড সাকসেস। নভেম্বর মাস থেকে তারা যে পরিমাণ তারা এফার্টস দিয়েছেন, এবং যাকে গতকাল আমরা ওখানে আরকে মিশনে ভার্চুয়ালি দেখেছি, Durga Prashanna Misra, Durgada boli amra. You have all seen the energy and the passion that he exhibited during his virtual call. So 60s এর কার কথা বললেন? আচ্ছা একটু মাইকটা নিয়ে যাবে ভাই। বিধায়ক দা আছেন? হ্যাঁ এই তো রাইট, আমার মাস্টারমশাই, প্লিজ গিভ হিম আ বিগ হ্যান্ড। যারা এখনকার প্রজন্ম তারা ওনাকে হয়তো এমনি দেখেছো, প্রফেসর মরণচন্দ্র সাহা, উনি আমার মাস্টারমশাই, আমার 4th ইয়ারের গাইড ছিলেন, প্রজেক্ট গাইড, রাইট স্যার? স্যার আপনি বসে বলুন তখন ক্যাম্পাস কিরকম ছিল, লাইফ কিরকম ছিল?
I was a graduate in 1968, chemical engineering. I entered this university in the 1963. I wrote a simple letter to the registrar in the month of August 1963 that, sir, I want to write chemical engineering, but I don't have any information from your side. But after a few days, I got a telegram from PCB Molli that you come and join our department. So in the 63 August, I entered this university as a student. And till date, I am associated with this university and retired as an associate professor in chemical engineering in 2012. So this long period of my journey in this university is very pleasant to me, especially interaction with the students. I cannot feel how it helped me. They are very much favorite to me. I love them very much, and I wish them success in their life. Thank you very much.
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার। আমরা আপনাকে যেভাবে পেয়েছি আমাদের 4 বছর মানে উই হ্যাড আ মানে ভেরি ইজি লাইফ তোমাদের বলতে পারি। মানে এখন মানে স্বীকার করতে কোনো দ্বিধা নেই যে উনি আমাদের ভীষণ ভালোবাসতেন, আমাদের খুব মানে দরাজভাবে নম্বর দিতেন, সেই জন্যে আমরা ওনাকে ভীষণ পছন্দ করতাম আর কি। ওকে 60s আর কে আছেন? বিধায়ক দা আছেন কি? বিধায়ক দা চলে গেছেন। বিধায়ক দা ইজ 1969. He is also a very enthusiastic life member of the alumni association. আমি 70s আসবো। 70s আমি আজকে একজনকে ডাকবো। 70s কালকে তো মানে 70s 71 ব্যাচ জাস্ট floored yesterday. আমি একজনকে ডাকবো 1971 আমাদের অ্যালুমনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন প্রেসিডেন্টের সতীর্থ শিবনাথ দা, আপনাকে আমি কিছু বলতে বলবো। আপনি প্রথম সারিতে রয়েছেন, প্লিজ ওনাকে একটা মাইক দাও তোমরা। বলুন শিবনাথ দা, আপনি 70s এর গোড়ার দিকে।
আই এম অনার্ড ফার্স্ট অফ অল। ওয়েল, আমি ইংরেজি বলবো বাংলা বলবো?
যেটাতে আপনি কমফোর্টেবল।
না না, আই এম কমফোর্টেবল ইন বোথ।
বাংলা ইংরেজি মিশিয়ে বলুন।
ওকে,
দ্বিভাষী দ্বিভাষী।
ওকে, মিশিয়ে বলি।
বাংলা চেঁচিয়ে চেঁচিয়ে বলুন। বসে বসে বাংলায় চেঁচিয়ে চেঁচিয়ে বলুন।
কানাই, আমরা বাঙালি হলেও অনেক কিছু কথা কিন্তু আমরা এখন বাংলায় বলতে অভ্যস্ত নই, একটু মিশানো হয়ে যাবে। ওকে ওকে, লেট মি গো হেড। আমি 1966 সালে যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটিতে জয়েন করি। আমাদের ব্যাচটা ছিল ফার্স্ট জয়েন্ট এন্ট্রান্স ব্যাচ ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং পড়ার জন্য, এবং আমার এটা খুব ভালো মনে আছে। প্রথম দিন ইন্টারভিউতে আই ওয়াজ দ্য 4th ক্যান্ডিডেট। আমি ইন্টারভিউতে এলাম, প্যানেলে কে ছিলেন তখন জানতাম না, পরে জেনেছিলাম ডক্টর বিমলচন্দ্র প্যানেলে ছিলেন। তিনি আমাকে জিজ্ঞেস করলেন, আমি তখন পাড়ার আমার জানাশোনা, আমার দাদা এখান থেকে সিভিল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং পাস করেছিল, তা তখন দাদাকে বললাম কোন ডিপার্টমেন্ট প্রেফার করা যায়। দাদা বলল, বন্ধু বান্ধবের সঙ্গে খবরাখবর নিয়ে কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং বাজার খুব ভালো, ইউনিয়ন কার্বাইডের মতো কোম্পানি খুব ভালো মাইনে দেয়, সুতরাং তুই কেমিক্যাল নে। তা আমি এসে বললাম কেমিক্যাল নেবো। ওকে, কার কোনো চ্যালেঞ্জ নেই কারোর সঙ্গে, কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ঢুকে গেলাম। একটা ব্যাপার আমি মেনশন করতে চাই, আমি আমার ইমিডিয়েট দাদা আমার থেকে 1.5 বছর বড়, আমরা একসঙ্গে ক্লাস 5-এ স্কুলিং শুরু করি, একসঙ্গে কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং পাশ করি যাদবপুর থেকে। তার নাম প্রেমনাথ সোম। আমি আমার দাদাকে হারিয়েছি 2004-এ। তো আমরা একসঙ্গে পড়তাম, কেউ জানতো না আমরা ভাই।
আর এটা বলবো আমি, প্রেমনাথের নামে শিবনাথ 10,000 টাকা দিয়েছে আমাদের অ্যালামনিকে, প্রেমনাথের নামে, যে নেই।
থ্যাংক ইউ। তো যখন আমরা ঢুকলাম আমরা একসঙ্গেই পড়াশোনা করতাম। ইনফ্যাক্ট একটু যদি সরে গিয়ে বলি, আমরা একটা বই মাঝখানে রেখে দুজনে পড়তাম। উই ওয়াজ সো ক্লোজ, হি ওয়াজ মাই বেস্ট ফ্রেন্ড, হি ওয়াজ মাই ক্লাসমেট। তো ঠিক আছে, তারপর পড়াশোনা হলো। তখন অ্যাটমসফিয়ারটা অনেক এতটা কি বলবো ফাস্ট ছিল না। এখনকার লাইফ এত ফাস্ট হয়ে গেছে যে ন্যাচারালি আমরাও অনেক সময় কোপ আপ করা আমাদের পক্ষে অসুবিধা হয়ে যায়। লাইফ ওয়াজ নট টাফ, অ্যাট দ্য সেম টাইম লাইফটা অনেক কি বলবো ঘরোয়া ছিল। আমরা পড়াশোনা করে বাড়িতে গিয়ে আবার আমাদের পড়তে বসতে হতো, কিন্তু খুব বেশি চাপ ছিল না। আমাদের প্রফেসররা এত ভালো আমাদের পড়াতেন, আমরা এত ভালো নোট নিতে পারতাম, ওনাদের স্টাইল অফ টিচিং সেটা আমাদের পক্ষে খুব হেল্পফুল ছিল। পার্টিকুলারলি আমি বলবো আমাদের প্রফেসর রামনারায়ণ মুখার্জি, উনি রামবাবু যখন ক্লাসে আসতেন আমরা ক্যান্টিন থেকে দৌড়ে আসতাম ওনার ক্লাস করার জন্যে। মানে সাচ এ ফ্যান্টাস্টিক প্রফেসর। উনি যে হাতে লিখতেন ওটা হচ্ছে বাংলা ইংরাজি ছাপার লেখা। ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ড্রয়িং করতেন, এই যে স্ট্রেট লাইন টানতেন, আমরা স্কেল দিয়ে অত সোজা টানতে পারবো না। তো এইরকম লিজেন্ডারি প্রফেসর আমরা দেখেছি। ডক্টর দিকে দত্ত আমরা ঘরে ঢুকতে ভয় পেতাম, ন্যাচারালি এইচওডি একটা সাংঘাতিক ভয়ের ব্যাপার, কিন্তু খুব ভালো লোক ছিলেন। আমরা ডাঙ্গে বলতাম প্রফেসর ডিএন ঘোষ, এরা সব মানে ভীষণ ভীষণ ইনফ্লুয়েন্স আমাদের উপর ছিল। তা এই করেই 5টা বছর কেটে গেল, কিন্তু আমাদের শেষ সময়টা একটু খুবই টার্ময়েল ছিল। আমরা জানতাম না কবে পাস করব। তোমরা সবাই জানো তখন নকশাল পিরিয়ড ছিল। ইনফ্যাক্ট আমাদের 5th ইয়ারের ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং এক্সামিনেশনটা ডিলেড হয়েছিল, যার জন্যে আমরা মে জুনে বেরোনোর জায়গায় আমরা নভেম্বর ডিসেম্বরে পাস আউট করেছিলাম। তো ওটা খুব বিটার এক্সপিরিয়েন্স। কিন্তু সবচেয়ে বড় কথা তখন যে একটা বিরাট পলিটিক্যাল টার্মোয়েল ছিল, তার মধ্যে আমাদের ইউনিভার্সিটি আমাদের যে ডিগ্রি দিতে সাহায্য করেছে, আমি মানে ভীষণ ভীষণ মানে এই কৃতজ্ঞতা জানানোর ভাষা নেই। আজকে যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি ছিল বলে আমরা আজকে এখানে দাঁড়িয়ে আছি, আদারওয়াইজ জানি না কোথায় আমাদের অ্যাজ এ ম্যাটার অফ কোইন্সিডেন্স আমরা থাকতাম যাদবপুরে ইউনিভার্সিটির পেছনে ঝিল রোডে, ওখান থেকে ইউনিভার্সিটি রেগুলার দেখা যেত। ছোটোবেলার থেকেই মাথায় ছিল এখানে ঢুকতে হবে। ওকে, আমরা 4 ভাই, 3 ভাই আমরা যাদবপুরের প্রোডাক্ট। ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ। এনি স্পেসিফিক্যালি কিছু জানতে ইচ্ছে করলে ওকে। আমি জয়েন করেছিলাম পাস করার পরে 1972 27th অগস্ট মিনিস্ট্রি অফ ডিফেন্সে ইন DRDO। আমি রিটায়ার করেছি at the age of 64 in 2014 as ডাইরেক্টর DRDL। আমরা মিসাইল ফিল্ডে কাজ করেছি সারা জীবন, এবং তারপর থেকে আমি রিটায়ার্ড। আমি মেইনলি হায়দ্রাবাদে সেটেল, তবে কলকাতাতে রিটায়ারমেন্টের পরে প্রচুর যাওয়া আসা করি। থ্যাংক ইউ।
থ্যাংক ইউ শিবনাথ দা। আচ্ছা, মাইকটা আমি দিতে বলবো আমাদের জাস্ট কানাইদা কোথায়? আপনি আজকে বলবেন আপনার সময়, আপনি যখন পড়াশোনা করেছেন সেই সময় আপনি কেমন ক্যাম্পাস দেখেছেন, এবং আপনাকে বাংলায় জোরে জোরে বলতে হবে।
এ তো বিপদে না একটা সুযোগ দিল। আমি কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং পড়েছি, কিন্তু আমি কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ার না। এটা আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্ট, মানে কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ডিপার্টমেন্ট আমাকে এইভাবে বানিয়ে ফেলেছে যে আমি কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ার। এইবার বলবো কেন, নিশ্চয়ই প্রশ্ন আসে। একটু ঘুরিয়ে পিছিয়ে একটু পেছনে চলে যাব। আমি পাড়াগায় জন্ম ছিল আমার বাংলাদেশে, তখন ইস্ট পাকিস্তান। আমার জীবনের শ্রেষ্ঠ ঘটনা হচ্ছে, আমাদের গ্রামে পড়াশুনো হতো না, একবার চাষি পরিবার। এই 1957-58 কথা বলছি। আমাদের গ্রামের ছিল ক্লাস 5 পর্যন্ত, ওই পর্যন্ত পড়াশুনো হতো, আর সব চাষবাস। আমি একেবারে চাষি পরিবারের ছেলে। তো ক্লাস 7-এ উঠে দূরে একটা জায়গায় থেকে পড়ার সুযোগ পেলাম। তারা বিনা পয়সায় ফ্রি লজিং পাওয়া যেত। কিন্তু ওই পড়তে হবে এমন কোনো ব্যাপার নেই। আমি একটু হয়তো গল্পটা দীর্ঘ হবে, কিন্তু টোটাল শুনলে খারাপ লাগবে না। তো সেখানে আমি ভর্তি হলাম, ক্লাস 7 পড়লাম। পড়তে হবে এমন কোনো ব্যাপার নেই। পরীক্ষার আগে হাফ ইয়ারলি হোক, একটু ছুটি দিত 2-5 দিন, তো আমরা মাঠে কাজ করতে যেতাম। যে বাড়িতে থাকতাম সেখানেও এরকমই ছিল। এবং আমার জীবনের বোধহয় আমি যা নম্বর পেয়েছি কেউ এখানে পাইনি। সেটা হচ্ছে এই ক্লাস 8-এ হাফ ইয়ারলি পরীক্ষা দিয়ে আমি অঙ্কে ভীষণ একটা নম্বর পেয়েছিলাম, 0। হ্যাঁ, আমি গর্বের সঙ্গে বলছি আমি 0 পেয়েছিলাম। তো যাই হোক, 8-এ আমি মোটামুটি পাস করে গেলাম, 9-এ উঠলাম। আমার দাদা আমার থেকে 12 বছর বড়, তিনি তখন তৎকালীন ইন্ডিয়া, মানে এই ইন্ডিয়ায় এসে চাকরি বাকরি করে এখন থাকে, বিয়ে করেছেন। আমাকে নিয়ে আসলো গ্রাম থেকে, এখানে ভর্তি হলাম। সোনারপুরে থাকি, ওখানকার স্কুলে ভর্তি হলাম। ফলস একটা মার্কশিট দেখিয়ে। ফলস মার্কশিট কেন? বাংলাদেশের মার্কশিট হলে তো এখানে ভর্তি হবে না। আমি আজীব জন্য এখানে পড়ি কোনো একটা স্কুলের একটা ফলস ওই মার্কশিট জোগাড় করে, দাদা কিসে কর তোর নম্বর দেবে করতে, যে অনেক কষ্ট করে অঙ্কে 100-র মধ্যে 30 লিখলো, কারণ হাফ ইয়ারলিতে আমি তো 0 পেয়েছিলাম বাংলাদেশে। হোক, ক্লাসে যেয়ে বসতাম, আমি বাংলাদেশের কথা টান অন্যরকম। ছেলেরা আমাকে কি ঘৃণা করতো আর কি অত্যাচার করতো তুমি চিন্তা করতে পারবে না তোমরা। মানে আমি একদিন বলে ফেলেছি যে আমি একটু বেঞ্চের মুড়োয় বসতেতে, মানে আমাদের ওখানে চল ছিল ধারে না বলে মুড়ো, আর যাবে কোথায়, আমাকে নিয়ে এসে হই হই। আর সবটাতে আমাকে কিভাবে জব্দ করবে সেই রকম। যাই হোক, কিন্তু একটা অন্য জিনিস ঘটনা ঘটে গেল। হাফ ইয়ারলি পরীক্ষা হলো, আমি অঙ্কে ফার্স্ট হয়ে গেলাম। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, অঙ্কে ফার্স্ট হয়ে গেলাম। এইবার বিশ্বাস করবে না, ক্লাসের ছেলেগুলো না পাল্টে গেল। যারা আমাকে ঘৃণা করে তাড়িয়ে দিত, ধারে বসতে দিত না, তারা অন্যভাবে আমাকে একটুখানি কষ্ট দিতে আরম্ভ করল। কী ব্যাপার? আমি সত্যি সত্যি পরীক্ষা দিয়ে অঙ্কে কি পেলে ফার্স্ট হয় আমি জানতাম না। এটা সত্যিই ব্যাপার। যে শূন্য পেয়েছে মানে ইয়েতে তা কী করে হয়? তো এইবার ফার্স্ট হওয়ার পরে হলো কি, তারা কঠিন কঠিন অঙ্কনে না আমাকে দিচ্ছে, আমাকে জব্দ করার জন্যে। বিশ্বাস করো, ভগবানের কৃপায় আমার গা কাঁপছে, আমার সেই স্মৃতিটা এখনো মনে পড়ছে। আমি কিন্তু অঙ্কগুলো পারতাম, বেশিরভাগই পারতাম। এবং বলি, তৎকালে আমি সোনারপুরে থাকতাম, একেবারে তখন সেখানে মেঠো জায়গা, একটা টালির ঘর, মোটামুটি অনেকে থাকে, আমরাও থাকি। দূরে মানে এই 2-4টে বাড়ি পরে এক ভদ্রলোক, সে যাদবপুরে সিভিল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং পড়তো, 62 সালে পাশ করেছিল। আমি 61 সালে এসে ভর্তি হই। তো ভালো সংস্কৃত, তখন আমি পড়া বিশ্বাস করো, পড়া মানে কি পড়লে হবে, তখন ছেলেটাও আমাকে যখন পেছনে লাগে আর আমার তখন ইচ্ছা জেগে গেছে পড়বো। দাদা আমাকে বললো, তুই যদি একটু ভালো পড়িস যাদবপুরে ভর্তি হতে পারবি। তখন আমি শুনেছি যাদবপুরে ভর্তি মানে একটা বিরাট ব্যাপার। এসব হয়েছে। তো সেই বাড়ির সেই লোকটির কাছে আমি যে অঙ্ক দেখাতে গেলে না, তার বড় দাদা আমার ছিল, সে খুব রাগ করতো, এই জিতেন কি করছিস এখন, মানে আমাকে দেখাতে বারণ করবে। তখন আমি করতাম কি, আমরা দূরের থেকে সে দেখা যেত সে কখন টয়লেটে যাবে পায়খানা করতে দূরে, আমি চট করে তখন চলে যেতাম, যে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতাম। হ্যাঁ, সে যখন পায়খানা করে আসবে তখন জিতেন না এই অঙ্কটা একটু করবে, এই সংস্কৃতিটা একটু দেখিয়ে দেবে। আমি এইভাবে করতাম। বিশ্বাস করো, সে যে কি নেশা আমার হয়ে গেছিল পড়ায়। যাই হোক, হলো, ও ব্যাপারটা হয়ে গেল, সংক্ষেপ করি, তাহলে অনেক সময় নিয়ে নেব। এইবার এখানে ভর্তি হলাম, ভর্তি হয়ে বড় টড়ো হবো এরকম অনেক ভাবাটা আছে, ও তাই বললো, সবাই তাই করে। একটু অভাব ছিল। আমি মানে ওই যে তখন নকশাল আমল চলছে, কলেজ বন্ধ, পরীক্ষা পিছিয়ে গেছে। ফোর্থ ইয়ারে তখন 5 বছর ছিল, ফোর্থ ইয়ারের পরীক্ষা যখন শেষ হবে টবে হয়ে গেল, সামনে পুজোর বন্ধ। আমি একটা মনে মনে ঠিক করলাম, আমি নিউ ব্লক হোস্টেলে থাকতাম, মনে মনে ঠিক করলাম, আমার এক বন্ধু সঙ্গে ছিল, একদিন বলছে, তখন 3-4 মাস ধরে কলেজ বন্ধ, হোস্টেলে থাকতাম, কিভাবে আয় করা যাবে, ব্যবসা করব। তখন একটা, তোমাদের এখন কেমন হয় আমি জানি না, ব্যবসা করব, বড় হবে, এরকম একটা ভাব থাকে, অনেকেরই থাকে, আমারও হতো এরকম। সে একদিন দুপুরবেলার দিকে ইউনিভার্সিটির মধ্যে দিয়ে হাঁটছি, এক জায়গায় বাড়ি রং করছে। সুজিত বলে সেই ছেলেটি আমাকে বল, কানাই ওই বাড়িও রং করছে, আমরা করতে পারি না? আমার মাথায় ওটা ঢুকে গেল, আমি আর ওকে কিছু বললাম না। এর মধ্যে অনেক কিছু কথা আছে। যাই হোক, আমি তখন বাড়ি যে একটা ভালো করে বড় চিঠি লিখলাম টু দ্য ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর গোপালচন্দ্র সেন, তখন যিনি মারা গেলেন আর কি 70 সালে। তাকে আমি একটা চিঠি লিখলাম, স্যার ফোর্থ ইয়ারে পরীক্ষা হয়ে গেছে, এখন সামনে পুজোর বন্ধ, এখন পড়ার কিছু নেই, জাস্ট পরীক্ষা হয়ে গেছে, 5th ইয়ারে উঠেছি আমি। এই সময় আমাদের নিউ ব্লক হোস্টেলটা বাইরে রং করব ইত্যাদি, বা ভেতরেও রং করব। উনি আমার চিঠি, তাতে আমি লিখলাম, আমি পাড়াঘাট ছেলে, টাকার অভাব আছে, এই সময় যদি আমি এই করি কেমন হয়, মানে কি একটা করে না আমি লিখলাম। আমি বলেছি না আমি কেমিক্যালের কিচ্ছু না, আমি সত্যি কেমিক্যালের এখন কিছু না, ওই তোমরাই এসেছো, তোমাদের গন্ধ শুকে শুকে একটু কেমিক্যাল ভাব হচ্ছে, এর বাইরে কিছু না। যাই হোক, তো উনি আমাকে ডেকে খুব অনেক লম্বা মানে আমাকে দিলেন এক কথায়, সোজা কথায়। আমি পাড়ায় যেয়ে সেই সোনারপুরে বাড়িতে যেয়ে পাড়ার এই দাদার কাছ থেকে 50 টাকা, ওর কাছ থেকে 100 টাকা আমাকে যত্ন করতো সবাই পাড়ায়। আমি তখন একটু ভালো ছাত্র ওই এলাকায়, আমি মানে একটু ভালো পড়ি টড়ি, ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং পড়ছি, তখন পড়তো না অত কিছু, এখনকার মতো এত সোজা ছিল না। তখন কটা ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং কলেজ, তাই না, 2-4টে ছিল। যাই হোক, আমি সেই কাজটা করলাম পুজোর বন্ধে 1970 সাল 5ই অক্টোবর থেকে 31 অক্টোবর, এখনো মনে আছে। আমার খরচ হলো 2200 টাকা, আর বিল পেলাম 3300 কত টাকা, অনেক লাভ কিন্তু। তখনকার দিনে তখন 33 টাকায় আমি হোস্টেলে সারা মাসের খাবারের দাম ছিল 33 টাকা, এখন হয়তো অনেক অনেক অনেক। যাই হোক, ওই যে আমার হলো, ওটাই কিন্তু আমি একটু লোভগ্রস্ত হয়ে গেলাম। আমি আস্তে আস্তে ভেতরে ঢুকে গেল যে গোপালচন্দ্র সেন নাম শুনেছে সবাই অনেকেই, কেমন লোক আমি শুনি, একটু বলার দরকার, আমার এটা না বললে হবে না, আমি আমার কথা বললে তো হবে না। উনি কাজ হয়ে গেলে উনি যখন থাকতেন এখানেই থাকতেন, সে বাড়ি এখন নেই, আমি ওনাকে ডেকে নিয়ে কাজটা দেখাতে গেলাম, দেখলেন আর আমার খরচটা দেখলেন, 3300 তুমি পাবে, 2200 খরচ। হ্যাঁ, যদি লোকসান হতো কি করতে, জিজ্ঞেস করলো লোকসান হলে কি করতে, দেখো এটা ভাববার আছে, কিন্তু তখন আমি বুঝিনি, পরে বুঝেছি। লোকসান হলে আমি তো লাভ করার জন্যই দিয়েছি, উনিও তো তাই দিয়েছেন যে আমার দুটো পয়সা হোক। উনি বোধহয় এইটা ভেবেছিলেন, বুঝলে সিদ্ধার্থ, উনি বোধহয় এইটা ভেবেছিলেন যদি 2200 খরচ হয়েছে, আমার 2200 না হয় অন্য কোনোভাবে অন্তত আমাকে দেবেন, এইটা আমার মনে হয়েছিল আর কি। এই হচ্ছে গোপাল সেন, যাকে খুন হতে হয়েছিল। যাই হোক, তারপরে পাস টাস করে গেলাম, অনেক সময় নিয়েছি, আমি আর কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং গেলাম না, আমি ওই ব্যবসা শুরু করলাম। খুব সহজে হয়নি, অনেক গেছে, অনেক খারাপ দিন গেছে। প্রথমে 2 বছর ব্যবসা করার পরে 17,000 টাকা ইনভেস্ট করে আমি পেয়েছি 10,567 টাকা তখনকার দিনে, এই 73 সালটালে। যাই হোক, 2 বছর তখন ঘুমাতে পারিনি, রাতের ঘুম মানে শুলে কেঁপে কেঁপে উঠতাম। ব্যাংকের সুদ ইন্টারেস্ট হচ্ছে, লাভ, ব্যবসা করতে যে লাভ না হয় লোকসান হয়। দেখো, তোমরা অনেকেই ছাত্র আছে যারা বয়স্ক চাকরি করেন, তাদের কথা আমি বলছি না, এগুলো ভাববার দরকার আছে। কিন্তু হেরে গেলে হবে না। আমি ওই কিন্তু ব্যবসা আমি ছাড়লাম না। 2 বছর আমার টোটাল ইনকাম হচ্ছে -5-7 হাজার কি 17,000 টাকা। আমি কিন্তু ওটা লড়ে গেলাম, এবং বলতে নেই তোমাদের কৃপায় তারপরে আস্তে আস্তে ভালো দিন পেলাম। এখন আমি ভালো, আজকে আমি 73 সাল থেকে ব্যবসা করেছি। আজকে আমি অনেককে ব্যবসা শিখিয়েছি, এবং সব থেকে বড় জিনিস শোনো, আমি এটা বলার দরকার আছে, আমি কিন্তু এই যে লাভ করেছি তার অনেকটা অংশ কিন্তু আমি আমার জন্য ব্যয় করিনি। আমাদের এই অ্যালুমনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশনেও আমি প্রথমে আসি 12 সালে। আচ্ছা, আমি আমার কথা বলতে যে একটু কথা বললো, আমি কিন্তু গর্বের কথা ভেবো না তোমরা, আমি বলার জন্য বলছি। আমি ভাবি আমি ঋণী সারাউন্ডিংসের কাছে। আমার লেখাপড়া হওয়ার কথা ছিল না, যে বংশে আমার জন্ম, পাড়ার সবাই ওইভাবে দিন চলে গেছে। তো আমি বড় হয়েছে কি করে, সারাউন্ডিংসের সাহায্য নিয়ে। ওই যে সেই যে আমাকে অঙ্ক দেখিয়ে দিত, পায়খানায় যেত, আমি দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতাম, সে সংস্কৃত বলে দিত। মানে আমি টিচারের কাছে টিচারের পয়সা দেওয়া ছিল না, তাহলে তিনি আমাকে শেষ করেছেন, তিনি তাহলে আমাকে হেল্প করছেন। তাহলে এইভাবে যদি আমি দেখি, এখানে 12 টাকা মাইনে দিয়ে আমি পড়েছি, কিন্তু 1200 টাকা দিলেও হয়তো পড়া হয় না। তাহলে আমি সারাউন্ডিংসের কাছে কিন্তু ঋণী, সবাই কিন্তু আমরা তাই। বাপের পয়সা, সে তো বাপের, আমার না তো। দাদুর পয়সা, আমার না তো। আমি জন্মেছি, আমি কিন্তু দাদুর সাহায্য নিয়ে বড় হচ্ছি, বাবার সাহায্য নিয়ে বড় হচ্ছি, ঠিক কিনা? তাই না? সবাই স্বীকার করো তো। আমি কিন্তু সারাউন্ডিংসের সাহায্য নিয়ে কিন্তু বড় হচ্ছি, এটা কিন্তু আমি ভাবি গত 20 বছর ধরে। এবং আমি হিসেব করে দেখেছি, গল্পটা বলি তোমাকে, আমি ধরে নাও আমি 50,000 টাকা।
আমরা আবার আপনার কাছে ফিরে আসব, কারণ আপনার এই মানে এই যে স্টোরি, এই যে ধারাবাহিকতা, এটা আমরা একদিনে শুনলে কিন্তু ভুলে যাব।
আচ্ছা বেশ, তাহলে আমি বলি,
এটা আমরা ধারাবাহিকতাটা রাখতে চাই।
আমি দুটোই বলছি, মানে এটা আমি শুধু বলছি এই কারণে, আমার জন্য না রে ভাই, তোমরা সেলফ সাফিসিয়েন্ট হও এবং সারাউন্ডিংসে ঋণ শোধ করো। কিন্তু সবাই কিন্তু ঋণী, আমিও ঋণী, আমি ঋণ শোধ করেছি। আমি হিসেব করে দেখেছি 50,000 টাকা তৎকালের বাজারে আজকে আমি শোধ করবো ভাবলে 64 লক্ষ টাকা দিতে হয়। 128 গুণ হয়, মানে 10 বছর 7 বছর টাকা ডবল হলে। আমি খুব এত মানে তাড়াতাড়ি বলছি, বুঝতে পারছো না তো। তো আমি এ পর্যন্ত বলতে নেই, আমি কিন্তু সেই 64 লক্ষ টাকা কিন্তু আমি শোধ করেছি সারাউন্ডিংস, এটা আমার কোনো নিজের কিসের কাছে।
ফ্যান্টাস্টিক, প্লিজ গিভ কানাইদা বিগ হ্যান্ড। এবং কানাইদা, এটা আমরা সবাই মনে রাখবো, আপনি আমাদের মেন্টরই শুধু নন, আপনি হচ্ছেন আমাদের ইন্সপিরেশন।
কিন্তু লোককে জানিয়ে দিই না, আমি একে সাহায্য করতে গেলে 3 জনের ধার দিয়ে দিই। আমি একে দিলাম, ও একে দিল, একে দিল, মানে ওটা দান নয়, ওটা ঋণ শোধ। আমি যদি একে সরাসরি দিলে ভাববে কানাইদা খুব ভালো, আচ্ছা আমাকে একটুখানি যত্ন করবে, শোধ দেবে, কিন্তু তো ঋণ শোধ। আমাকে যাতে আমি থ্যাঙ্কস পাওয়ারও যোগ্য না, এইটা আমি বোধ করি আজকে পর্যন্ত। তাই বাকি জীবনটা যেন তাই থাকে। তবে তোমাদের যদি ভালো লাগে, তোমরা সবাই ঋণী, কিন্তু আমরা সবাই ঋণী সারাউন্ডিংসের কাছে।
একদম কানাইদা, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ, অসাধারণ। প্লিজ গিভ কানাইদা বিগ হ্যান্ড। উনি আমাদের ইন্সপিরেশন আমাদের অ্যালুমনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের জন্য। এবং তোমরা পাস আউট যারা হবে এই বছর বা যারা সামনের বছর ভবিষ্যতে যারা হবে, প্লিজ রিমেম্বার কানাইদার স্যাক্রিফাইস অ্যান্ড কন্ট্রিবিউশন টুয়ার্ডস মেকিং অফ দ্য যাদবপুর কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং অ্যালুমনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, JCEA। তোমরা যারা বাইরে দেখেছো, সত্য আমি 70s আবার পরে ফিরে আসবো। 80 দশক চাই। 80 দশকে কারা আসবো, ফিরে আসবো 80 দশক। ইয়াংইজ আমরা আরেকটু মানে 60-70 থেকে 80-তে আসছি। 80-তে কে আছে, কে বলবে? আপনি 83, রাইট প্লিজ। ওনাকে একটু মাইকটা দাও। বসে বলুন, আপনি বসে বলুন, এবং বাংলায় জোরে জোরে বলতে হবে।
অশেষ ধন্যবাদ যে আপনারা সবাই আমাকে এই অপরচুনিটিটা দিলেন। হ্যাঁ, আমি 80 দশকে, আমি 1983 ব্যাচ পাস আউট। অ্যান্ড তখনকার দিনে খুব কম মেয়ে অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের কলেজে পড়তো, এবং সবাই ভাবতো যে মেয়েরা কেন ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং কলেজে পড়তে এসছে। সো দ্যাট ওয়াজ এ ভেরি বিগ কোয়েশ্চেন। সো I was one of the only girls in my faculty who used to wear a trouser and shirt and come to college. So that also, সেটাও একটা নতুনত্ব সকলের কাছে মনে হতো। বাট আই মাস্ট সে দ্যাট যাদবপুর খুব ব্যালেন্স জায়গা ছিল, এবং আমাদের সময়ও যে মানে মহিলাদের জন্য ইকুয়ালি রেসপেক্ট ছিল। আমরা ভালো ভালো টিচার পেয়েছিলাম, যেরকম প্রফেসর সাহা, উনি আমার টিচার ছিলেন। আরও সিদ্ধার্থ দা, উনি আমার সময় ফার্স্ট মাস ট্রান্সফার পড়িয়েছিলেন, এবং উনি তারপরে ওখানে রিসার্চ তখন করছিলেন। এবং আমার খুব ভালো মেমোরিজ রয়েছে। আমি যাদবপুরে যখন পড়েছি, বেশিরভাগ লোক মানে ছেলেমেয়েরাই যারা আসছিলেন, তারা সব মিডল ক্লাস ফ্যামিলির থেকে, এবং তাদের প্রত্যেকের মধ্যে আশা ছিল যে একটা ভালো লেখাপড়া জানা ফ্যামিলির থেকে এসে তারা কি করে প্রোগ্রেস করবে, জীবনে কি করে দাঁড়াবে, কি করে এস্টাবলিশড হবে। এবং সেটা কিন্তু একটা খুব বড় একটা মানে সোসাইটাল থট মানে ছিল প্রত্যেকের মনের মধ্যে। এবং ঠিক তাই হলো, যখন সব পরীক্ষা তখন শুরু হলো, আমাদের চাকরির বাজারে কি হবে, সব পরীক্ষাগুলো সবাই মন দিয়ে করলো। হইয়ের মধ্যেও একটা ডিরেকশন ছিল যে আমাদের নিজেদের এস্টাবলিশড হতে হবে। এবং পরবর্তীকালে আমি বলবো, প্রত্যেকটা আমার ব্যাচমেট তারা অ্যাকচুয়ালি যে যার নিজের স্ফিয়ারে যাদবপুরের নাম আর অনার রেখে তারা অ্যাকচুয়ালি যথেষ্ট ভালোভাবে এগিয়ে গেছে আমার ব্যাচমেটসরা। আই উড লাইক টু চিয়ার 1983 ব্যাচমেটস যারা আমার সঙ্গে পড়েছে এবং ফর দ্য ফিউচার কাজকর্ম করেছে। একটা কেবল আমার রিকোয়েস্ট এই সিচুয়েশনে আমি বলতে চাই, ফর দ্য নিউ স্টুডেন্টস, মানে বেশিরভাগ লোক এখন সবাই ছুটে যাচ্ছে আইটি ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে। আমি নিজে ব্যাঙ্গালোরে থাকি, বাট আজকে আমি লেকচারে শুনলাম যে ইন দ্য মিডল 15 বছরের একটা বিশাল গ্যাপ রয়েছে, এবং দের আর অ্যাকচুয়ালি হিউজ রিকোয়ারমেন্ট অফ কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ার্স ইন দ্য ইন্ডাস্ট্রি। সো আই হ্যাভ টু টেল ইউ, আমার নিজেরও এক্সপিরিয়েন্স যেটা রয়েছে, আমি ব্যাঙ্গালোরে থাকি, সবাই ছুটছে টুয়ার্ডস দ্য আইটি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি। বাট আমার বাড়িতে আমার 2 ছেলে, তারাও অ্যাকচুয়ালি ইঞ্জিনিয়ার্স। মাই হাজব্যান্ড ইজ অলসো এন ইঞ্জিনিয়ার। আমাদের বাড়িতে 4 জন ইঞ্জিনিয়ার হয়েও আমাদের বাড়িতে রেগুলার কথা হয়, দ্য ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ইন্ডাস্ট্রি ইজ দ্য কোর ইন্ডাস্ট্রি, আর আইটি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি ইজ আ সাপোর্টিভ ইন্ডাস্ট্রি। আমার বক্তব্য হচ্ছে যে আমি এখানে লাস্ট টাইম যখন ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ডিপার্টমেন্টে এসেছিলাম, কত ছেলে মেয়ে ছুটে যাচ্ছে, ওখানে না NIITর একটা ক্যাম্পাস হচ্ছে, একটা ওয়ার্কশপ হচ্ছে, সেইখানে গিয়ে আমরা ক্লাস করে ওখানে পরীক্ষা দিয়ে কোনো রকমে আইটি ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে ঢুকে যাব। আমার প্রশ্ন হচ্ছে যে আইটি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি টুডে স্যাচুরেটেড, কিন্তু যেখানে কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ডিপার্টমেন্টে এত বড় একটা ভয়েড তৈরি হচ্ছে, সেখানে একবার ভেবে দেখার দরকার আফটার টুডেজ লেকচার্স, যে আমরা কি সেই ভয়েডটা ফিল আপ করলে ওয়ের দ্য ডিমান্ড ইজ গোয়িং টু বি মাচ মোর দ্যান দ্য for the availability of jobs for the future.
যদি কেউ নিজের ভিশনটাকে দেখতে চায়, I would like to say that you have to look into the chemical engineering industry because that is where the void is coming. And I would like to also reiterate that everybody doesn't need to run to the IT industry. The thought is that the IT industry can only give money. That is not correct at all. If you are in the right branch and if you are in the right, subject, any industry, if you go into the research, will actually give you money. আমার ব্যাচমেটসরা যারা কাজ করেছে, হয়তো I do not know about Calcutta, about other places, তারা কিন্তু যথেষ্ট টাকা করতে পেরেছে। And I would like to say, particularly understanding যে আজকে যে কথাগুলো বলছিলেন, there are so many entrepreneurship chances. There's a huge requirement of entrepreneurs even in the chemical engineering industry. And I can tell you one thing, যে এটাকে শুরু করতে পারবে in the entrepreneurship scale, the amount of money that they will be able to make using the alumni network to get guidance from people like ajje shunlam Mr. Devashish Dash and Mr. Rajiv Singh, what the amount of prospects that would be there, you will make much more money than in the IT industry. Ajke IT industry te eto layoff hocche, why will you get yourself into that IT industry where Elon Musk will decide যে আমাদের layoff করব কি করব না? আমার বক্তব্য হচ্ছে this is a much more growing industry and please stay in the chemical engineering industry. This is my earnest request after my own experience. So this is the thing that I have to say to cheer up all the people who are in the chemical industry. As sir had said, one of the my seniors had said, আমাকেও আমায় বলেছিল electrical পাবে, but I had chosen chemical because my rank was higher. So I had chosen chemical just to say that, I would like to support the chemical industry and I would like to cheer everybody to stay in the chemical industry. Please, you have a much better prospect there than the IT industry where, these people are just deciding থাকবে কি থাকবে না. You decide your own future. Thank you.
Thank you, Urmiti. Thank you so much. My thoughts, absolutely. Going to the 90s. 90s এ কে আছেন? আসছি, I'll come back. 90s. কার কথা বলছি? কে পালিয়ে যাচ্ছে? উনি? ও আচ্ছা। না, ওনাকে ধরে রাখুন। ও আচ্ছা, উদিত দা, রাইট। উদিত দা, প্লিজ মেক ইট বিট শর্ট। উদিত, এই যে এখানে সেকেন্ড, এই যে হ্যালো, এই যে এইখানে আরে সেকেন্ড, না আচ্ছা, ওকে। 90s এ কে বলবে? আমি ভালো বলতে পারি না। 90s, আই ওয়ান্ট সামবডি ফ্রম মিড 90s, লেট 90s। কোথায় গেল? 96 দেখলাম তো, আমি তো আই হ্যাভ সিন দ্য রেজিস্ট্রেশনস। 90s নেই, তাহলে আমি নিউ মিলেনিয়ামে চলে যাব, কিন্তু একবিংশ শতাব্দীতে চলে যাব। ওকে, নাও সামবডি ফ্রম 2000s। কে বলবে? 2000 to 2010 নতুন প্রজন্ম, দ্য মিলেনিয়ালস। আরে বাবা, কি এখানে কেউ নেই? 2012 ছিল, তারা কোথায় গেল? কেউ বলবে না? কোথায় 2000 কে আছেন? কে না, উনি কোন তা আপনার ব্যাচ? না, আমি 70s ফিরে আসবো। 70s আপনি 70s আবার ফিরে আসবো। একটু নতুনদের কাছে যেতে দিই, ওরা তো সুযোগই পাচ্ছে না। দুদিন তো আমরাই বলে যাচ্ছি। কোথায় 2000 কোথায় গেল? নিউ মিলেনিয়ামস কেউ নেই? তাহলে পরের 2010 থেকে 2020, দিস ইজ ভেরি ব্যাড, ডিসঅ্যাপয়েন্টিং। আর এবছর যারা পাস করেছে 2022, 21-22, I guess you guys don't deserve, কে দাঁড়ালো? কেউ দাঁড়ায়নি। আমি আবার কিন্তু
গুড ইভিনিং, আমি
বিংশ শতাব্দীতে চলে যাচ্ছি। কোথায়?
2000
তো বলো। 2015, very good. Please give him a big hand.
Good evening. I have just passed out from 2015. আমি জাস্ট 8 বছর পর ডিপার্টমেন্ট এলাম। এখনো মনে হচ্ছে কি সেম মানে মনেই হচ্ছে না যে আমি জাস্ট পাস 8 বছর হয়ে গেছে পাস হয়ে গেছি, সেম অ্যাটমসফিয়ার, সেম ফিলিং, সেম রিলেশনস উইথ আওয়ার প্রফেসর্স অ্যান্ড এভরিওয়ান, অ্যান্ড আই হ্যাভ সামওয়ান ফ্রম মাই ব্যাচ আই লাকিলি মেট. So
হ্যালো, আইল কিপ ইট ভেরি শর্ট. আমার জাস্ট একটা ইনসিডেন্ট মনে আছে. 2015 আমাদের কেমব্রিজ জাস্ট হবে, তার ঠিক আগে সিজি স্যারের ক্লাস ছিল, চন্দন গুহ, লাস্ট ক্লাস অফ দ্য ব্যাচ, এবং আমি এবং আমার কয়েকজন ব্যাচমেট যারা অর্গানাইজ করছিলাম, তাদের টোটাল অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স ইন দ্য ইয়ার ওয়াজ সামওয়্যার অ্যারাউন্ড 10. তো লাস্ট ক্লাস আমরা, আর সেদিন কিছু ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপের কিছু একটা চলছিল, ফাইনাল বা সেমিফাইনাল এরকম কিছু একটা, আমরা সবাই অ্যাটেন্ড করেছিলাম আউট অফ গিল্ড যে আমরা সিজি স্যারের ক্লাস করিনি. সিজি স্যার এলেন ক্লাসে, উনি অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সটা দেখলেন, উনি উঠে দাঁড়ালেন এবং বললেন, ফুল অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স ইজ নট ফর ইঞ্জিনিয়ার্স, থ্যাংক ইউ, বলে ক্লাসটা শেষ করে ফেললেন।
এই প্রসঙ্গে বলে রাখি, সিজি স্যার আমাদের প্রথম মানে আমাদের ব্যাচ 91-92 উনি আমাদের প্রথম ক্লাস নিতে শুরু করেন, তখন উনি আমাদের কম্পিউটার পড়াতেন আর কি, সেই সময় ওয়ে ব্যাক DOS 3.1 সেই সময়. প্লিজ গিভ সিজি স্যার আ বিগ হ্যান্ড. এবং তোমার নাম কি? 2015 I was present there. ওটা ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ ছিল তখন, হ্যাঁ রাইট, ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ ছিল. আই রিমেম্বার কেমব্রিজের সময় CH22-তে প্রজেক্টরে খেলা দেখানো হচ্ছিল, ফাইনাল খেলা, আই থিঙ্ক সেমিফাইনাল আর সামথিং, ইন্ডিয়া লস্ট, সেমিফাইনাল রাইট, ইন্ডিয়া লস্ট. আমি দেখেছিলাম, আমি এদিক আর ওদিক করে দেখছিলাম. ভেরি গুড রেফারেন্স. হি হ্যাজ referred to something which is in the blood of the alumni associations or the alumni fraternity. সেই সূত্রে আমি একজনের কাছে চলে যাব. হি মেনশনড অ্যাবাউট সিজি স্যার, চন্দন স্যার. এখানে এই কেমব্রিজের সঙ্গে আরও একজনের যে মানে কত বড় অবদান সেটা অনেকেই জানো না, এবং তোমরা আমার মনে হয় কিছু হয়তো স্টুডেন্টস তোমরা হয়তো দেখেছো 2019-এ আমাদের যখন কেমব্রিজ হয়নি. প্লিজ ব্রিং দ্য মাইক টু দ্য অ্যালুমনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন সেক্রেটারি মিস্টার অলোক বাসু. অলোক বাসুর নাম কারা শুনেছো? হাত তোলো. যারা ফার্স্ট ইয়ার ছিলে তারা এখন ফোর্থ ইয়ার. অল ফোর্থ ইয়ার্স মাস্ট হ্যাভ মেট অলোক দা, প্লিজ. আরে স্যার আসবেন, আপনি কেমব্রিজের রেফারেন্স হি হ্যাজ পুট ইন. আই ওয়ান্ট ইউ টু স্পিক অ্যাবাউট হোয়াট কেমব্রিজ ইজ or what has been the background of that particular
I'll take
program
only 10
that we
minutes.
started.
I'll only take 7 minutes or 8 minutes. 2008 সালের আগে, বছর পাঁচেক 2008 সালের
অলোক
আগে,
দা আরেকটু শর্টেন করে দিন,
হ্যাঁ,
আরেকটু শর্টেন করে দিন. হ্যাঁ,
2008 সালে আমাদের রিউনিয়ন স্টার্ট হয়. তার আগে 7 বছর মতো কি 6 বছর কোনো রিউনিয়ন হয়নি ডিপার্টমেন্টে. তখন কিছু ছেলে স্যারদের কাছে গিয়ে রিকোয়েস্ট করেছিল, স্যাররা বলেছিল হ্যাঁ করা যায়. করা যাওয়ার পর হঠাৎ আমি একদিন একটা চিঠি পাই, তখন অলোকানন্দ মুখার্জি, তিনি ডিপার্টমেন্টাল হেড ছিলেন, তিনি একটা চিঠি পাঠান আমার অফিসে যে আসতে হবে অমুক মিটিংয়ে. তাই পরে বুঝেছিলাম এই বুদ্ধিটা কার, অলোকদা, সিদ্ধার্থ এবং আর কে হবে. সিদ্ধার্থ আমার ক্লাসমেট, প্রভিসি ছিল তখন. তা আমি এসেই বুঝতে পারিনি যে এই জিনিসটা টোপটা কার দিকে যাচ্ছে. তা আমাকে বলা হলো যে সেক্রেটারি করা হবে. অলোকদা বলল কেন, আমি জানতাম না. তা আমি হঠাৎ বললাম ঠিক আছে হয়ে যাব, কি আছে. কেন হয়ে যাব, সে আমি পড়ার থেকে বেশি করতাম হচ্ছে সোশ্যাল ওয়ার্ক ইন দ্য সেন্স অফ যুব উৎসব করতাম, যুব মৈত্রী উৎসব করতাম, স্কাউট করতাম, সব কিছু এইসব খেলাধুলো করতাম. ফুটবল, ইউনিভার্সিটি 5 বছর ফুটবল খেলেছি. করতে করতে আমাকে রাজি করে দিল. তা আমি তো কিছুই বুঝি না. তা ছেলেদের পাঠানো হলো. পরের দিন আমি বললাম বাজেট কি সেটা নিয়ে এসো. 2008-এ 4জন ছেলে, ইউনিক 4জন, বিদেশি থাকে সবাই 4জন বললো আমরা করব, যা আপনারা বলবেন তাই করব. আমি বললাম ঠিক আছে, এটা তোমাদের বাজেট কত? তখন বললো বাজেট বড় জোর আমাদের হবে 1,50,000 টাকা. আমি বললাম এই বাজেটে হলে আমাকে দরকার নেই, তোমরা নিজেরাই করতে পারবে, নিজেরাই করো. তখন বলছে ঠিক আছে স্যার পরের দিন আসবো. পরের দিন এসে ডিপার্টমেন্টের টিচারের কাছ থেকে, কার কার কাছে আমি মনে নেই। তারা গেল পরের দিন দিয়ে বলল না স্যার 1,50,000-এ মানে আমার নাম বলে দিয়েছে। তা বললো স্যার অলোক আপনার নাম বলেই বলেছে, ও পাগল হয়ে গেছে, যে অ্যামাউন্ট বলেছে সেই ইয়েতে হবে না, করতে পারবো না আমরা। তা আমি তখন ওদের বলেছিলাম, আর তোমরা যদি 16 লক্ষ টাকা বাজেট করতে পারো 2008 সালে, তবে আমি তোমাদের সাথে আছি, তোমাদের সবার সাথে, না হলে আমি নেই। কেন নেই? যে একটা ডিপার্টমেন্টের 16 লক্ষ টাকা কামাতে মানে আর্ন করতে পারবো না, এটা হতে পারে না। আমাদের এত বড় ফ্যাকাল্টি বলছি, সমস্ত বেস আছে। যাই হোক, ছেলেরা নামে নেমে গেল। আমরা সেই বছর চন্দন কত ছিল মনে হয় 17.5 লক্ষ টাকা কি 18 লক্ষ টাকা তোলা হয়েছিল। ঠিক আছে, তখনকার দিনের মানে আজকের দিনের এটা 40 লক্ষ টাকার উপরে। এবং সেখানে যত বড় বড় প্রোগ্রাম হয়েছে তার কোনো প্রোগ্রাম রিপিটেশন হয়নি। এখানে শেষ হয়েছে সকালে, দুপুরবেলায় চলে গেছে হচ্ছে এটা ক্যালকাটা ক্লাব, এই রাত্রিরে ক্যালকাটা ক্লাব, মধ্যিখানে সন্ধেবেলায় হচ্ছে কি ক্লাব যেন, টলি ক্লাব রাত্রিরে ছিল, তার আগে ছিল হচ্ছে পোর্ট ক্লাব, সব ক্লাবে হয়েছে। এবং তারপরে দীর্ঘায়িত 4-5 বছর ধরে আমরা ক্যালকাটা ক্লাবেই ডিনার করতাম সবাই। প্রচুর বাজেট হতো, এরকমই টাকা আমরা তুলতে পারতাম না, অনেক ইয়ে ছিল। এখন যারা 20 লাখ দেয়, তখন হয়তো 2 লাখ 3 লাখ দিত। একটা অ্যাডভান্টেজ ছিল আমার, লাস্ট সেন্টেন্স, যে আমি খুব ঘুরতাম আমার অফিসের হয়ে। তখন আমি ইনস্টিটিউশন অফ ইঞ্জিনিয়ার্সে কাজ করতাম। তাতে আমার অ্যাডভান্টেজ ছিল হচ্ছে ইন্ডিয়ার যে কোনো জায়গায় আমি ঘুরতে পারি, প্রেসিডেন্টের পারমিশন আছে, যা ইচ্ছে আমি করতে পারি সেটা। হ্যাঁ, এবং ডিপার্টমেন্টে তোমরা আজকে যা দেখছো, ডিপার্টমেন্টের সামনের জায়গাটা থেকে 4 তলা অবধি পুরো আমরা তৈরি করেছিলাম। আজকে যে দুটো তোমরা দেখছো, সেগুলো মোটামুটি আমরা পয়সা দিয়েছি। আমাদের যে কমিটির লাইব্রেরির বুক যত আছে সব বছরের পর বছর আমরা দিয়েছি, মেজরিটি টাইম। এবং চেষ্টা করেছি, অনেক সময় আমাদের স্টুডেন্টদের স্কলারশিপও দেওয়া হয়েছে। এই কেমব্রিজ বলে যেটা লেখা হয়েছে, সেই কেমব্রিজের যে নামটা তৈরি করেছে তাকেও টাকা দেওয়া হয়েছে। তাতে কম্পিটিশান হয়েছিল, সবই এরকমভাবে হয়েছিল প্রত্যেকবারে। তা এখন অবধি মোটামুটি আমাদের 400-450 মেম্বার হয়েছে। আশা করি আগামী 2 বছরের মধ্যে এটা 1000 হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
হ্যাঁ, আমাদের অ্যালামনি ফ্র্যাটার্নিটি কালেকটিভলি আর কি রয়েছে অ্যারাউন্ড 500 প্লাস, এবং লাইফ মেম্বার্স উই হ্যাভ ক্রসড 250। এবং আমাদের যে টার্গেট রয়েছে যে বাই এন্ড অফ দিস ইয়ার উই শুড বি এবল টু অ্যাকচুয়ালি রিচ লাইফ মেম্বার্স অফ 500। তাই বিফোর উই এন্ড জাস্ট হাফ আ মিনিট মির্দা উইল টেক, ইজ আওয়ার কারেন্ট প্রেসিডেন্ট, উনি কিছু অ্যানাউন্স করবেন।
ক্যামেরাটা একটু বাচ্চাদের উপর দিয়ে দিন কি, অল দ্য স্টুডেন্ট। হ্যাঁ, অনেক গল্প শুনলাম আমি, তোমাদের সবাই বলো সবাই দাঁড়াও। অল দ্য স্টুডেন্টস, কারেন্ট স্টুডেন্টস, প্লিজ স্ট্যান্ড আপ। Thank you. Now just repeat what I'm going to say. We are going to be good human beings. Thank you. That's all. Be good human being.
রাইট, হ্যালো, ওকে। সারাদিন এতক্ষণ পর ছাত্ররা ওখানে আমাকে ভীষণভাবে করছে, স্যার আমাদের সবাই আমরা রেডি, প্লিজ নাও প্লিজ বি পেশেন্ট, নাও উইল হ্যাভ enthralling performance from the undergraduate students supported by the PG students. Please give them a big hand. সারাদিন ওরা অক্লান্ত পরিশ্রম করেছে, let them show their talents now. Please. Signing off, God bless.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. It was a really nice session of a journey down the memory lane. Now, we'd like to start a brief performance, a culture performance by the collective students from UG and PG. We'd like to start the performance with a dance presentation by our senior, Shohini Roy Chaudhary.
সমারোহে এসো হে পরমতর সুন্দর এসো হে
সমারোহে এসো হে পরমতর সুন্দর এসো হে
ঝলক ঝঙ্কারে উড়ায়
এসো এসো
এসো এসো সুন্দর এসো সমারোহে এসো হে পরমতর সুন্দর এসো
ধরার বুকে পড়োশে ধারা
যে মতি ধরা বুকে পরশে
যে মতিরাতে
স্বদেশে স্বদেশে
প্রাণ বহে এসো হে রূপঙ্কর
সুন্দর
সুন্দর
Hello. Thank you, Shohinidhi, for such a mesmerizing performance. Now it's time for a musical performance by 3 students from UG. Please welcome on stage the vocal Balaram Das from UG 4, on guitar Abir from UG 2, and on violin Srijit from UG 2.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
বাড়ছে এবার বাড়াও বাড়াও বাড়াও
Hello, hello. Hello. নমস্কার, আমি বলরাম। প্রথমে উপস্থিত সকল গুণীজনকে আমার আন্তরিক শ্রদ্ধা এবং প্রণাম জানাই। আজকে আমি একটি জনপ্রিয় লোকসঙ্গীত ভ্রমর কৈয়োগিয়া আপনাদের সামনে পরিবেশন করছি। যদি কোনো ভুল ত্রুটি থেকে থাকে তাহলে নিজ গুণে মার্জনা করবেন। শ্রীকৃষ্ণ বিচ্ছেদের অনলে আমার অঙ্গ যায় জ্বলিয়ারে ভ্রমর কৈয়োগিয়া। ভ্রমর কৈয়োগিয়া শ্রীকৃষ্ণ বিচ্ছেদের অনলে আমার অঙ্গ যায় জ্বলিয়ারে ভ্রমর কৈয়োগিয়া। কয় 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 রে ভ্রম কৃষ্ণ রে বুঝাইয়া। কয় 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 রে ভ্রম কৃষ্ণ রে বুঝাইয়া। মই রাধা মই রাজায় রে কৃষ্ণ হারা হইয়া রে ভ্রমর। ভ্রমর রে আগে যদি জানতাম রে ভ্রম যাইবারে ছাড়িয়া। আগে যদি জানতাম রে ভ্রম যাইবারে ছাড়িয়া। মাথার কেশর দুই ভাগ করি রে রাখিতাম বান্ধিয়া রে ভ্রমর কৈয়োগিয়া। ভ্রমর কৈয়োগিয়া শ্রীকৃষ্ণ বিচ্ছেদের অনলে আমার অঙ্গ যায় জ্বলিয়া রে ভ্রমর কৈয়োগিয়া। ধন্যবাদ।
After a lovely presentation of music, it is now time for our beloved senior Debojyoti Da, along with his group, to perform something for us.
হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক চেক হ্যালো বাড়াবে নমস্কার আমার নাম দেবজ্যোতি আমি 2019 সালে আন্ডার গ্রাজুয়েট পাশ করি কেমিক্যাল ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে আর 2022 সালে পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েশন আপাতত রিসার্চের কাজ করছি ডিপার্টমেন্টেই আমার গান যারা আগে শুনেছেন বা শোনেন তারা হয়তো জানবেন যে আমার একটা মিউজিক ব্যান্ড আছে যার নাম হচ্ছে সাদ তো সব মেম্বার্সরাই মোটামুটি আমরা পড়াশোনা বা কেউ চাকরি করি তার সাথে সাথে গান করার চেষ্টা করছি ভবিষ্যতে লাইফ কোথায় নিয়ে যাবে জানি না আর যে জনারটা আমরা বেসিক্যালি যেটা কালচার করি সেটা হচ্ছে এক্সপেরিমেন্টাল ফোক ফিউশন পার্টিকুলারলি ইন্ডিয়ান ফোক ফিউশন তো সেই জনারেরই একটা গান ছোট্ট করে পরিবেশন করছি আর আমার সাথে আছে সায়ন ও আমার ব্যান্ডের পারকাশনিস্ট আজকে ইউকেলেলে বাজাচ্ছে আর ডান দিকে আবির ও আমার ডিপার্টমেন্টাল জুনিয়র
ফকির লালন ভেবে বলে ছেলে মরে মাকে চুলে গো ভাই রে ছেলে মরে মাকে চুলে গো আবার এই কয় কথার অর্থ নইলে এই কয় কথার অর্থ নইলে তার হবে না ফকিরি চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে আমরা ভেবে করব কি চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে আমরা ভেবে করব কি চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে ঝিয়ের পেটে মায়ের জন্ম ঝিয়ের পেটে মায়ের জন্ম তারে তোমরা বলবে কি চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে আমরা ভেবে করব কি চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে ঘর আছে তার দূর নাই লোক আছে তার বাক্য নাই গো ভাই রে লোক আছে তার বাক্য নাই গো আবার কে তাহারে আহার যোগায় কে তাহারে আহার যোগায়, কে দেয় গো সন্ধ্যাবাতি, চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে, আমরা ভেবে করব কি, চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে। ঝিয়ের পেটে মায়ের জন্ম, ঝিয়ের পেটে মায়ের জন্ম, তারে তোমরা বলবে কি, চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে, আমরা ভেবে করব কি, চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে। আমরা কি সবাই সবাই একসাথে একটু দিতে পারি প্লিজ? চলো একসাথে 1 2 3 4। ছয় মাসের এক কন্যা ছিল, সে তার গর্ভ হলো, আবার 11 মাসে 3টি সন্তান, 11 মাসে 3টি সন্তান, কোনটা করবে ফকিরি, চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে, আমরা ভেবে করব কি, চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে। ঝিয়ের পেটে মায়ের জন্ম, ঝিয়ের পেটে মায়ের জন্ম, তারে তোমরা বলবে কি, চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে, আমরা ভেবে করব কি, চাঁদের গায়ে চাঁদ লেগেছে। ধন্যবাদ, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। তাহলে একটা হিন্দি করছি ছোট্ট করে। प्रीत की लत मोहे ऐसी लगी, हो गई मैं मतवारी, बल बल जाऊं मैं अपने पिया को, मैं जाऊं बारी बारी, मोहे सुध बुध ना रही तन मन की, ये तो जाने दुनिया सारी, बेबस और लाचार फिरूं मैं, हारी मैं दिलहारी, हारी मैं दिलहारी। तेरे नाम से जी लूं, तेरे नाम से मर जाऊं, तेरे नाम से जी लूं, तेरे नाम से मर जाऊं, तेरे जान के सदके में कुछ ऐसा कर जाऊं। तूने क्या कर डाला, मर गई मैं, मिट गई मैं, हो जी हाँ जी, हो गई मैं। तेरी दीवानी दीवानी, तेरी दीवानी दीवानी, इश्क जुनू जब हद से बढ़ जाए, इश्क जुनू जब हद से बढ़ जाए, हंसते हंसते आशिक सूली चढ़ जाए। इश्क का जादू सर चढ़ कर बोले, इश्क का जादू सर चढ़ कर बोले, खूब लगा लो पहरे रस्ते रब खोले। यही इश्क दी मर्जी है, यही रब दी मर्जी है, यही इश्क दी मर्जी है, यही रब दी मर्जी है। तेरे बिन जीना कैसा हाँ खुद गर्जी है। तूने क्या कर डाला, मर गई मैं, मिट गई मैं, हो जी हाँ जी, हो गई मैं। तेरी दीवानी दीवानी, तेरी दीवानी दीवानी, तेरी दीवानी दीवानी, तेरी दीवानी दीवानी।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। সকলে ভালো থাকবেন, সুস্থ থাকবেন, আনন্দে থাকবেন। থ্যাংক ইউ।
ছোটরা বড়রা মিলে অসাধারণ দুটি সঙ্গীত পরিবেশনের পর এরপর আমরা ডেকে নেব আমাদের আরেক সিনিয়র সোমকরাজ ব্যানার্জিকে কিছু গান করার জন্য।
অনেক কাছাকাছি চলে আসছি, একটু দূরে থাকুন ঠিক আছে। নমস্কার, হ্যালো, নমস্কার। আমি সোমকরাজ, আমি 2016 থেকে আন্ডার গ্র্যাজুয়েট পাস করি। তো আমি এখন পিএইচডি করছি। তো আমার আগে অনেকেই খুব ভালো গান শোনালো। তো আমি দরবারি কানাড়া বলে একটা রাগের ওপর আমার একটা নিজের মতো করে একটা ভার্সন আপনাদেরকে শোনানোর চেষ্টা করব। আশা করি সবাইকে ভালো লাগবে।
छोड़ो मोरी भैया घर जाने दे घर जाने दे छोड़ो मोरी भैया घर जाने दे हाँ करत तोरी पैया पड़त हूँ हाँ करत तोरी पैया पड़त हूँ मोहन से जगर घर जाने दे छोड़ो मोरी भैया घर जाने दे नगर वगर के लोगों सुनत है नगर वगर के लोगों सुनत है चर्चा करत ब्रजनारी जा नगर वगर के लोगों सुनत है चर्चा करत ब्रजनारी जा जाओ जी तुम खाओगी गलिया जाओ जी तुम खाओगी गलिया घर जाने दे छोड़ो मोरी जाने दे छोड़ो मोरी जाने दे छोड़ो मोरी भैया নমস্কার
There have been a number of Bangla Gaan performed back to back. Now it's time for a change in taste, for a change in language. Let us welcome Kritika Subba from UG4, who will be performing a Nepali song for us. Both of your vocals, right? Yeah, and you'll get the track. Yeah, yeah.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. I'm Kritika Subba, UG4, and with me is Lindup Chiring. Tamang, UG1, and we're going to be singing a Nepali song for you all. I hope you guys enjoy it. सुनो ना त्यो गीतको हो छ नि गीत गाउँदैन मिठो तिम्रो मुस्कान यो मिठो तिम्रो मुहार यो मन मेरो उड्यो है कहाँ कहाँ हे कान्छा
आहे मिठो तिम्रो मुस्कानैमा लजालु त्यो हेराइमा मन मेरो उड्यो है कहाँ कहाँ हे कान्छा आहे सरर हावामा मन खोली नाचिदिने चञ्चली मेरी सानी है मुस्कै हाँसेर छिने मारिसैदिने नखली मेरी सानी है भन्दा भन्दा मादलको तालसँगै किन किन ताम भरे हो
सतरङ्गी सपना बोके तिमीलाई पर्खिन्छु म सुरिलो त्यो मुरलीको धुनसँगै मन चुरी लाग्यो भरे हो आइ मिठो तिम्रो मुस्कानैमा माया तिम्रो मुहारैमा मन मेरो उड्यो है कहाँ कहाँ हे कान्छा
आहे मिठो तिम्रो मुस्कानैमा लजालु त्यो हेराइमा मन मेरो उड्यो है कहाँ कहाँ हे कान्छिया हे Thank you.
That was a performance as diverse, as beautiful as our department is. Now it's time for another senior among us. It's time for Kaustav Nath for a musical performance.
ঠিক আছে। আমার নাম কৌস্তব, আর আমি পিএইচডিতে ঢুকবো করছি, এখনো ঢুকে উঠতে পারিনি। সো আই উড লাইক টু প্রেজেন্ট মানে কি, ওই এক তার দিয়ে বাজিয়ে দেবো। আমাদের জুনিয়ররা খুব ভালো বাজিয়েছে, এখনো অবধি গানও করেছে। সো আই হোপ কি দিস ডাজ নট লাইক স্টপ দেয়ার থিং। সো লেটস স্টার্ট। ও মিলন হবে কত দিনে, ও মিলন হবে কত দিনে, আমার মনের মানুষের সনে, আমার মনের মানুষের সনে, মিলন হবে কত দিনে, ও মিলন হবে কত দিনে, আমার মনের মানুষের সনে, আমার মনের মানুষের সনে, যত কাহার প্রহনিশি, সে বসে আছে শোষী, যত কাহার প্রহনিশি, সে বসে আছে নরসী, হব বলে চরণ দাসী, ও হব বলে চরণ দাসী, সেটা হয় না কপাল গুনে, ও সেটা হয় না কপাল গুনে, আমার মনের মানুষের সনে, আমার মনের মানুষের সনে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
এরপর ডেকে নিতে চাইবো আমাদের 2022 পাস আউট, কিন্তু সে এখনো ছাত্র হয়েই থেকে গেছে মন থেকে। অলরেডি ক্রাউড হয়তো বুঝেই গেছে কে আসছে। সো প্লিজ ওয়েলকাম অন স্টেজ সমিতাভ মণ্ডল।
Hello, hello, hello. I have also Abir with me from UG2. सावन भी तो जाए पहलवा, सावन भी तो जाए पहलवा, मन मेरा घबरा है, मन मेरा घबरा है, ऐसो गए परदेस पिया तुम, ऐसो गए परदेस पिया तुम ये समझ नहीं पाओगे, तुम ये समझ नहीं पाओगे, मुरा सैया मुझसे बोले ना, मोरा सैया मुझसे बोले ना जा चकेरी के मारे, ना जा सौतन पुकारे, सावन आए तो पूछेगे ना जा रे, फिकी फिकी बेसुआ दिए रतिया, काटू रे कटे ना, अब तेरे बिना सजना सजना काटे कटे ना, काटे ना तेरे बिना बेसुआदी रतिया ओ सजना दम दरा मस्त मस्त दरा दम दरा मस्त मस्त दरा दम दम ओ हमदम बिन तेरे क्या जीना ओ दम दरा मस्त मस्त दरा दम दरा मस्त मस्त दम दम ओ हमदम बिन तेरे क्या जीना तेरे बिना बेसुआदी रतिया ओ सजना तेरे बिना बेसुआदी रतिया ओ सजना हो खोखी रे ओ रूखी रे काटू रे काटे हतिया दम दरा मस्त मस्त दरा दम मस्त मस्त दरा दम दम ओ हमदम बिन तेरे क्या जीना ओ दम दरा मस्त मस्त दरा दम मस्त मस्त दरा दम दम ओ हमदम बिन तेरे क्या जीना थैंक यू
Hello. After a string of back-to-back musical performance, it is now time for one of our seniors, Paushalidi, to display a performance of dance.
नाचत गोपाल लाल तक दिखत गे तड़ान राधा मुस्कान जाप धाकड़ तुम किट गे तड़ान नादिग दिग दिग नादिग दिग दिग नादिग दिग दिग थे दिग दिग ताते तत थे आते तत थे थे तत दिन 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 जात जात तट 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 यमुना तट कुंज कुंज भटक भटक धादिट धान धा धादिट धान धा विरह निराला
सुनल सुनल बालिका सुनल सुनल बालिका राध कुसुम बालिका सुनल सुनल बालिका राध कुसुम बालिका कुंज कुंज फेरनु सखी कुंज कुंज फेरनु सखी श्याम चंद्र लागी रे राख कुसुम मालिका दुलई कुसुम मुंजरी भ्रवर फिर कुंजरी दुलई कुसुम मंजरी भ्रवर फिर कुंजरी फल से यमुना बहई जाए ललित गीत गाही रे सुनल सुनल बालिका राख कुसुम मालिका सखी सनाथ यामिनी विरह विधुर कामिनी सखी सनाथ यामिनी विरह विधुर कामिनी कुसुम हार भैली भार हृदय द्वार गाई छे अधर उठाए कापिया सखी कर कर आपिया अधर उठाए कापिया सखी कर कर आपिया कुंज भवन पापिया काहे गीत गाही छे सुनल सुनल बालिका
गदिगन नागेतर तागेतर गिडतक दिकिट दान धा राधा अस्ताचल भानु गयो नभ में शशि प्रकट भयो अजहून आए हरि मुँह संग यो कैसी करी निर्दय संग प्रीत जोड़ कौन कहा सुख लयो हमरो ही दोष भयो हाँ हमरो दोष भयो दोष भयो
मृदु समीर संचले हरय शिथिल अंचले
स्तन चलत पुरवाई मिलन बेला न आई
बाली हृदय चंचले कानन पथ चाहि
राधा मन लागे लगन पुरवा चली
हे कुंज पान हेरिया आशुवारी डारिया कुंज पान हेरिया आशुवारी डारिया भानु गाहे शून्य कुंज श्याम जंग नाई रे सुनल सुनल
With a brilliant, outstanding dance performance, the solo performances by students comes to an end, but it leads us to our final act. A collective group performance by the students from UG 1 to UG 4. It's a performance where we welcome you to a child's castle, and the child's name is Opu. It's a castle of imagination, an attempt at a Geeti Natto, where our little fresher Opu discovers the winds and terrains of India through its art forms and history. যেহেতু অনেক পারফর্মার রয়েছেন এই প্রোগ্রামটায়, লাস্ট প্রোগ্রামটায়, আমরা হয়তো মঞ্চ উপস্থাপনার জন্য একটু সময় চেয়ে নেব। আপনারা যদি একটু ধৈর্য ধরে বসেন, খুব সুবিধা হয়। থ্যাংক ইউ।
So, hello, check.
Hello, hello. Mic testing, mic testing.
ওরা পরে পেয়ে যাবে, ওরা বলবে পেয়ে যাবে, সব ভোকালগুলো অন রেখো, কিন্তু মাইক ভোকাল মাইকগুলো অন রেখো, ওরা বলবে আমার
Mic testing, mic testing. Hello. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Ta ta ra 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 ra.
হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যালো
হ্যালো হ্যালো
বাকি দুটো কই ঠিক আছে গাড়ি একবার চেক করেন গাড়ি
হ্যালো
বৌদি ভালো আছেন?
এই যেমন দেখছেন শত কাজের মধ্যে ভালো থাকার চেষ্টা।
বাহ বাহ বাহ। আর অপু কেমন আছে? ও কোথায় পড়ছে এখন?
যাদবপুরে দিলাম কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং।
বাহ, এটা তো খুবই ভালো ব্যাপার। আর এমনি পড়াশোনা কিরম চলছে?
পড়াশোনা ও যে সারাদিন কি করে কিছুই বুঝতে পারি না। স্কলারশিপের টাকায় একটা প্রজেক্টর কিনেছে, সেটা নিয়ে সারাদিন ঘর বন্ধ করে থাকে। কোনোদিন গান ধরে, সেদিন লাঞ্চ করতে এসে বলে নাচ শিখবে, কুচিপুটি, কন্টেম্পোরারি, স্প্যানিশও নাকি শিখবে। আমি বলি বাবা তুই পড়াশোনা মেনটেন করতে পারলে সব।
Opu's childhood days were written in paragraphs from history textbooks and calculus formulae. Every night, when she closed her eyes, a mirage loomed over her eyelids. A world of lavender skies and flamboyant vignettes, all tied together by her imagination. A world of her own. All she longed for was a screen, a whitewashed wall where she could project her reveries, and a projector itself acting as a catalyst to her thoughts, which she could punctuate with her fancies.
Then came college, her shoebox bedroom, a square void to herself, where her dreams danced and drew portraits. From a corner of her room, while resting on her pillow, she traveled across India, absorbing music, dance forms, and poetry as curiosity pumped through her veins.
প্রত্যহ ব্যস্ত কিন্তু রহস্যময় ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং জীবনের মাঝে প্রান্তিক সুখময় সাহিত্যরস এক প্লাবনের জোয়ার আনে। প্রাত্যহিক অবসাদ ও ক্লান্তির সামনে এ যেন এক স্বর্গীয় অনুভূতি। আচ্ছা, আমি অপু, মানে অপরাজিতা রায়। অপু ট্রিলজির অপুর জীবন থেকে আমার বাস্তব জীবন গুণগতভাবে অনেকটাই আলাদা, আবার বেশ কিছু সাদৃশ্যও আছে। জীবনের অনেকটা জুড়ে যেমন ফ্লুইড মেকানিক্স, হিট ট্রান্সফার, ট্রান্সপোর্ট ফেনোমেনা বা সেপারেশন প্রসেস রয়েছে, তেমনি সমানভাবে রয়েছে রবীন্দ্রনাথ, জীবনানন্দ, সত্যজিৎ রায়, ঋত্বিক ঘটক, সলিল চৌধুরীর মতো অনেকে। জীবনে এই দুটি ছবি আমার কাছে পরস্পরের পরিপূরক। ভাবা ও ভাবা প্র্যাকটিস করার সাবলীলতা যেমন আমার জীবনের এক অবিচ্ছেদ্য অঙ্গ, তেমনি বেছে নেওয়ার স্বাধীনতাও আমার কাছে ভীষণ মাত্রায় প্রাসঙ্গিক। এই বেছে নেওয়ার লড়াইয়ের মাঝে অয়লার বা নেভিয়ার স্ট্রোকের পাশাপাশি আইনস্টাইন ফোবিয়াও ভুগলে তার তৎক্ষণাৎ সমাধান সিগারোফিলিয়ার হুইচ সাইড আর ইউ অন কিনা তাই নিয়ে থেকে যায় এক দ্বন্দ্ব। মেঠো চান রয়েছে তাকাই আমার মুখের দিকে, ডাইনে আর বায়ে পোড়া জমি, খড় নাড়া, মাটির ফাটল, শিশিরের জল। মেঠো চাঁদ কাস্তের মতো বাঁকা চোখা চেয়ে আছে, এমনি সে তাকায়েছে কত রাত, নাই লেখা চোখা। মিঠু চাঁদ বলে আকাশের তলে খেতে খেতে লাঙ্গলের ধার মুছে গেছে, ফসল কাটার সময় আসিয়া গেছে, চলে গেছে কবে শস্য ফলিয়া গেছে। তুমি কেন তবে রয়েছো দাঁড়ায়ে একা একা, ডাইনে আর বায়ে খড় নোড়া, পোড়া জমি, ফাটল, শিশিরের জল।
কিন্তু আমি তো খুঁজছি, এই মোহাচ্ছন্ন প্রকৃতির বাইরে গিয়েও কিছু খুঁজছি।
একদিন খুঁজেছিনু যারে বকের পাখার ভিড়ে, বাদলের গোধূলি আধারে, মালতীলতার বনে কদমের তলে, নিঝুম ঘুমের ঘাটে, কেয়াফুল শেফালির দলে। শুধু শেষ নিশীথের ছায়া, ঘুমটার ঘুমটুকু চুমি, মনে হয় শুধু আমি, আর শুধু আমি, আর ওই আকাশের পৌষ নীরবতা, রাত্রি নির্জন যাত্রী তারকার কানে কানে কত কাল কহিয়াছে আধো আধো কথা। আজ বুঝি ভুলে গেছে প্রিয়া, পাতা ছড়া আধারের মুসাফের হিয়া। একদিন ছিল তব গোধূলির সহচর, ভুলে গেছো তুমি এ মাটির ছলনার সুরাপাত্র অনিবার চুমি। আজ মোর বুকে বাজে শুধু খেদ, শুধু অবসা।
বাস্তবতা পেরিয়ে অসীমের পারে উকি দিয়ে বছর কুড়ি পরের সেই তুমিকে নতুন করে আবিষ্কার করতে চায় মন।
হয়তো মাঠে হামাগুড়ি দিয়ে পেঁচা নামে, বাবলার গলির অন্ধকের অসুখের জানলার ফাঁকে, কোথায় লুকাই আপনাকে, চোখের পাতার মতো নেমে চুপি কোথা চিলের ডানা থামে। সোনালি সোনালি চিল শিশির শিকার করে নিয়ে গেছে তারে, 20 বছর পরে সেই কুয়াশায় পাই যদি হঠাৎ তোমারে।
কিন্তু সময়ের অমোঘ সত্য তো আটকে থাকে না, সে চলমান, সে ক্রমবর্ধমান, সে চিরবিস্তৃত।
পৃথিবীর এই অধীরতা থেমে যায়, আমাদের হৃদয়ের ব্যথা দূরের ধুলোর পথ ছেড়ে স্বপ্নের ধ্যানের কাছে ডেকে লয়। উজ্জ্বল আলোর দিন নিভে যায়, মানুষেরও আয়ু শেষ হয়। পৃথিবীর পুরনো সে পথ মুছে ফেলে রেখা তার, কিন্তু এই স্বপ্নের জগৎ চিরদিন রয়। সময়ের হাত এসে মুছে ফেলে আর সব, নক্ষত্রেরও আয়ু শেষ হয়।
कागज के दो पंख लेके उड़ा चला जाए रे, जहाँ नहीं जाना था ये वही चला है रे। उमर का ये दाना दाना समझ न पाए रे, सुबह पे जो मोह माया नमक लगाए रे, के देखे भाले नजारे नजारे रे। दिशाहारा কেমন বোকা মনটা রে। कागज के दो पंख लेके उड़ा चला जाए रे, जहाँ नहीं जाना था ये वही चला है रे। उमर का ये ताना बाना समझ न पाए रे, जुबा पे जो मोह माया नमक लगाए रे, के देखे ना भाले ना जाने ना गाए रे,
দিশাহারা কেমন বোকা
उनका रे। প্রাণ পাখি মরুই রাজা খাঁচা ভেঙে পীড়িত বড় জালা রে, বড় জালা রে, প্রাণ পাখি মরুই রাজা
A week ago, in the column of a travel magazine, she read about the archaic forts of Lucknow. A teardrop-shaped arc appears above her, drawing shapes on the ceiling, and the tints of vibgyor from her sun catchers fill the room. She lets her hair loose, puts her feet on an imaginary bed of grasses, and leans on the yellow and moss-embossed walls of the withered monument.
Has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much, we feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness of men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and
ओरे पिया है, ओरे पिया, ओरे पिया है, ओरे पिया, उड़ने लगा क्यों मन बावला रे, आया कहाँ से ये हौसला रे, ओरे पिया है, ओरे पिया, रे रे गा गा मा मा बा 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 मा गा रे सा सा रे रे गा गा रे मा मा गा पा पा मा दा दा बा नी नी दा दा बा पा पा गा मा बा दा बा मा गा रे सा नी दा 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 ताना बाना बुनती हवा है, बुनती हवा है साजिश में शामिल सारा जहां है हर दर्रे दर्रे की ये इब्तिदा है मोरे पिया है मोरे पिया मोरे पिया है मोरे पिया
Oppu's heart grows wings like monarch butterflies and migrates to the west of India. The purple color of a choli teleports to a Agaba ground, a cacophony of music and the glee of distant relatives meeting months later during Navratri. Green, yellow, and pink flags are planted all around. Fairy lights bring the light of 1,000 fireflies to the ground.
नाचला मांझली देखेला घुटन चमकेला साला साला साले सन ठुमका लगा ले बुढ़वन के टोए पगल वाले मछली तो के देख के हाय रे कैसन कैसन लागा कैसन नाचला मछली देखिला डाना मांझली कैसन नाचला मछली देखिला डाना मांझली चमकेला मछलीला मछली साला साला चमकेला मछलीला मछली साला साला
दैया कोमल काया काले दिखाले डांडा लचकाए के तोए मुखे पगलू वाले तेरी इन काली मीठी नस्ली आंखों में मैं हूँ डूबा आजा मुझे अब गले लगा ले ना तड़पा महबूबा ये
मछली तोर लचके कमरिया रे गजब दिखेला दरिया खुला किस तो रे पागल मुके बाल चमकेला मछलीला मछली साला साला चमकेला मछलीला मछली साला साला
हाँ वो शामें एक गजल सी लगती है रुलाए ना सही पर हंसाती वो अक्सर है गलियारे की सुबह में धूप सी है वो सिर्फ रोशन ही नहीं सहलाती भी है वो कोना कोना चमकाने जो इस कदर बिखरती है बिखरी बिखरी जुल्फों जैसे साया भी उड़ेलती है खासियत तो बेशक है कोई आम तो नहीं है इसका जादू कि हमारे दिलो जान पर है सिर्फ इसका ही काबू जिक्र है उस पाक आबो हवा का जिसमें हम जीते जहां उड़ान भरी है इनके ख्वाबों ने
छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोह से नैना मिलई के छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोह से नैना मिलई के 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 सब कुछ मोरा छीनी रे मोह से नैना मिलई के खुसरो निजाम के खुसरो निजाम के बल बल जाइए खुसरो निजाम के जान लुटाई रे मोहे सुहागन की नी ओ मोहे सुहागन की नी रे मोह से नैना मिलई के छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोह से नैना मिलई के प्रेम भटिका प्रेम भटिका मतवा पिलाई के मतवाली कर ली नीरे मोह से नैना मतवाली कर ली नीरे मोह से नैना मिलई के छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोह से नैना मिलई के छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोह से नैना मिलई के
Looking at the bookmarks on her desk, she remembers her vacations in Kerala and its souvenirs. The south of India is a majestic blend of mountains, rivers, and valleys. A single draw of curtain exposes a hill station, as well as a shoreline receding into the grand Indian Ocean. The cities preserve skyscrapers, and the villages are adorned with yellow and red mud-thatched houses surrounded by banana trees.
What do you sell, O ye merchants? Richly your wares are displayed, turbans of crimson and silver, tunics of purple brocade, mirrors with panels of amber, daggers with handles of jade. What do you make, O ye goldsmiths? Wristlet and anklet and ring, bells for the feet of blue pigeons, frail as a dragonfly's wing, girdles of gold for the dancers, scabbards of gold for the king. What do you weave, O ye flower girls, with tassels of azure and red, crowns for the brow of a bridegroom, chaplets to garland his bed, sheets of white blossoms new garnered to perfume the sleep of the dead.
The cityscape ends in a village surrounded by hills, and a thin stream of river cuts through its heart. The houses are painted yellow, some faded, some scratched with a childish hand. Here, the families have practiced the art of togetherness, living in sobriety even with the bare minimum. Apu questions in wonder, what happens with time as the people and the shelters erode away? The only one left is a grandchild with a small plot of land.
There is no escape from loneliness and separation. I told myself often, wife, child, brothers, parents, friends, we come together only to go apart again. It is one continuous movement. They move away from us as we move away from them. The law of life can't be avoided. The law comes into operation the moment we detach ourselves from our mother's womb. All struggle and misery in life is due to our attempt to arrest this law or get away from it, or in allowing ourselves to be hurt by it. The fact must be recognized. A profound, unmitigated loneliness is the only truth of life. But it never stops us from leaning on each other, finding peace, finding art in this world, putting meaning into it, and protecting it.
इंद्रपुरी तो न खाली बसन लीलाली रत्न प्रभातनु धानी विहसली गाली चांदनी रंग महाली अप्सराली पुनः चांदन डाली
চলো কি আস্তে আস্তে
বেশি দেরি না করে আমি শুরু করছি, কারণ অলরেডি ঘড়ির কাঁটা 9টা পেরিয়ে গেছে। আপনারা আমাকে একটু বলে দেবেন কখন শেষ করতে হবে আর কি, কারণ আমি তো বুঝতে পারবো না। আমি চেষ্টা করব একটু জমজমাট গানই রাখার, কারণ সময় খুবই কম। এখানে এলেই কেন জানি না আমার একটু পুজো পুজো ব্যাপার মনে হয়। এবার পুজোর সময় একটা আমাদের আমলে আর কি একটা খুব অত্যন্ত জনপ্রিয় গান রাহুল দেব বর্মন সুর করেছিলেন এবং নিজে গেয়েও ছিলেন, কথা লিখেছিলেন শচীন ভৌমিক। আমি সেই গানটি দিয়ে শুরু করছি। Hey, 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 মনে পড়ে রুবি রায়, মনে পড়ে রুবি রায় কবিতায় তোমাকে একদিন কত করে ডেকেছি। আজ হায় রুবি রায় ডেকে বলো আমাকে, তোমাকে কোথায় যেন দেখেছি। মনে পড়ে রুবি রায় কবিতায় তোমাকে একদিন কত করে ডেকেছি। আজ হায় রুবি রায় ডেকে বলো আমাকে, তোমাকে কোথায় যেন দেখেছি। রোদ জ্বলা দুপুরে সুর তুলে নুপুরে, বাস থেকে তুমি যাবে নামতে। রোদ জ্বলা দুপুরে সুর তুলে নুপুরে, বাস থেকে তুমি যাবে নামতে। একটি কিশোর ঠেলে একা কেন দাঁড়িয়ে, সে কথা কি কোনোদিন ভাবতে। মনে পড়ে রুবি রায় কবিতায় তোমাকে একদিন কত করে ডেকেছি। আজ হায় রুবি রায় ডেকে বলো আমাকে, তোমাকে কোথায় যেন দেখেছি। দ্বীপ জ্বলা সন্ধ্যায় দ্বীপ জ্বলা সন্ধ্যায় হৃদয়ের জানালায় কান্নার ভাষা শুধু রেখেছি। দ্বীপ জ্বলা সন্ধ্যায় হৃদয়ের জানালায় কান্নার ভাষা শুধু রেখেছি। ও পাখি সে তো আসেনি, তুমি ভালোবাসনি, স্বপ্নের জাল বৃথা বুনেছি। মনে পড়ে রুবি রায় কবিতায় তোমাকে একদিন কত করে ডেকেছি। আজ হায় রুবি রায় ডেকে বলো আমাকে, তোমাকে কোথায় যেন দেখেছি। মনে পড়ে রুবি রায়, মনে পড়ে রুবি রায়, মনে পড়ে রুবি রায়। থ্যাংক ইউ। একটা দুটো বাংলা গান গিয়ে তারপরে হিন্দি গানে যাব। এবার একটু সুধীন দাশগুপ্তকে স্মরণ করি। গানটি রেকর্ড করেছিলেন শ্যামল মিত্র। নামে ডেকে বলবো তোমাকে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে ওই দুটি চোখে কি নামে ডেকে বলবো তোমাকে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে ওই দুটি চোখে কি নামে ডেকে বলবো তোমাকে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে ওই দুটি চোখে আমি যে মাতাল হওয়ারই মতো হয়ে যেতে যেতে পায়ে পায়ে জড়িয়ে আমি যে মাতাল হওয়ারই মতো হয়ে যেতে যেতে পায়ে পায়ে গেছি জড়িয়ে কি করি ভেবে যে মরি বলতে কি লোকে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে ওই দুটি চোখে আমি দেখে বলবো তোমাকে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে দুটি চোখে পালাতে পারিনি আমি যে দিশাহারা দুটি চোখ যেন আমায় দিচ্ছে পাহারা পালাতে পারিনি আমি যে দিশাহারা দুটি চোখ যেন আমায় দিচ্ছে পাহারা ধরা পড়ে গেছি আমি নিজেরই কাছে জানি না তোমার মনেও কি এত প্রেম আছে ধরা পড়ে গেছি আমি নিজেরই কাছে জানি না তোমার মনেও কি এত প্রেম আছে সত্যি যদি হয় বলুক যা বলছে নিন্দুকে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে ওই দুটি চোখে নামে দেখে বলবো তোমাকে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে ওই দুটি চোখে নামে দেখে বলবো তোমাকে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে ওই দুটি চোখে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে ওই দুটি চোখে বন্ধ করেছে আমাকে ওই দুটি চোখে नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए प्यार बरसाए हमको तरसाए ऐसा कोई साथी हो ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए नीले नीले अंबर चांद जब आए प्यार बरसाए हमको तरसाए ऐसा कोई साथी हो ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए प्यार बरसाए हमको तरसाए
ऊंचे ऊंचे पर्वत जब छूते हैं अंबर को, प्यासा प्यासा अंबर जब छूता है सागर को। ऊंचे ऊंचे पर्वत जब छूते हैं अंबर को, प्यासा प्यासा अंबर जब छूता है सागर को। प्यार से कसने को, बाहों में बसने को, दिल मेरा ललचाए, कोई तो आ जाए। ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो, प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए। नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए। ठंडे ठंडे धोखे जब बालों को बहलाए, तपती तपती गिरने जब बालों को छू जाए। ठंडे ठंडे धोखे जब बालों को बहलाए, तपती तपती गिरने जब बालों को छू जाए। सांसों की गर्मी को, हाथों की नरमी को, मेरा मन तरसाए, कोई तो छू जाए। ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो, प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए। नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए। ला 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 ला।
थैंक यू। আচ্ছা, আমরা অনেককেই হারিয়েছি এই কোভিডের সময়। তার মধ্যে একজন খুব জনপ্রিয় সঙ্গীত পরিচালক, এক বাঙালি, আমাদের সবসময় তাকে ভেবে গর্ব হয়। যিনি একসময় বলিউড কাঁপিয়েছেন। তার নাম বাপ্পি লাহিড়ী। তার সুরে তার গাওয়া একটি গান গাইছি।
याद आ रहा है तेरा प्यार, तेरा प्यार। कहाँ हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ गुम, अभी जा भी जाए इस बार। ओ यार आ रहा है तेरा प्यार। कहाँ हम कहाँ तुम हुए तुम कहाँ गुम अभी जा एक बार ओ प्यार तेरा प्यार मैं रोज का रहा सारे गम दिल के भुला के तुम्हें सारी खुशी मैंने यहाँ कुछ भी तो पाया नहीं सब कुछ आके मुझको मिली क्या जिंदगी हो यार आ रहा है तेरा प्यार कहाँ हम कहाँ तुम हुए तुम कहाँ गुम अभी जा एक बार ओ यार तेरा प्यार वादा रहा था कि मेरे तेरे लिए गाता चला जाऊं तू मेरा दिल तू मेरी जान जीना मेरा जीना यही तेरे लिए जिंदगी लिखाओ तू जो नहीं क्या है आ रहा है तेरा प्यार कहाँ हम कहाँ तुम हुए तुम कहाँ गुम अभी जा एक बार ओ यार आ रहा है तेरा प्यार
থ্যাংক ইউ একটা কাজ না করলেই নয় এত সুন্দর যারা বাজাচ্ছে একটু বাঁদিক থেকে গিটারে শুভ কিবোর্ডে বাপি রাজু হ্যান্সনিকে আর রক্তাপ্যাডে সমীরণ আসলে একটা গানের লিস্ট আমি বানিয়েছিলাম পরপর চলনটা যাতে ঠিক রাখা যায় কিন্তু একটু উল্টোপাল্টা হয়ে গেছে আর কি কারণ সময়ের জন্য আমাদের একটু অ্যাডজাস্ট করতে হচ্ছে চেষ্টা করছি জমাটি জমাটি গানগুলো বেছে গাইবার
रेशमा रेशमा फिर चेहरे में वो जादू फिर चेहरे में वो जादू है बिन ढोल के जाता हूँ गाना होता है और कहीं तेरी ओर चला आता हूँ तेरी ओर चला मेरे चेहरे में वो जादू है तेरी धीरे जैसी आंखें आंखों में है लाखों बातें बातों में रची बरसाते मुझ में प्यार की प्यास जगाए तू जो एक नजर डाले जी उठे मरने वाले लब तेरे अमृत के प्याले जीने की आस बढ़ाए कल बढ़ते हैं तेरे साथ कदम मैं रो नहीं पाता हूँ मैं रो नहीं पाता हूँ तेरे चेहरे में वो जादू है जब से तुझको देखा है देख के खुदा को माना है मान के दिल ये कहता है मेरी खुशियों का तू है खजाना दे दे प्यार की मंजूरी कर दे कमी मेरी पूरी तुझसे थोड़ी भी दूरी मुझको करती है दीवाना पाना तुझको मुश्किल ही सही पाने को मचल जाता हूँ पाने को मचल जाता हूँ तेरे चेहरे में वो जादू है बिन डोर खिंचा जाता हूँ जाना होता है और कहीं तेरी ओर चला आता हूँ तेरी ओर चला आता हूँ तेरे चेहरे में वो जादू है Thank you. আমরা অনেককেই হারিয়েছি আমি আগেই বললাম তার মধ্যে একজন অত্যন্ত গুণী শিল্পী মানে যে বয়সে তার যাওয়ার কথা না সেই বয়সে আমাদের ছেড়ে চলে গেলেন তিনি হচ্ছেন কে কে আমি তাকে ট্রিবিউট জানিয়ে তারই একটি গান চেষ্টা করছি কাজ করছি, এটার একটা অন্তরা করছি, তারপরে একটা গান দিয়ে শেষ করছি। तू ही मेरी शब है, सुबह है, तू ही दिन है मेरा, तू ही मेरा रब है, जहाँ है तू ही मेरी दुनिया, तू वक्त मेरे लिए, मैं हूँ तेरा लम्हा, कैसे रहेगा भला होके तू मुझसे जुदा। ओ, ओ, तू ही मेरी शब है, सुबह है, तू ही दिन है मेरा, तू ही मेरा रब है, जहाँ है तू ही मेरी दुनिया, तू वक्त मेरे लिए, मैं हूँ तेरा लम्हा, कैसे रहेगा भला होके तू मुझसे जुदा। ओ, ओ, आंखें तेरी शबनमी, चेहरा तेरा आईना, तू है उदासी भरी कोई हंसी दास्ता, वो आंखें तेरी शबनमी, चेहरा तेरा आईना, तू है उदासी भरी कोई हंसी दास्ता, दिल में है क्या कुछ तो बता, क्यों है भला खुद से खफा। এটা একটু একটা অন্তরা গিয়ে ছেড়ে দিলাম, কারণ লাস্ট গান একটা দিয়ে শেষ করে দেবো, ওনাদের একটু টাইমের ব্যাপার হয়ে যাচ্ছে। আরডি বর্মনের সুরে একটি গান। यम्मा 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 ये खूबसूरत समा यम्मा 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 ये खूबसूरत समा बस आज की रात है जिंदगी कल हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ बस आज की रात है जिंदगी कल हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ यम्मा 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 ये खूबसूरत समा यम्मा 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 ये खूबसूरत समा बस आज की रात है जिंदगी कल हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ बस आज की रात है जिंदगी कल हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ अब क्या हो जाए किसको खबर आना चले घूम कर अरे कब क्या हो जाए किसको खबर आना चले घूम कर ये जिंदगी एक लंबा सफर पल भर के सब हम सफर एक रात के मेहमान सब यहाँ हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ एक रात के मेहमान सब यहाँ कल हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ यम्मा 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 ये खूबसूरत समा बस आज की रात है जिंदगी कल हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ बस आज की रात है जिंदगी कल हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ रात है जिंदगी कल हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ बस आज की रात है जिंदगी कल हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ
থ্যাংক ইউ আরেকবার সাউন্ডের প্রত্যেককে আমার অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ আমি এবং আমার টিমের তরফ থেকে এত স্বল্প সময়ে আপনারা খুব সুন্দর অ্যারেঞ্জ করে দিয়েছেন হ্যাঁ এটা ওনারা আমার আপত্তি নেই ওনারা কি বলবেন এটা আবার আমাদের স্কুল আমলের গান, কিন্তু এটা মানে যুগ যুগ ধরে জনপ্রিয়তা অর্জন করেই চলেছে। সুধীন দাশগুপ্ত সুরে 3 ভুবনের পারে ছায়াছবির গান।
জীবনে কি পাবো না, ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা, সামনে যা দেখি জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা। জীবনে কি পাবো না, ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা, সামনে যা দেখি জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা। যদি সব ছাড়িয়ে দুটি হাত বাড়িয়ে হারাবার খুশিতে যাই শুধু হারিয়ে, যদি সব ছাড়িয়ে দুটি হাত বাড়িয়ে হারাবার খুশিতে যাই শুধু হারিয়ে, রেগে যেতে কারো ভয়ে থমকে ছাড়াবো না। সামনে যা দেখি জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা। জীবনে কি পাবো না, ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা, সামনে যা দেখি জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা। ভালো আর মন্দের দ্বন্দ্ব জানি না, কে ভালো কে মন্দ যে তার খবর রাখি না। ভালো আর মন্দের দ্বন্দ্ব জানি না, কে ভালো কে মন্দ যে তার খবর রাখি না। তুমি নন্দিনী আগে তো দেখিনি, চলেছ এই পথে রূপে যে নন্দিনী। তুমি নন্দিনী আগে তো দেখিনি, চলেছ এই পথে রূপে যে রঙ্গিনী। চিহ্নে নীল যদি চাও একটু থামো না, সামনে যা দেখি জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা। জীবনে কি পাবো না, ভুলেছি সে ভাবনা, সামনে যা দেখি জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা। সামনে যা দেখি জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা। সামনে যা দেখি জানি না সে কি আসল কি নকল শোনা।
থ্যাংক ইউ। আবার হবে তো দেখাই শেষ দেখা নয় তো।